Boys, it's White Pill. I have returned to you.
I returned out of fear, not loyalty.
I am back from vacation. I had 2 weeks in Ireland based on the thumbnail. You may think that it was 2 shit weeks, but the thumbnail is somewhat misleading. We had 12 days in Ireland, not 14, and it wasn't all shit. So I was attempting to clickbait you. Forgive me. This is going to be a travel vlog about my time over there, the good, the bad, the ugly, the very ugly. It's going to be more for audio listening. There's going to be some visuals. I'm going to be going over the photos I took on the trip, and yeah, I'll be commenting on them. There might be a few small video clips, but it's mostly just for audio listening. Join me as I tell you the tale of 5 friends who've known each other since high school as they embark on a 2-week journey into Ireland. Will these 5 remain friends by the end of the trip? Spoiler alert, no. This video will have tales of old Hibernian lore, drama, friendship, drama, laughter, friendships falling apart, etc. I will make comparisons to the Topographia Hibernica at the end. That was written by Gerald of Wales shortly after the Norman invasion. And that's mainly what it's going to be as. So I'm going to do a little bit of setup for this trip, a little background lore about the guys, and yeah, some issues, and just like, let me lay the groundwork, and then we're going to do a day-by-day breakdown of it. Overall, I'm very happy that I went. There was so much that I learned and saw, and it was beautiful and wonderful. There's definitely a shit ton of bad, and yeah, we're also going to cover that. I'm going to give some people some not real names. I'll be White Pill. Let's change it up for this video. I'll be White Pill. We have one guy as BB, and then we'll have another as John Boy. And there's also Evan and Josh. And Evan and Josh are twin brothers, but yes, all 5 of us went to high school together. We've known each other for 15 years, about 15 years. So it's been a while. For me personally, I've wanted to do a trip to Ireland for 7 years, at least 7 years, but probably closer to 9. This is when I started riding Dualhan and all that, and I really wanted to go there and see the landscape and the stone forts and all of it to really just get a good feel for everything. That was really important to me. And I've wanted this for several years. I did not go on vacation last year because we were trying to actually organize this trip for last year, but there was too many conflicts with other people's schedules, so it got pushed to this year. I strongly wish that I had basically just gone by myself the year before. It would have been a lot better, but anyways, with that. And then also in the lead up to this trip, we had a lot of debate about whether or not to have a travel agent or not. BB and some of the others were very pro travel agent. I was against it. I viewed it as a expense we didn't need. What was the travel agent really going to do for us except, get plane tickets and like talk to a rental car agency and book hotels? Again, we're 5 adult men. We're all nearly 30. I think we could handle this on our own, especially with 5 of us, but I was overruled and we went with the travel agent. I really didn't like this and they screwed up a few things. So yeah, BB gets the travel agent. Also in this video, there's going to be some ranting and raving, and we'll go on tangents at times. You boys know how it is. The main thing with a travel agent or kind of anyone is it's just a job for them, which makes sense. This is just a job for them. I assume they're booking a lot of vacations for a lot of people, but they just don't really care, right? It's not this really important trip to them that they've wanted for several years. It's just a job, and it really showed. And it was just kind of upsetting, and I got pretty pissed off because you're leaving this in the hands of someone who just doesn't really give a fuck, when this is like the big vacation that I've wanted for several years. And so we were supposed to receive, we were told multiple times we were going to receive a very detailed final manifest that would have like a breakdown of our days. And we would get this about 2 weeks or so before we finally embarked on our trip. This never happened. We never received a final manifest. And I will go through the manifest we did receive, like the last document that we have from our travel agent, but it's extremely bare bones. There's almost nothing to it, and just so little fucking work was put in. I was livid. Never fucking again would I ever use a travel agent. Expensive, they didn't do a very good job, and yeah, it was just shit. And then like there was a few things where like I outlined specifically, there's this one part of Ireland that I really wanted to see. I was very desperate to see it, and I'll go into great detail on the times I do see it. But the Burren, it's this very unique rocky landscape. It's in the west of Ireland, utterly beautiful. I really wanted to see it just because like it's going to be in like the rest of my books and everything, and it was really important to me. And then like in the months leading up to the trip, we had like a list of all the sites and attractions we wanted to see. I emphasized a few times that the Burren was really important, like make sure to leave time for the Burren. And I didn't realize until like it was 2 or 3 months ago where it's like, well, this can't be our final manifest. There's almost nothing in it, and there's also not any time really allotted for the Burren. And she just didn't bother. She just didn't really fucking care. So that was another issue going in. We were also planning on hiking Ben Bulben Tabletop Mountain. I think Yates wrote about it, but we ended up cutting it because it would have been a big drive for us. We were going from Dublin, doing Galway, Killarney, Kilkenny, back to Dublin, all within about 10 days. And people just decided Tabletop Mountain, that was just too far out of the way, so we ended up cutting that, which would have been cool. Maybe next time I would do it, but yeah, not super pleased with the travel agent or anything like that. Before we even have the final manifest or anything, I am taking hours every week to do some research on Ireland's like Dublin, Galway, the Burren, Killarney, Kilkenny, and just laying out all the stuff we could do in the surrounding areas. I'm not saying that all my suggestions were perfect or great, but I was just putting out options for people so that people could think about them, consider them, do their own research, and then we could punch up a final, more comprehensive list of what people wanted to do day by day. I put the most amount of effort in by far. We had one other guy, Evan, that made suggestions about the Cooley Nature Reserve Park and then going around Trinity College. But that was about it. No one else really made any other suggestions. That was it, really. And I mean, like, I would barely get interaction. People just didn't really fucking care, even though everyone was spending thousands of dollars for this trip. No one was really invested in their own vacation. And that's incredibly frustrating. All right, take note of this. But 2 times, I went back through our group messages to make sure, but 2 times we're talking about stuff we're doing in Dublin, Trinity College is mentioned, and I ask Evan, hey, you want to do the old library? It's this long room. It's very beautiful. It's like really iconic. But I say, would you like me to book this tour, the Book of Kells experience? I don't think we're going to have access to the old library if we don't have these tour tickets. Now, if you were to go to the website for Trinity College and you looked at their available tours, they have like Walking Trinity. The Walking Trinity tour specifically lays out, it does not give you entry to the old library. You have to buy the Book of Kells experience ticket if you want to go to the old library. There's nothing else you can do. So again, just keep that in mind that at 2 different points, I asked, would you like me to book these tickets? He specifically said, no, we don't need them. Okay, great. And also, several months before the trip, credit cards. Because there are some credit cards that will charge you like 3% every time you use the card because you're in a foreign country, which is ridiculous. And maybe that doesn't sound like a ton of money, but added up over the course of 10 weeks, let's say you spent like $100 somewhere or whatever. It's like, I know it's like $3, but keep adding that up. And it's not that you're spending $100 each time, but by the end of the trip, you're losing a decent amount of money in these worthless little transactions, which doesn't cost the credit card companies any more. So it's just bullshit. So several months ago, I told people to check out their credit cards and just make sure that you have one that doesn't have foreign transaction fees, or maybe you're going to bring a lot of cash or do whatever, just to try to minimize the bullshit that people are going through. So several months after this, on May 16th, our trip begins on May 23rd. So it's literally a week before we're leaving for Ireland. Evan makes the comment that, hey, my cousin just got back from Europe, and you should make sure to have a credit card without foreign transaction fees because they just got hit with a bunch of charges and all that. So what exactly are you supposed to do here? You have a week until we're leaving for this trip, and I've already brought this point up, and now it's I don't know, I guess you can go fuck yourself because you're not getting a credit card within a week. That's, you'd have to contact your current company or reach out to another company to get a card without foreign transaction fees. So it's already somewhat slightly annoying that how are you putting this so little effort and thought into this trip where we're literally leaving in a fucking week? This should have been settled already. Just fucking Christ. I have like a bit, I would say me and Evan probably fight the most in this friend group, and there was already a bit of tension. We weren't on ideal terms. Before the trip even began, things had been heated between us for a bit of time, just kind of not the best. So just laying out a little more groundwork. Also, I booked the majority of tours for the trip, not all of them, but some of the big ones, trying to arrange this boat trip to Bull Rock and then doing a day tour for Innis Mor, the largest of the Aran Islands. And then also a day tour to Newgrange and Noath, right? These are some huge passage tombs. They're north of Dublin. At least 2 months before the trip, I asked people in the group message, hey, is it okay? Give me permission and I will book these tours for us, and we don't have to worry about, they run out of tickets or they run out of space or whatever, but I am not given permission. They say, well, no, we can wait a bit longer to book these tours. But we already have our days mapped out pretty well. We know for a fact we can only do the Newgrange tour really on a Monday. That's the only day that's really going to work for us. We know that we can only really do Innis Mor on that Thursday. We do have a lot more leeway with the Boat Rock boat trip, but we should also just pick a day and just plan around that, and just have it set. Just have everything set so we're not scrambling and just doing bullshit at the last minute, Let's just get it over with. But these guys don't want to make a decision. They just don't want to make a fucking decision. And when I am given permission about less than 2 weeks before we're going on our trip, I tried to get tickets for Newgrange because the plan was to do this bus tour. It would drive us out to Newgrange and a few other sites. We'd be on a big tour bus, whatever. It would cost about 75 euros per person. Euros are worth more than the US dollar, but yeah, it'd be 80 something bucks. But it's like an all day thing, like 8 hours. We start at 9 in the morning. We get dropped off in Dublin at about 5. So well worth it. So I go to buy the tickets when I'm finally given permission to buy the tickets. And wouldn't you believe it, the tour company I try to contact are booked. They are completely sold out because we're trying to buy tickets pretty fucking late in the game. So then I am flipping out because I really wanted to see Newgrange and Noth. Those sounded really great to me. And I actually go into work late that day because I'm contacting a bunch of different tour groups and just saying like, hey, can you do a tour to Newgrange and Noth for us? Like, hey, I contact over 10 of them, right? And our only options at this point, because it's so late in the day, thankfully we are able to purchase tickets to Newgrange for Monday at 2:30. They had enough of them. But there's still the issue of transportation, and we are renting a car in Ireland. Oh, guess right now in the comments section, or mentally, whatever you want to do, what percentage of driving does White Pill Media do on this trip? So we have 5 adult males, and before the trip is decided, we're saying like, okay, well, people need to start getting their international driver's permits. So I go get mine months ago. BB gets his. The other 3 guys say they don't want to drive. Okay, 5 adult men, 3 of them don't want to have the responsibility of driving, so it's down to me and BB. So what percentage of driving does White Pill Media do on this trip? Oh, I ended up having to book a private day tour with this company. They're a really good company. I'll talk about them when we do the tour, but they were great. Our driver was excellent. Literally over double because we had no other options. It wasn't a cheap option. If we had like 8 people in our tour group, it would have been a lot cheaper per person, right? But we only had 5. Yeah, that's what we had to do. And I had the joy and pleasure of scrambling to get this shit done because no one else was going to fucking do it. If people had just let me book the tours when I had fucking asked, then this wouldn't have fucking happened. I think maybe we had a better experience with the private day tour and this driver. So then what are you bitching about, White Pill? I don't like being put in that position, right? And for guys that are, 1, they insisted on using the travel agent, which is by far more expensive. And then 2, they also wouldn't let me book the tours on time, so we had to pay over double. They cry about money a lot when they're wealthier. And then in the lead up to the tour in the final week, it was the Saturday before the trip. We were leaving on a Friday, May 23rd, but the Saturday before, went out with some of my family. There's like this goat farm, petting zoo thing. All in all, a good day. And then I don't know if this was a sign or a symbol or whatever, but I'm with my parents and my mom goes into Walgreens to get something. And then before she's out of the store, there are these 2 morbidly obese black women with shopping carts full of Tide laundry like pods, like the little pod ones, and a bunch of other shit. And they run from the store entrance to their car and they're just throwing a bunch of shit inside. I can't believe what I'm actually seeing, but yeah, this was a decent white area growing up, and the area's kind of fallen on hard times. Like in this little shopping mall area, there's a lot of closed down businesses. It's a little ratty. There's homeless people sitting on a curb nearby. It's definitely gone downhill. And I just didn't think like something like that would happen here. I think maybe I'm a little delusional, but a lot of other people are also kind of delusional, and they think that magically you're just protected out in suburbia, and you're not. Like ghetto trash have cars. They will drive to white areas, steal from them, and then drive back to the hood. They can and do that. Boy, oh boy, I really want to leave America right now. Like I need a little break from America. This is so fucking gay. So that was nice. And then great news from work. I was initially like taking off 2 full weeks, and they're like, hey, White Pill, you have an extra vacation day. And I'm like, what? No, like I'm booking these 2 weeks to get out. It's like, no. Monday is Memorial Day. So you're already off. So you have an extra vacation day. Do you just want a day off before you're going on your trip? And it's like, yeah, fuck yeah, I'll take that. Thank you very much. So that was nice. I just got to do a lot of stuff around the house and just tidy up, finish a few projects, that type of thing. So it was nice. It was relaxing. I was going into the trip like pretty optimistic and happy. I'm a little nervous, but things are going okay. I feel okay. Oh, and I was also planning on doing a good amount of hiking over there. And I admit I can over prepare and to over plan at times. So I'm like, I should get like a really, really good hiking backpack. So I went into this nice hiking camping equipment store and I got one. It was rather expensive. And then the next day, my mom texts me. It's like, hey, I know you were going to do hiking over there. I bought you a backpack. Do you want to come check it out? So I check it out. She has like a basic, just normal backpack that costs $13. So I take that backpack and then I am thankfully able to return my hiking backpack from the nice store because I still had the receipt, thank God. So crisis averted. I was able to get a full refund on that. Hooray. I think maybe I should have taken a harder look on kind of just who we are, like the five of us personality wise. Even though we're like friends and everything, we're kind of different personality wise. I really like to prepare and have everything detailed and laid out. I don't like last minute bullshit. But I think I'm flexible enough in certain situations. Like I won a couple contingencies, like A didn't work out, we have B, C, D, just kind of like that. We have some go-to stuff to do. I also think just kind of personality wise for the trip, me personally, my ideal trip would have been in nature, in museums, and just at the library and just going over all this Irish history and lore.
It's settled. And I do believe it's my turn. I'd like to spend my vacation at the library!
So that's the lead up to the trip. That was kind of a long intro. Sorry about that. Friday, May 23rd. I'm nervous. I'm excited. Everyone gets up really early. Our plane is leaving at, I think, 9:30. And I really want to get to the airport around 7:30, just to make sure. I don't want any bullshit. I want enough time for all the contingencies to, I just want time to handle any and all contingencies. My dad's driving me into the airport. We are stuck on the highway for 30 to 40 minutes. It is a gridlock. It's a fucking parking lot out there, and I'm freaking out a little bit. It's just not great. And I'm like, Dad, can we get off here? It's like, son, if we get off here, we're still no closer to the airport. There's nowhere for us to go. Eventually, the traffic does clear up. We get to the airport. I apologize to my dad for panicking as much as I did, but it was like bad. Like, you're literally like not moving for like 30, 40 minutes. And you're like, Jesus fuck. How hard is it to move like two cars off the goddamn highway? It shouldn't be this much of a massive delay. Anyways, there's that. I get to the airport. I'm the last one there. Everyone's already there. I am bringing my backpack, and I do have this one huge bag, which I'm checking, and that's going to be for all the souvenirs and gifts and everything that I'm bringing back. So we do all that, and yeah, I thought it would take way longer to go through security and everything. I guess it depends like when your flight is leaving and how busy the airport is, but we have a shit ton of time. Like we have close to an hour and 30 minutes of just sitting and waiting before boarding even happens. So there's really nothing to it. We get on the plane. The flight is fine. It's not too long. We're getting to a bigger airport that will do the international flight over to Dublin. So we do have a longer wait of about 4 hours at that airport, but everything's okay. No one is at each other's throats. Everything is going pretty fine, right? The mood's like pretty good. People are looking forward to the trip. I'm reading this book on Irish folklore. It's somewhat useful. It's just more of my interest in Ireland is like the early Christian period, like medieval stuff, kind of pre-Norman invasion, but also sort of around that time. I like the mythology and folklore, that type of thing. So like reading about like 1600s stuff, I don't know, my eyes kind of glaze over. I'm not super interested in it. I like some of it, but yeah, so it was kind of a mixed bag with the book, but I also brought some other books. And on the flight itself, I end up watching 4 movies. I didn't realize how bad this movie was starting out, but it's the Grimm Brothers. It stars Matt Damon and Heath Ledger. It was pretty bad, like kind of really, really bad. It's kind of a cool setting, though. They're in Napoleon-occupied Germany, and, there's like folklore and witches and stuff, so that was kind of cool. Still a really bad movie. I wanted to fully understand the propaganda behind it and justify my hatred for it, but I did watch Do the Right Thing, the full movie. Yes, it is shit. Yes, it did piss me off. I hate them even more than I usually did. If that's even possible, I hate them even more now. There was Easy A with Emma Stone. I like Emma Stone. I won't apologize for that. I didn't fully watch it. There's maybe like 10, 15 minutes left. And I personally feel somewhat cheated because because it was either superhero movie slop, or I thought like Puss in Boots had like a really fat guy as a villain. So I wanted to see the really fat guy, but I guess I watched the wrong Puss in Boots. Well, there was only one on there, and it was about like Humpty fucking Dumpty, but there was no fat guy villain, so disappointing. But the flights are fine, and we get into Dublin early, very early, like 5:30 in the morning early for Saturday, May 24th. So I would say Saturday is really the beginning of our trip because, Friday was just a pure travel day. And we made sure to confirm this with our travel agents to make sure that we were booked for an extra night, like we were supposed to check in that Friday in Ireland, because otherwise we wouldn't have been able to check in our hotel until like 3 or 4 in the afternoon. After traveling literally all fucking day, like that just sounds miserable. That sounds so fucking miserable. And what are you supposed to do with your luggage for like 8 hours, More than 8 hours, way more than 8 hours, nearly like 11, 12 hours. But we have a driver meet us at the Dublin airport. He's a nice enough guy. The drive is maybe 35, 40 minutes to get into the city. There's some really small streets here. I saw seagulls eating trash. He pointed out, this is what we call Little China, and then we have Little Africa over there, and there's literally a line of migrants on the sidewalk, and they were all getting like handouts like toilet paper and other supplies, and I just couldn't fucking believe it, I just really couldn't believe it. Yeah, there were a lot of Indians and Chinese people. So we get to the hotel. I decide that I want to buy some basic groceries and supplies because we're going to be in Dublin for a few days before we get the car and then move on to Galway, right? It's like, hey, we should have some groceries in the meantime. So I go out on my own. Everyone is just trying to rest in the hotel. I can't really sleep. I'm too wired from the flight. So I want to go out and do something. Dublin in the really early morning, it's about maybe 7 o'clock now, maybe a little after 7. It's basically deserted. It's kind of weird and creepy. I went to a Spar, which is just kind of a convenience store. There are some Spars that are better than others, like they have more variety. There's Dunes or whatever. Sometimes they have groceries. There's like Tesco as well. The Tesco is more of a real grocery store. There were 4 different homeless women on my way, just going around to grocery stores using my phone to navigate, asking me for money, which was just super. That was great. The Tesco was okay, but everything was just kind of small and shitty, and maybe that's just how they do it in Ireland. But like, I couldn't just buy a big glass jar of peanut butter. One, for as much as they care about the environment and health and all that bullshit, it should have been a glass jar of peanut butter, not plastic. That's number 1. Number 2, they were small ass jars. Like, we're 5 men, you think we're going to eat a couple peanut butter sandwiches and then, whatever. The deodorant is small. I didn't bring any toiletries with me. I was just going to buy everything once I landed, which I think was a fine strategy. And I had heard that they had something in Ireland called red lemonade. So I thought it would be like lemonade, but it's flavored with like cherry or something. No, it's basically like just a soda, so I don't know why they just don't call it soda, but whatever. Oh, and like each convenience store had a squatter besides the entrance to beg for money. It's like they all had their own little turf, and they all had like, this is my store, this is my corner, you don't beg at my spar. I don't know if there's some kind of hierarchy with the homeless, but that's what it looked like to me. Honestly, for kind of the start of the first day, I was rather depressed. Just seeing little China, little Africa, there's a bunch of homeless people, there's a bunch of Indians and Asians. It was just kind of Paris syndrome for me. Like, I knew it was going to be bad. I knew it wasn't going to be great. I was expecting a certain level of it, but just to be hit with it in your face that fast, that early, it was kind of jarring and shocking and just, yeah, shitty. So after a couple hours, it's maybe 9 o'clock or so when we finally get move on. A lot of things don't open in Dublin and just around Ireland until like 9 o'clock at the earliest, sometimes later, like 10 o'clock. And everything, basically museums and that type of thing, shut down at 5. I don't know why they're like this. I don't know why they do this, but that's just how they do it. So we were actually pretty close to Trinity College. What I had mentioned before, that we couldn't get into the old library unless we had tour tickets. I mentioned this twice to Evan. Evan both times said, no, we don't need tickets. We're fine. So we go walk around Trinity. I have finally now photos from the trip I can use. There's this cool tower thing in the center of this courtyard. There's some statues there. There's this golden ball thing here. I think I saw a similar thing at the Vatican City. I'm pretty sure. It's just another photo there. And then, yeah, so we're just walking around the outside, and then Evan is like confused and it's like, oh, I didn't realize we couldn't get into the old library without a tour ticket. All I say, yeah, we didn't buy tickets to it, so no, we can't see the old library. And immediately, it's like he wants to fucking snarl at me and tear my head off. It wasn't a personal attack on him or anything like that. I'm merely pointing out the thing that I mentioned several fucking times came true. And now he's looking to try to buy tickets to go do the Book of Kells experience so we can go see the old library. And guess what? They're all booked for today. Shocker, I know. We're able to get tickets for the next day at like 5:30. So that's the plan. Again, just like, and I just point out that, yeah, we didn't buy tickets, therefore we can't have access to it. So now we have to buy tickets. If we had just bought tickets weeks before, this shit would just be solved, right? We wouldn't have this little bump, this little fucking hiccup, which all in all isn't a big deal, but it's still frustrating that I've put a lot of effort and time and energy into laying this stuff out, and no one else really bothered. And I was more than willing to purchase the tickets myself for the Book of Kells experience, but I was told no twice. And Evan simply can't go, hey, you know what, White Pill, you were right. We did need tickets to see the old library. I'm sorry. I'm going to order tickets for tomorrow. We're all good, right? It's like, yeah, dude, whatever. Let's just keep moving. But he can't do that. I'll get into the whole Evan thing more later on because there's definitely more. Then we decide we're going to go do the post office that was used in the 1916 Easter Rising. There's a bit of snipping at each other over a few things, and it's just sort of the start of things. It's just, yeah, it's the beginning. It was a informative museum in the bottom of the post office. The post office itself is still there. It still functions as a post office. I thought that was kind of neat. If you're going, I think this is a museum definitely worth doing. And then there was this statue here, and the outside of the post office is still really beautiful. I really like these lamps and just that ceiling. There's just so much decoration and care put in. We were also near this thing called the spire, which is just this really tall metal spire. Frankly, it's very fucking gay and cringe, and I hope Irish people feel embarrassed that it's there. It's anti-culture. It's so ugly and worthless and shitty. So that's the spire. after that, what else did we have? Oh, so I had this down on my list. It's just, look, I like storytelling. I like folklore. I like mythology. I thought this would be a decent place to go to. So they had this place. We were on the south of the River Liffey, and it was on the north side of the River Liffey. It was called the Leprechaun Museum. And they just do a little storytelling thing, and you learn some stuff about Irish mythology and stuff. So it sounded decent. It sounded like right up my alley. It's stuff that I like and want to do. I wanted to do it. We walked over there. BB said he would do it, and John Boy also said he was for it. Both Evan and Josh decide that they don't want to do it, which is fine. I don't want to make them do something that they don't want to do, unfortunately, and I didn't plan ahead. So again, I'm willing to admit mistakes, and I did apologize to BB and John Boy because, in fact, they were booked. We had to wait about an hour for the next opening, so some of the guys decided to get food and just do whatever. So again, I was wrong. I just didn't think they'd be this busy. So, oh well. But unlike Evan, I can apologize to the group and then, just move on. We can just move on. There were also some Indians sitting on a bench outside of the Leprechaun Museum. They didn't have tickets to it. They were just occupying a bench that they had no right to. I wonder if we could apply that behavior to whole billions of people. Anyways, let's move on. There's that. We don't really have much to do till, it's our time for the Leprechaun Museum. So we're just kind of waiting around, but then it happens. Evan and Josh don't join us. It's about an hour. We're with a small group of people. We get told 3 stories from Irish mythology. I do know them all just because I've done a lot of reading and research for folklore and mythology, but I think it's decent. I enjoyed it enough. It was fine. Don't know if I would necessarily go back again. They do offer like daytime storytelling and then nighttime storytelling, and the nighttime one is more for mature audiences. I think those stories are a little darker. So maybe if I ever went back, I would try out the nighttime ones just to see. But I think if you knew like nothing about folklore or mythology, you would have probably enjoyed it more than me, but I didn't hate it. We also got a lot of information about Darby O'Gill and Little People, which was a Disney movie made in 1959. There are leprechauns in Irish mythology. But even before the leprechaun, there is the Lurpachan, and this is like a little water spirit that if you capture it, it would grant wishes, and then over time, it became the leprechaun. But the leprechaun that we all kind of know today is really an invention from this movie in 1959. Like, this modern interpretation of the leprechaun is incredibly recent, but it just exploded in popularity and all that. So we got a lot of history about that. That was definitely interesting. I did learn something there, and I don't regret it. After that, we went to a mall, and it was kind of interesting. There was a Tesco in the bottom of it, which was like completely underground. The mall itself was pretty packed. Yeah, and it was okay. We just spent a little bit of time there just sort of walking around. My legs hurt a lot. We did do a lot of walking. There is something when you're at crosswalks and there's just a ton of people. One, shit ton of jaywalking in Dublin, but in Ireland overall. But there's this law of mass when crossing the street. If enough people go, then it's somehow fine to go. It has not failed us yet. It did not fail us for the trip. If there's enough people who are jaywalking, you can jaywalk because they would die before you if a car decided to careen through the crowd. Josh brings up going to a strip club more than once. I'm not interested, but he does mention it a couple times, and I just find it somewhat annoying. And as we're walking around, oh yes, we have some really beautiful artwork on the streets of Dublin. We have Black, Irish, and Proud, Not to Racism. That's lovely. Appreciate that. We have some Michael Collins graffiti where someone has spray painted in red "Traitor" across his face. I don't understand that. I mean, people don't like Eamon de Valeria, but I thought Michael Collins was rather well respected. Oh well. We go to the archaeology museum. This is really the last thing for the day. I thought this was cool. It was really impressive to see these artifacts in person. It's just better than just looking at images online, so I was very thankful for that. The archaeology museum, it's just a really beautiful building. Again, I'm always like impressed with the ceilings. The ceilings are incredible when you look up, but there was that. We had some coins, we had some like bone artifacts, and just the carvings on them are incredible. That was excellent to see. We have these beautiful brooches, a book casket, which is this metal box that would typically have jewels on it and be highly decorated, and you would keep like a Bible in it. And like before battle, you would use this as sort of a rallying cry, something to inspire your soldiers, and that was excellent to see. We saw the Armagh chalice. It might be, yeah, I believe it is the Armagh chalice. Beautiful silver chalice. Some stones that had some Celtic symbolism. They do have this section where they have bog bodies. They've been preserved for thousands of years, and they're all dried out and gross looking. I think my one photo of it is extremely blurry, but it's fucking nasty. Kind of cool, though. They had a, little diorama of the Hill of Tara. We're seeing that the next day. We're seeing that on Monday, but that was really cool to see as well. And the ceiling, when you're on the top floor, they kind of have the windows darkened like it's nighttime, even though it's very bright. It doesn't really get dark until around 9:30 at night. It was bizarre. But I guess that's just how it is over in Europe. But it seemed like they just like darkened the windows to give it that atmosphere, which is cool. Some exhibits about trees and such. A photo of this, because some of the exhibits felt that they were somewhat neglected and damaged, which I felt was a shame. Like this one is missing a button. Some of the other buttons are damaged. We had, bog butter. That was really cool. So ancient Irish, they would bury bog in a butter and it would actually be preserved, like good to use years and years later. So it's a way of like hiding food, keeping it safe, and then going to get it when you need it and danger has passed. Weaver's sword, that was interesting. Little diorama of a house. I don't know if that was a Viking house or just an Irish house. Little diorama of what Dublin would have looked like in the Viking age. The outside of the building, very cool, I know I'm giving really insightful commentary with just saying it's beautiful, but it's got this nice little dome. You have the little statues like set into the wall. They look like, I guess, lamps or something, but modern buildings just don't look like this. So that was a real privilege. That was a real treat just to see all this beautiful architecture around you. That is special. So we do that. There were also some letters missing from some of the wording and like descriptions on the wall, which I have to assume was deliberate from some shitty people. So it felt like the museum could have used a little tender love and care, but overall excellent. Highly, highly recommend it. And after that, we were walking around a bit trying to find a place. Did find one relatively nearby. It felt like at first they were being a little rude. I think there was just some confusion because you had to enter through a hotel and the restaurant was just over there, and the guy assumed that we were like guests of the hotel, and he's like, "Oh, then why are you here?" It's like, "Well, we want to go to the restaurant. Do you have to be a hotel guest to use the restaurant?" He's like, "Well, no." It's like, "Okay, we just wanted to go to the fucking restaurant." Whatever, that was fine. I thought dinner itself was like good. That evening, we have dinner, we have some drinks, we go back to the hotel. I'm pretty tired. I'm ready to sleep. We honestly should have stayed up longer because I think it's maybe around 8 o'clock. Should have stayed up until like 11 or midnight or something, because you're just trying to force your body to stay awake for as long as possible so you won't wake up super early. But I have this in my notes. Wanted to switch rooms, get sleeping aids like melatonin or something for the next night, It's 2 a.m. and Josh is snoring so fucking loud that I ended up moving into the bathroom with a pillow and my blanket. I laid a towel down on the floor to sleep on. Then I used a towel and then my pillow as my pillows. I'm so hungry. My stomach is growling. I left the bathroom at 3 to get my blanket, earbuds, and I ate some to calm down my stomach. I got almost no sleep. It was like after 3 o'clock where I maybe nodded off, where I was quietly watching YouTube videos. So I woke up at 7. Oh, and yeah, I had also gotten woken up at about 10 p.m. that night. And then nothing happened for a few hours, and then woke up again, went to the bathroom. So I maybe got roughly 6-ish hours of sleep. It was very bad. Apparently there was some chanting outside. Our AC was off when we returned to our hotel room that night. No one realized it. No one fucking realized it. No clue why. I was just lying there in bed, and I was thinking to myself, man, this is so human, but the AC was working when we got in this morning, so I don't know what the deal is. So I thought that it was really humid, and it's because it was. We also, the three of us, me, Josh, and Evan, were sharing a room. The other two guys were sharing a room. We did talk a little bit before trying to get more sleep, but what had happened was when we had gone out for the day, housekeeping came in, they shut the AC off. We were all so tired and jet lagged that no one noticed that they had turned it off, so I had just assumed that it had been on. I don't know why I didn't just go to the AC and just make sure that it was on, but yes, they had shut it off and we just didn't realize it then. Oh, what fun. And that was the end of really our first day in Ireland, Saturday.
The white man marches on!
Sunday, May 25th, we go down for breakfast. I had black pudding that was like a crunchy sausage, and I thought this was amazing. I had never had this before. I was expecting something that was gelatinous, but it's a sausage. I think it's blood with some fat and like oatmeal crumbs, and it's put into like a sausage casing. It was delicious. Excellent. I had sauteed potatoes as well. I don't like mashed potatoes back home. They also had just long sausages called rashers. And I wasn't sure what else to get, so I had some ham, cheese, salami, all of which were excellent. It was the best breakfast for the whole trip. We decide we're going to do St. Patrick's Cathedral. This was next. We were in a nicer part of Dublin for today. St. Patrick's Cathedral is in fact Protestant. And they have like a full little museum off to the side. It's still an active cathedral, like they still hold service there. So we had to be out of there before like they were going to do their full service. But yeah, the building itself, incredibly impressive. They're supposed to have like a holy well on the property. There was this badge I took a photo of. We had some, just beautiful statues here. I don't know what this egg thing with a flame coming out of it is. No idea there. Stained glass was great as well. And just a lot of interesting banners. I didn't recognize all of them, and some of them were in a state of disrepair, but apparently what you're supposed to do is just let nature take its course. You're not supposed to be repairing and fixing these banners, and if they just decay, they're just supposed to decay. But very, very impressive building, beautiful staircase here. And they had some interesting history about the early Anglo-Normans and them coming to Ireland. Some of them were like patrons of the cathedral. And it was very informative. It was, I think, pretty cheap to get in. It was also the earliest opening attraction, and like 9:30 was early for the rest of the attractions. Nothing else was really opening till 10, so we're like, fuck it, we should do this. Then we went down this scary, spooky alleyway to get to Dublin Castle. I don't know, it wasn't really scary or intimidating, but it was weird that it was just us up and around, because in America, people are kind of up and moving around. People aren't really sleeping in this late, but whatever. Then we got to Dublin Castle. We were like coming in through the backside. I'm not sure if this was technically the right way to go, but this is what we did. There's this archway. We had this really nice tower here. Very impressive clock tower base here. And then we were inside Dublin Castle. There's a ton of oil paintings here. I would say Dublin Castle was probably the best castle that we toured. Yeah. There are probably others in Ireland, but I thought this was a great one. You have some really excellent oil paintings. Again, with the ceilings and the furniture, just the majesty of it, the scale of it. It's not like gray, depressing, modern, weird, crappy art that doesn't mean or symbolize anything, but it's everywhere. It has a purpose. It makes a statement. Just even this chandelier here with the, you have like these beautiful decorated metal leaves, and just it coming out of the ceiling is also decorated like it's this living plant. Incredible. And just the borders on the ceiling making these little outlines. Oh, so we also had this above. I think this was a throne chair for, I forget which English king, but we have the lion representing England, and he has his paws around the harp, the symbol of Ireland, very subtle. And over to the left, we have the harp again, and then we have the symbol of the unicorn. I guess the unicorn is the symbol of Scotland. Holy shit, Scottish bros. That's fucking embarrassing. A fucking unicorn, really? God damn, that's funny. I didn't fucking realize that. That's great. That's fucking hilarious. A unicorn. Scottish independence, that's a mistake. They should be second-class citizens in the UK. A unicorn? Wow. Oh, we also had this giant oil painting of Cornwallis. Yes. The Cornwallis from the American Revolution. After he got his ass kicked, he was assigned to rule over or govern a part of Ireland, and apparently that happened to a lot of guys that failed in America. They were sent to govern Ireland. That's funny as hell. And there was this little window. I'm not sure exactly all what it's supposed to be. We have a king, or we have a soldier or king perhaps in a lance. Maybe he's killing demons. We have maybe that's St. Peter. He's holding keys in a Bible. There's Jesus being crucified. I believe below that is Mary with baby Jesus. And then maybe the cherub heads with wings are supposed to be angels. I'm not sure, but it's still very interesting stuff. I forget the name of this painting, but it's supposed to be this guy gets a beautiful wife. He's being awarded this. That lady is fat as shit. I would not consider that a prize to be won. And just some ceiling paintings here. Again, they're excellent. We have just all great, just all really great. The outside, they have a little gardens in the back. We didn't see all of Dublin Castle. I sort of regret that. I wish we had seen more, but the gardens were also nice. They're not really big, but you can see the outside. They're working on reconstructing one of the towers, I guess, to open it up for tourism, but that's also kind of cool and interesting that that's going on. Not so cool or interesting in the back is this pink statue where we have this shirtless man wearing a hat, and he is sitting on this stump, this base of a statue, and he is resting his foot on top of classic Greek sculpture head. That's nice. I suppose this is a fuck you to the past or antiquity. I'm not sure, but I did not really care for it. And okay, so this is the next thing we do was something that I had laid out months ago. Months ago, I had put this on a list of attractions, and I asked if people were interested. I didn't get any pushback on it, right? I didn't get any pushback on it then, and I'm interested in Viking era Dublin, Viking era Ireland. All that stuff is interesting to me. It's a part of my writing and all that. So It looked fine online, and I still think it was decent, not my favorite place, but I didn't have a horrible time with it. But we went to Dublinia, which is this museum that was nearby, and it's about Viking Age Dublin, right? Was it perhaps a little cheap and corny? Sure, yeah. I don't think I would ever go back to it. Did I still learn a couple of new interesting things about the place? Yes, I did. So, no, I don't really regret that. I think that was fine, but I can admit that, yeah, this wasn't the best pick. Also, like the day before with the Leprechaun Museum, if Evan and Josh don't want to do it, they didn't have to do it. I hadn't booked any tickets for this place. We were just showing up to it. So they could have gone and done something else for an hour or so if they chose to, but they didn't. They came along, but before this, Evan was being a little cunt. He was being a little piece of shit. Look, Dublin is a big city. We don't have to do absolutely everything together. We don't have to do everything together for the whole trip, right? If you want to go do X and I want to go do Y, that's perfectly fine. But if I'm trying to enjoy X, you don't have to complain about it and try to get me to change my mind so that we can just go do what you want. You can just go do what you want to do. That's totally fine. Because in the back of Dublin Castle, there's the gardens. There's also some other museum where they were showcasing Middle Eastern artwork and crap like that. I have zero interest in the Middle East or any of that shit. I don't fucking care. I'm here to learn about Irish history, interactions with the Vikings, with the Anglo-Normans, with the English. All of that is really interesting to me, and I'm really happy to learn about all that. So while Dublinia was like fine in my opinion, I would take that over learning about Mugo Babo Gigi in fucking Baghdad. I don't give a fuck. But he's trying to get people to go to this Middle Eastern art museum. He's trying to, and it's like, look, if you don't want to do Dublinia, you don't have to do Dublinia. Completely fine, completely acceptable. It doesn't offend me, but it is kind of pissing me off that you're trying to get the group to not do this thing when I just want to do it. And we're doing the Guinness Storehouse tour after Dublinia, right? That's supposed to happen at 1 o'clock, so we have maybe 2-ish hours before we need to start heading to Guinness. I can totally do a museum by myself. That doesn't bother me. That doesn't bother me in the slightest. But trying to, just pull this shit is, that was very shitty. That was very fucking wormy. Didn't have to go in. If you didn't want to go in, we could have just met up at Guinness at 1 o'clock. That would have been totally fine, but just being a total cunt. Dublinia did lay out some information that I didn't know. I thought it was like fine. You know, it has like stuff about like how houses would look like. There's some dioramas. There's some interesting artwork. Again, I thought it was fine. It was some parts of it a little tacky and not quite my thing. Yes. But no, I don't like deeply regret going or anything like that. So I'm not super pleased with Evan, but it's just, you know what? Just let it go, let it go, let it go. Let's just keep on going on. We also saw a lot of advertisements on the way to Guinness after this about winning the national lottery. Could you imagine winning the lottery in Ireland, but you have to stay in Ireland? What a nightmare. I suppose you could maybe take your money and buy an island off the coast of Ireland and then turn that into a fortress, just dollar pints for everybody. That could be something, but you probably have to deal with a lot of like raiding and sea pirates from the natives. You would have to establish your own pale and keep the Irish out. So it would really just be like dollar pints for any English people that are touring Ireland, and maybe some Americans can get over. We would have to have like a drawbridge and raise it lower. The Irish would rush out to try to get across the bridge. Could be cool. The Guinness Storehouse. This was a tour I really kind of hated. It had a nice presentation. It was self-guided, and you're just walking up through all these levels, and it's really like you're in a big pint glass. Isn't that neat? It's not neat. There's way too many people here, like just on the tours itself. It feels like you're fucking cattle. It's also progressive in this really aggravating way. It can't just be about, here's this beer in Ireland, isn't it cool? It has to be, hey, by the way, do you want like this propaganda in your face? And it is propaganda. Oh, there was this nice stouty ad at the beginning of the tour, and this is supposed to be you take a photo and then it would be printed on top of your pint of Guinness. So they had that, and of course in the ad there's a couple doing this stouty thing, and it's a black man and a white blonde woman doing it. That's nice. That's really nice. There was also this bit here where we have this Asian woman, and it's just like little testimonies on a wall from people. And her thing is, just as Dublin is becoming increasingly multicultural, these streets are transforming in the same way, which I think makes the whole experience so unique. There are so many tourists coming straight from the storehouse to discover the liberties, especially Meath Street. It's a traditional street, but also a rapidly changing one, becoming a multicultural area while retaining its traditional style and values. We had a great experience opening up here. People are very welcoming and interested in trying our food. Having a Korean barbecue place on the same street as a traditional 60-year-old fish and chips is somewhat surreal, but it works. Just as Dublin is becoming increasingly multicultural, these streets are transforming the same way, which I think makes the whole experience so unique. You see, it just works. If you have a 60-year-old Irish fish and chip shop and then some Korean gook barbecue place, it just fucking works. You can all just mix and match everything and it'll just be great. I'm not mad. I'm not upset. Yeah, just... They also had some like bullshit feminist ads. The fish on a bicycle... The commercial opens with a group of women drinking in a bar. Flashbacks show these women doing jobs traditionally associated with men, such as drilling roads and driving lorries. The quote from Australian writer, social activist, and filmmaker Patricia Irene Dunn, "A woman needs a man like a fish needs a bicycle," appears, followed by a shot of an empty maternity ward and a fish riding a bike along the pier. Jesus Christ, just for that alone, maybe don't drink Guinness. Like, holy shit. I know that's an old ad, but they're proud of that ad. They think that's a good ad. Like, God fucking damn. Overall, like, even if you removed all that advertising bullshit and the propaganda, it's still a shit tour. It was pretty crap. You learn next to nothing about really how they make beer or what they do. There was some cool presentation, like they had this where water would fall from the ceiling and it would spell out words and make shapes, and that was kind of neat and interesting. There was a informative short film about barrel making and all that. You had a history of some of the most famous like ads for Guinness. That was also interesting. But yeah, they also had a harp here because there was a thing where Guinness copyrighted the symbol of Irish nationalism, the Brian Boru harp, and they did it before the Irish government really did it. So like the Irish government harp is backwards while the Guinness one is the correct way. So there was that. And then you get to the very top, and the very top you have this huge glass viewing platform, and you can get a free drink here, but it's also incredibly crowded. Some of the views are interesting. I think that's a picture of the Wicklow Mountains in the distance. I'm not 100%. No, I just didn't have a great time. It's a huge mass of people, so it's just kind of uncomfortable. Maybe if you were going to the Guinness Storehouse and it wasn't during tourism season, it was just when it was basically dead or there's just not a lot of traffic, you would probably enjoy it a good amount more. Yeah, just Korean barbecue next to the Irish pub, and then, throw in like an Italian place, throw in a German, throw in a French, throw in an English, throw in an American, and just put them all in the same area and it'll just work. And okay, sure, it's not really Ireland anymore, and it's not really Irish, but it just, like, works, man. It just works. I was not overall pleased with the Guinness Storehouse tour. The last thing we did was the Book of Kells experience. This was at 5 o'clock or maybe 5:30. I know a little bit about the Book of Kells, but they have a whole exhibit before. And then you get to be in a room with the book itself. And yes, it is very beautiful. It is very impressive. You cannot take any photography of the Book of Kells itself, but I enjoyed it. I thought it was, pretty informative and cool. And then we had the old library, the long room, with this really impressive barrel ceiling. I know I keep mentioning the ceilings, but really, the ceilings. The presentation of all of it, and just they really just don't make it like they used to. They do have a lot of the books taken off the shelves because they are preserving them. The shelves are mostly empty. They have that huge globe in the background, but they also have these statues along the side of famous, important thinkers and that type of thing. I got a picture of a statue of Cicero. They do have the Brian Boru harp here. Again, it's not that old. Brian Boru died in 1014. This harp is, I believe, around the 1600s, but still an incredibly important symbol for the Irish. So there you go. And once you exit through the old library, there is actually a part 2, which me and Josh went into, and we went in through the wrong side, and we're like, oh, the part 2 of the tour is just a fucking gift shop. Like, that's all there is. There's another entrance to this red box on the Trinity campus. So we went in through the right way, and there's some informative stuff about some of the manuscripts and just documents and things that Trinity College stores. There's a couple little short film things. Overall, I thought it was decent, and then you exit through the gift shop, so I thought I had I thought the Book of Kells experience was a decent time. I was happy to see the old library and everything. On Trinity College, though, we did have this, which was just really excellent. They have this sign here. It's a beautiful thing, The Destruction of Words, George Orwell, 1984. New York Times report on words discouraged at U.S. federal agencies. Black and Latinx, clean energy, climate crisis, confirmation bias, cultural heritage, DEI, disability, discriminatory, disparity, LGBTQ. I'm not going to lead every word, but what a bunch of faggot shit libs. Hey, here's the thing. No one in America knows who the Taoiseach of Ireland is, and no one really gives a fuck. Just some advice, little, hey, heads up for you guys. I like Ireland. I like the Irish people that I think are cool, are really cool. I think they're the best. But there's something with just like, no one cares, right? Like, I don't care about your opinion of American politics. Not really. And you shouldn't give a fuck about really my opinion of Irish politics. Not really, because I don't live there. I don't have a say. Not that I'm a Trump boy, but it's just bizarre that they just live on just Trump, 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 Trump. I don't get it. I don't understand it. You know, in America, we have, like, at least I do, a general idea of, like, some of the elections going on in European countries, but I'm not really into it. Like, it seems a decent amount of Europeans are into, like, American politics. So I don't know. I don't understand it. It's weird to me. After we did the Trinity College stuff, we then went to St. Stephen's Green, which was this park nearby. Honestly, it was a pretty nice park. There were a lot of seagulls here. They're bigger than I thought, and they're just kind of mean and shitty. I did not like them. A cool thing about the park is you walk around and there are some placards about the Easter Rising because some of the fighting did occur in St. Stephen's Green. So I thought this was like a really nice park. Unfortunately, there are like Muslims and such there, but get rid of them. It's still a very nice little park. After that, we went back to the hotel for a little bit. I think just some of the guys wanted to use the bathroom or change or something, and then we were going to go out to eat. Hotel, there were 3 of us in one room. They only gave us 2 towels. They were extremely hesitant to give us a 3rd towel. We're 3 adult men. Why can we not have 3 fucking towels? Whatever. After that, we're heading out to dinner. There was a group of 5 women walking past us. They were dressed, I suppose, a little harlot-y, and they were chanting That is something, fuck that. Supposing that they were the objects to be fucked, and this was some kind of crude siren song to lure young men to their demise, they were probably Americans, to be fair. We're not really sure where to eat for tonight. I don't want to pick a pub. Not that it's necessarily a bad thing, but something that's like a minute down the street from the hotel. I'm fine of just walking a little bit longer within reason and just finding something that's a bit better. We ended up settling on a place that I didn't think was ideal or great, but whatever. So we sit down, we order. Josh defends the travel agent when the travel agent and the other company, because it was the travel agent with like AAA, and then there was some Irish company that like set up our vacation. So Josh defends them. I'm not attacking Josh himself, but I'm just laying out like, no, the travel agent really didn't do a good job, and the other company certainly didn't do a good job either. We're talking a little bit about attractions and stuff that we have planned, and Evan chews me out at the restaurant. I just point out that if we had just gone with the manifest that our travel agent laid out for us. Actually, yeah, just let me read out the manifest. This is the final manifest that we have. First page is just our flight, when we're departing, arriving in Dublin, our company that's going to pick us up, take us to our hotel. We have our hotel information. We have Sunday, the Guinness Storehouse tour. We have Tuesday, the car rental information. Nothing. Hotel information for Galway. We have our day tour Wednesday to Connemara. Then we have, not that they booked anything, but they just have written for Thursday that we're supposed to do the Cliffs of Moher. Then we have our hotel for Killarney, and then we have our hotel in Kilkenny, and then it has our hotel in Dublin, and then our flight information for when we're heading back to the US. That's literally it. That is literally and actually our final manifest from our company. All the attractions and all the stuff that we had laid out, I thought, and everyone else also thought, that they were going to put this and just like pepper it into the day-to-day planning. Like, okay, you guys had these attractions listed out. You're going to be in Killarney for 3 days. So day 1, do this stuff. Day 2, do this stuff. Day 3, do this stuff. This place, and this place are all really close together, so you can definitely knock them out. And just a layout like that. We never received anything like that. This is about as bare bones as it can fucking get. It sucks. It's dog shit. We shouldn't have paid money for this. It was that fucking bad. And then I bring up like, okay, if, I hadn't, and again, I'm the one that did all of the work for the planning of the trip and booking shit and all of it. And I'll get into that more later on, but literally all that got suggested was Trinity College by Evan and Cooley Nature Park. Everything else was me. So he, in kind of a snarling, snotty incel thing, says that my suggestions were clickbait article quality. Okay. Just fucking cunt, just piece of shit, whiny, privileged little faggot, almost did nothing for the whole fucking trip. And okay, great, super, just fucking you can insult me in a lot of ways, but this right here was like the worst thing. Just this trip that I've wanted for years and years and years. This thing that I'm putting all this time and effort to plan, and no one is fucking helping me. And you're accusing me of basically having clickbait article quality tier stuff. Again, I thought the National Leprechaun Museum was okay. I might do the night tour something if I ever went back. Dublin, I wouldn't go to again, but I still got some useful information out of it. I'm trying. No one else was trying. I'm not perfect. And then he offers basically a fake non-apology. You can just tell from his tone and how he's looking at me, he's just trying to say sorry, but he's saying sorry because he just wants things to be like cool between us, not that he actually like really gives a fuck. Maybe that sounds like kind of petty, but it was true. It was a fake apology. Also, he got rather pissed off with me because I said I don't want to tip our waitress because our waitress had not done a good job. I'm sorry, I don't tip for free. If you live or survive off tips, you should do a good job. You should provide a good service. A tip is not guaranteed for me. I don't need you to go above and beyond. If you do like a fine, decent job, yeah, I always tip. But if it's like, oh, the service was pretty shit, I'm not going to tip you. Like, no, sorry, no. So our waitress did not belong in Ireland, and she did not belong in Europe either. So no, I don't tip those people. I don't care. I don't want them here. If you tip them, they're going to stick around. They need to get the fuck out. So yes, Evan got very angry. He didn't say anything, but he was just kind of across his face, livid that I didn't want to take money out of my pocket and give it to one of them. Just like, Jesus fuck, dude. God damn, like I don't want to be traveling with these people at this point. Like, holy fucking shit. You could say a lot of things to me, but accusing me of that, of not putting effort in, that's the fucking line. That's really the fucking line. I got melatonin that night from John Boy. Will it work? I will not room with Evan or Josh again. I'm just tired of it. I kind of wish at this point that I was also just doing this trip by myself because it's just not worth it. It's not worth it to plan all this shit for months in advance. Barely anyone offers any suggestions or ideas to help with the trip planning process. No one is helping me. And then we finally get here, and then it's bitching and crying and whining that, oh, I didn't want to do this attraction. Why didn't you say something 6 months ago? You know, why are we doing this right now, like the fucking day of? It doesn't make any fucking sense. Anyways, we're all 5 friends.
The white man marches on!
Monday, May 26th, this is our new Grange in Hill of Tara tour. It's supposed to go all day. There's a few other sites as well. Our day did not begin super well. It began with me getting an email from our private driver saying that he blew a tire, and I started to worry that this might be a scam, and I had signed up for that. I did do my research before hiring this guy. It seemed legit, everything above board. It all looked good. And I'm doing more research as like we're sitting and waiting because he says it might be about like an hour and a half before we're able to really get started. And it doesn't seem that way. It doesn't seem like a scam. But there was a delay, so we're all just kind of sitting around and waiting. And I'm thinking, did I fuck this up? Are we not going to see the Hill of Tara in Newgrange? Oh man, this sucks. We still have the tickets, so we could theoretically hire a Uber or something to taxi us out there or whatever. We do have all day to figure it out. This is the only thing we have booked. But we do get out on the road at about 9:30, 9:40-ish. We were supposed to leave by 9, but still everything is going okay. Evan offers an apology. It's not like much, but I guess we're sort of better. I still don't really get that if people were unhappy with some of the manifest stuff, then why didn't anyone else help me with the trip? If I hadn't done any of this, if I had just checked out like all these other faggots, and I'm not calling everyone of the 5 faggots, just 2 guys in particular, but if I had done that, if I had just done what they had done, that's all we have from the tour guide. That manifest I just listed out is literally all we fucking have. So it's like, okay. And I didn't do what they did, expecting everything to be taken care of for them, because I actually wanted to really enjoy my vacation, and I was really looking forward to it, and I've been planning it for a very long time. So anyways, let's just keep going. Our driver does show up. He's a really nice guy, just very friendly and informative. We drive through Phoenix Park, which I kind of wish we had put on our manifest. That's maybe something for next time if I go to Ireland. It looks like there's some cool stuff out there. It's just kind of far from our hotel, and we don't get our car till Tuesday. But that was pretty cool. It did rain basically the entire day with gusting winds, but this also meant that we did get a lot of the sights for ourselves, and that was great. That was truly excellent. Our first stop was Trim Castle. This was the castle that was used in Braveheart, so maybe you recognize it a bit from that, but it was pretty cool. We did not go inside the castle. There was a tour that you could do. I was just kind of worried about timing because we had tickets to Newgrange at like 2:30, and we are already like 30, 40 minutes behind schedule. So yeah, I thought we should probably get a move on. So we did not do the inside of Trim Castle, but you can walk around. There's this cool little chamber that you descend into off to the side. You can see the river nearby, and yeah, got like arrow slits and that type of thing. I got a photo of a church that's just in the distance. It looks really good. And yeah, I thought Trim Castle was neat. I do wish we had kind of done the tour, but like it was good enough to like drop by. It is free to just walk around the grounds. You don't have to pay anything. Then we had, I believe it was Bective or Bective Abbey, which was cool. It's definitely in ruins and in a great state of disrepair. We had these really beautiful little archways. You can walk around a bit and get to like a second level. I noticed this carved on the side. It's a like Trinity knot. So that was really neat. There was this area where you can see, so there's the staircase, but it's obviously missing some steps. Those have fallen away. And the stones are kind of wet. It's been raining all day. I did not want to chance the steps at first, and we were just walking around the place ourselves. There was no one else there, which is cool. But as we're leaving, John Boy says, yeah, I saw that stairwell. I did get up there. So I'm like, if John Boy did it, I'm going to fucking do it. So I did chance the stairs. Here's photo evidence of it. Legitimately, kind of fucking dangerous getting down. It's a pretty big gap to get down. Getting up was certainly a lot easier than coming down. I do sort of regret going up there, but fuck it, I did it. There's nothing really up there. You can't really go further. It's just closed off. So yeah, but I did do it. Unfortunately, there was like some trash here and there. I don't know if that's just shitty people or maybe homeless people stay here every now and then. But yeah, kind of interesting. There's also this big tree in the courtyard. I think this was up and running up until Henry VIII, and then, he like confiscated all the church lands and that type of thing. At the Hill of Tara, this is where the Stone of Destiny is seat of the High Kings of Ireland. Really have been looking forward to this for so long. It was absolutely at the top of my list. Raining really heavy out here, very like heavy winds, muddy paths, but it was excellent. No buildings obviously survived, but you can see the outlines in the ground of where all would have stood, and they've, done a lot of research to like plan and map out where everything would have been. He did mention, our tour guide did bring up that there is some history here where it was in the 1800s. And there's this group in England that, like the British Israeli stuff, that thought that they were the real Jews and that the Ark of the Covenant was buried in Ireland. This is actual history. This did actually happen. And they thought the Ark of the Covenant was specifically buried at the Hill of Tara. So they went here, they killed a lot of Irish people, and they just dug up a lot of the area looking for the Ark of the Covenant. Of course, they never found anything, but they did destroy some of the area around there. Also, an interesting note, this British-Israeli we're the real Jews stuff, there's a group much later on in America, but it does carry over. and they are Aryan nations. That's Richard Butler. It gets into Bob Matthews and the Order. It all traces its roots back to some of this shit. So that was really interesting history. I was not expecting that at the Hill of Tara at all. We then get to the Stone of Destiny. This is where the crowning of the High Kings would take place. You would put your hand on the stone, and supposedly the stone would cry out when the next High King put their hand on it. Now, White Pill Media, even though he had seen photos of the stone online, he just thought they were bad angles or something, and somehow in his head thought that the stone would be about 8 to 10 feet tall. It wasn't. It's pretty small. And I don't know, just like the Stone of Destiny, the coronation of kings, I was expecting 8 to 10 feet tall, not like, I don't know, 4-ish feet or so. It's not very big. It's not very big. It's not very big. But I knew this guy that said that he went to Stonehenge in England and you couldn't get close to the monument or anything at all, but we're right up there next to it. We did get to put our hands on it and got to touch the stone. It did not cry out for any of us, but that was really cool. That was excellent. That was amazing. After this, we went to the Hill of Slain, which is nearby, and in Christian mythology, early Christian mythology, St. Patrick supposedly lit a fire on the Hill of Slain, and this was for Beltane or whatever, like the beginning of May, and like the High King of Ireland was supposed to light the first fire, and this was supposed to, symbolize his power and dominion over the land. No one was allowed to light a fire before him, so St. Patrick does this and subverts him, and they're on the Hill of Tara. They send like the king's soldiers over there. St. Patrick wins them over, and then the king eventually converts to Christianity. A lot of debate that this was just a random Christian story. It never happened. The Hill of Slain isn't close to the Hill of Tara. Well, I'll actually link this down below, and I'll play a few clips of it now, but they did prove this. This was a couple years ago, and I think our tour guide said they proved it even earlier, but if you light a fire on the Hill of Slain, like a big bonfire like St. Patrick supposedly lit, you absolutely can see it from the Hill of Tara. So especially in that time when there's no electricity, there's no competing light sources, if someone lit a giant bonfire, you absolutely can see it clearly from the Hill of Tara. I'm not sure if St. Patrick really did do that, but it's nonetheless incredibly interesting.
Between the trees. Look.
That's definitely it.
Jesus, that's as clear as day, isn't it?
Yeah, it's flickering. That's definitely the fire.
I tell you, Mickey,
huh?
I think we've done it, Kate.
Well done,
We've done it. Well done. I didn't do it, so St. Patrick did it.
Also, though, at the Hill of Slain, I did see a Beware of Thieves sign, which I thought was more of like a funny, quirky, Irish sense of humor thing. No, our tour guide did explain that he did stay with the car, and he did say that sometimes when tours come out here and they leave their belongings in the car, you will have groups of thieves come in the car and just rob them. Our guide, who I did really like, I thought he was a great guy, he did blame the thefts on Syrians and Romanians. Even though I really liked the guy, he's still and some of the stuff that he talked about, he was still kind of a leftist, which, whatever, I still liked him. But it's interesting that you can be a leftist and hold those opinions, and you will also acknowledge that, oh yeah, those groups of thieves that are robbing people, it's Syrians and Romanians. They're non-Irish. Shouldn't these non-Irish not be in Ireland then? But I don't think we would follow that train of logic with them, but whatever. Oh, he also pointed out to us that we had this statue of St. Patrick here. There was also one at the Hill of Tara. This one was missing its hand. It had been cut off by people years ago. He also said that there had been graffiti on the Stone of Destiny itself and on the St. Patrick statue at the Hill of Tara. And they had to sand the stone down and get rid of the graffiti, which is just really just shitty and just horrific. I don't know why someone would damage a monument like that, but they did. Anyways, so there was that. They also, in the Abbey, they had a cemetery across from it. And I have never really seen this in the US. Maybe I have and I just overlook it. But I think this is rather uncommon in America. But they have like above the graves, there's like a bed of rocks, just like small little rocks. I guess it's an Irish thing because we do see this at a few other cemeteries, but I don't really see this in America. I don't know why. Had like a little abbey church there. We got to walk around that a little bit, and that was also pretty nice. Oh, he also gave us some history about the Slane area. There's some distillery here because it's like an old castle, and apparently they used to have a lot of bands play there, and the biggest concert they had about like 82,000 people, which is just crazy. Some people would try to swim the River Boyne, and a lot of people drowned trying to do that to get into the concert for free. Some people made it, but a lot of people did die. They became a lot harsher on preventing people from trying to cross just because so many people died. And also, I like our guide. He did make some like mistakes historically because like the Hill of Tara, obviously it fell out of use at some points. This is also the place where Daniel O'Connell gave his like great speech to this massive crowd. So yeah, the Hill of Tara has been a very important cultural and historical place for thousands of years in Ireland, right? But obviously, there's a point when the Hill of Tara falls out of use and it's not really occupied, right? The buildings are destroyed, no one replaces them. So I was just kind of questioning what year that happens. Obviously, the Hill of Tara is still very much occupied in the year 433 with St. Patrick, but I don't know. I feel like maybe it's like a minor residence or something, or it's more symbolic or cultural rather than it like has the power that it used to, but obviously it does diminish in favor. England doesn't even like build something there like, oh, this is an important place for the Irish. We're building a castle here, and we're going to control it. So they don't even bother doing that. So is it even really as relevant as it used to be by the time of the Norman invasion? The guide was also wrong about the Battle of the Boyne because that did occur around the area that we're traveling through. He said it happened in 1666. I said it was 1690, but I still really like the guy. He's a good guy. And then finally, we are driven to the Newgrange Tour Center. They have this really nice presentation where they're just laying out a lot of the history. You're just walking around. You're not doing the tour yet. It's a kind of cool visitor center. Kind of had like a little rock tunnel thing that you could walk through, and it's like you're kind of walking through there. So yeah, that's kind of neat. That's kind of interesting. We have to wait a little bit so we get some food, and then we go walk down so that we can get on a little bus. It's not too many people. There's not too many people on the tour, so it's not overcrowded. It feels great. And the first place we go to is Noath. And Noath is actually a lot bigger than Newgrange. I thought that Newgrange was the big one and Noath would just be a smaller one, but it's incredibly impressive. You have this belt of stones right under the mound. You have all these little passage tombs that circle Noath, but she also goes into detail because like you can see it's not perfect, right? Because like the little tombs were obviously put there before the big tomb, because one of the little tombs is like within, like they built the big tomb afterwards because it's not a perfect circle, right? So it's interesting. You can definitely see like the Celtic, like carved artwork in the stones, and not Celtic because this is thousands of years before the Celts. It's made in like 3200 BC, but these are symbols that like are called kind of Celtic now, but they're Neolithic. You can see spirals in this one for sure. It's interesting as hell. And this was incredibly interesting. They had this little timber pit thing because, yeah, the sites fell out of use, but there were periods where like Christians were there because they found Christian graffiti on the inside of some of these tombs. And they also like built a structure on top of it. It was also used as like farming for a bit. Oh, here's the photo where it's like, yeah, this little one was built beforehand, and then they wanted to build the giant one, and unfortunately that one was in the way, so it was kind of incorporated into it, you know? What else? We did not get to go into the Noth one, but you get to walk on top of it. It looks great. It's really bad wind and rain at this point, but I don't care. It's excellent. Then you have a little exhibition hall across the street where you get some more information about it. And yeah, there's some excellent photos where here's what it probably would have looked like at the start, and then around this time, and then this time. I believe it was for both of them, but definitely for Noth, where you had like an entrance coming from the east and the west, but they never like met, and they would end in a like crucifix symbol, like a chamber to the left, above, and then to the right. And these would be burial chambers. They found the remains of a lot of bodies in them. I'm not trying to be like really annoyed, but there were some pretty little kids there that were definitely too young to enjoy or appreciate where they were or what this stuff was. One of the kids was kicking around an empty Pringles can while our tour guide was giving us a lot of information, so that was kind of annoying and pissing me off. Far, far, far better than Guinness. It's not even fucking close. This was incredible. And then we were on to Newgrange. And Newgrange is the one where you actually get to go inside of it. And they had like passages from the east or west, but they never met up. They like ended just before they would connect. I'm not exactly sure why. Maybe it's because the tour guide also brought up that Noth was probably about the equinoxes, whereas Newgrange was supposed to be about the solstices. And so we're at Newgrange. We have a different tour guide than we had at Noth, and she's pretty cute. She is honestly the cutest woman of the trip so far. She just has this really beautiful voice, and she's just lovely. We get split up into two groups. One group is heading into the chamber with the tour guide at first, and the other group is to just walk around and just see the sights, like the outside of Newgrange. Yeah, I just take a couple photos of that. You get to see some spirals and stuff on some of the stones, the entrance. There's some debate about this quartz wall that was reconstructed because, again, this was built like 5,000 years ago. So the mound from the top, like the earth mound on top, naturally it sunk over time and it ended up covering up both entrances. I got some photos from some of the excavations that they were doing in the 60s and such, and there's like trees and everything on top. It was totally completely overgrown, and these sites were rediscovered, I believe, in the late 17 or 1800s, and then they didn't even really bother with a full excavation until the 1960s. So they rebuilt this quartz wall around, but there's some debate if the wall really would have been that high and such. I think that there probably was a retaining wall underneath the mound, but it probably wouldn't have been like as tall as it is. That's probably not quite correct, but still, it's really beautiful and interesting. There are some OPW guys that walk around. They kind of follow us around the back, I guess, to make sure that we're not doing anything. But OPW is the Office of Public Works. There's like one younger guy that's like pretty muscular, and I'm like, he would fuck me up if it looked like I was going to try something, which is good. You do want people like that protecting your national monuments. So we just wait a bit, and then it's our turn to go inside. The interior is great. You have to sort of bend and duck down at one point. You're slowly making your way through this passage, and then it's wide enough for several people to stand around. You have this really tall capstone ceiling. They just stacked stones on top of each other, and It got tighter as it went up, and then you have this capstone on top. It's completely waterproof on the inside. It doesn't get damp at all, and it's just incredible that 5,000 years ago they constructed this so well that it still remains dry. You know, that's wonderful. And again, like, note that ends in a cuneiform or whatever, where it's you have the long passage and then it ends in a 3, like left, right, top, like a cross. But of course, this is way before Christianity. There's no photography or anything allowed in there, so I don't have anything like that. And in those 3 little chambers, you had basins in each one. And they did find remains in here. They also said recently they found like the bones of wolves at the entrances of the 3 little chambers, like at the thresholds of them. So like the Neolithic people would have brought wolves in, I guess, dead already. I'm trying to imagine like capturing a live wolf. That sounds incredibly difficult. So they probably killed the wolves and just like put their bodies across these thresholds, I guess, so that the wolf spirit or whatever would act as a guard dog, but that's incredibly cool. That's so interesting. There was also some graffiti on the inside from like the 1800s or so, and you can see like people who like carved their names in, which sucks. I hate that that's there. So they have a special lottery each year, so you can get a ticket and be in the chamber when the winter solstice, like the sun would fill the chamber up. And they do a simulation of that they turn the lights off in there, and then they have the lights slowly, and it doesn't completely fill the chamber, but it was still a really cool experience. That was great. This was the best tour by far. I highly, highly strongly recommend it. If people are doing Dublin and Newgrange and Tara, 100% worth it. On the drive back, our guide shit on the Michael Collins barracks, which is supposed to be a military history barracks. That's something that I was debating that we would do. Like, I had it on a list. I don't know. It seemed okay to me online. So it's like, okay, we won't do that, because that was maybe something we would do the following Tuesday when we're back in Dublin. He did recommend this tour in this cemetery. I think he said it was the largest cemetery in Ireland. It might be the largest cemetery in Europe. I can't remember which. And he also brought up, because there was like a theme park or maybe 2 theme parks near us when we were driving around in the Boyne Valley. But Ireland does have 2 theme parks. I thought they didn't have any. They have one which is called Emerald Park, which used to be called Tato Land. Like, they have a potato mascot and everything, and it's still a brand of chips in Ireland. I thought that was hilarious. I think that's great. Unfortunately, I didn't do that, but put that on the bucket list. They should have stuck with Tato Land. And then there's one called Tirnanog, which is supposed to be in Irish mythology, the realm of the gods. So we're back in Dublin after that. We go have dinner at this place called The Bank, which was really nice. It did used to be an old bank. I do take a photo of the ceiling once again, because the ceiling is really beautiful. I get this seafood pasta and 2 velvet stout. The night before, I had a fish and chips. They have like a paste made of peas. I thought that was pretty decent. I did enjoy that the night before. I also get a Guinness, and it was pretty good. There is still this coiled up tension within the group. It's still there. It's still pretty present, but yeah, for now at least, things are not openly hostile. After this night, I did not eat with the group again.
The white man marches on!
Now it's Tuesday, May 27th. We are picking up our rental car in Dublin, and then we're hitting the road. We're supposed to do the Cooley Nature Reserve Park. We're also supposed to go to the Burren, and then the Cliffs of Moher. And then we're driving up to Galway for our hotel. We're staying in Galway for 2 nights. So at breakfast, Evan, according to John Boy and BB, because I go down to breakfast and Evan had already been there. He went back up to his room. He already ate. Josh wasn't down yet, but John Boy and BB are there. And they ask me because Evan had been talking to them and saying that isn't Muckross, which is this hill in the Burren, which again had been on the manifest of like sites I wanted to see and put out there for everyone, and no one objected to it. It's this hill that I really wanted to hike. It's really beautiful and it's so iconic for the Burren. It's this, great limestone landscape. It's so utterly unique. And Evan was going around like saying to the guys, asking others, like, isn't Muckross really out of the way? Isn't it like really, really out of our way? Like, I don't know how to describe it. I suppose concern trolling a bit, but being a little rat fuck cunt and going behind my back and trying to get the other guys to agree and say that Muckross is totally out of the way, therefore we shouldn't do Muckross. So I'm not on good terms with Evan. I'm if you look at the map, you have the Cooley Nature Reserve, which was Evan's pick. And of course, Evan is not suggesting that the Cooley Nature Reserve, we just don't have time for it today, so we're going to skip it, right? That's not on the table. But the nature reserve is on the edge of the Burren. Muckross is in the heart of the Burren. It's about a 30-minute drive from Cooley Nature Reserve to Muckross. From Muckross to the Cliffs of Moher, which everyone wants to do, it's also about a 30-minute drive. It's literally just about smack dab in the middle on the way to the fucking Cliffs of Moher. It's not out of the way at all. But it's just, okay, let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go, just let it go. So then we have to go pick up the car from Hertz. I think it was something, a Skodiak or whatever. It is automatic. I cannot drive a stick. It is raining kind of heavy today. It's just frustrating. BB says that he does not want to drive at first. So, okay, I'm going to do the driving. Fine. I am sitting on the right-hand side with the steering wheel. You use the left-hand lane. It's different. It's uncomfortable. The brakes are very different from my car. My car is 20 years old, and these brakes are so fucking sensitive. They're ridiculous. But okay, and I don't have like time or an area to practice driving or anything. I'm immediately thrown out into Dublin and it's heavy traffic. It sucks. It really fucking sucks. But I don't have a choice. We got to get moving and it's on me to get us out of there. So when trying to get out of Dublin, BB is up front in shotgun, okay, and he's navigating for me. And the other three are in the back seat. We do miss a turn when trying to get out of Dublin. BB doesn't give me the right turn, so I'm a bit frustrated with that, and in my opinion, justifiably so. It's raining. It's the first time for me driving on the left-hand side of the road. I really don't want any mistakes. I just want to get the fuck out of Dublin, right? That does get screwed up. Whatever, we do get out of there onto a motorway. The motorways are good quality. They're similar to highways in the US. I did think they were pretty good. I was kind of impressed with them. I believe it's about a 2-hour or 2.5-hour drive to Cooley Nature Reserve from where we are. Things are going fine. No issues on the motorway. I'm feeling pretty comfortable. I still have issues where it's just weird because at least in America, right, you have like you're sitting in the car on the left and balancing where your car is because it's like, oh, I'm a little too far to the left. I'm hitting like the dun, 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 dun shit on the side of the road because I'm just not used to it. It's just the balance, the weight is totally off. But I'm getting a decent feel for it. We do have to get off the motorways at some point, and it's not ideal because, again, I'm not given the proper turn, so I end up passing up the nature reserve, and BB has me go down this area. Ireland has a lot of very narrow rural roads that are literally not big enough for your car on the left to go and a car on the right to go without hitting each other. You have to pull over to the side. Sometimes they have like little areas, like specifically like areas in asphalt that you can do it, or you're pulling over into the grass or someone's driveway or whatever, but it's literally not wide enough for two cars to go at once. They have me turn onto this road and immediately there is a truck coming and there's not enough fucking space. So frantically, I get over and the truck goes by. We're okay, but I'm a bit rattled. I'm a bit upset. I think anyone in my position would be a kind of upset and rattled. That wasn't fun for me. That wasn't a fucking game. And then BB says we're going to be on these rural roads for like 5 kilometers. And I'm like, 5 kilometers? What do you mean? It's like, that can't be right. This is taking us to the nature reserve. He's like, no, it's going to eventually turn us around so we exit the way we came. BB, if that's what this is going to do, I don't want to be on these roads for 5 fucking kilometers. I'll turn around immediately because there was space for me to do so. So I do that. We do get to the nature reserve. We're going to spend some time like walking the trails or whatever here. The park itself is pretty nice. It's free. Here's some photos of it. There's an autograph tree where some famous authors autographed their signature. The tree that they used looked really unique. It's a copper beech tree, and it provides this really nice canopy from the rain. It takes 30 to 40 years for it to grow, so I guess I better get started. We're here, we're just walking the trails. There's this river that looks great. Oh, here's this photo that the nature reserve had on a little placard. It's like how high the water got during winter, and that gate was pretty close to it. It's like, wow, the water really got high. Most of this was underwater. There's this kind of shore with all these rocks that looked cool. Yeah, I'm not having a bad time at all. There's also this lime kiln, and it's a decent time. We're doing this. We're here for about 2 hours. Evan brings up that he was here a couple of years ago. He was in Ireland in college for some summer classes or some shit like that. Leaving the park, Evan brings up wanting to go check out this house that's on the cool nature park. Like, it's somewhere. We didn't end up seeing it. No one's really into it, but he brings it up like it's something else for us to do. And in my opinion, like with Dublinia, like with other stuff, he is trying to stall for time so that we'll run out of time and we can't do Muckross. So I guess we better just go run, do the Cliffs of Moher, and then get to Galway because we're not going to do the thing that White Pill wants to do. When we get to the car, Josh says that he wants to ride shotgun, and I say, no, shotgun is going to be for BB because BB is going to navigate for me. Also, BB is the only other guy that can drive in Ireland. So I also want him up front so he can watch and look at me and get a feel for driving when he wants to drive himself. So I just want to, I want him up front. It makes sense that the other guy who could drive would also be up front. Josh is somewhat whining that he wants shotgun. Look, perhaps I give an exaggerated no, I don't want you up front, but then immediately both Evan and Josh jump down my throat over it. They both get really pissed off, and I just don't want to deal with it. It's like 2 yappy little fucking incels jumping down your throat over this. Accuse me of ruining the trip. They say that I have no patience with them, which is true because they're not worth it. They are known back home, I'm not exaggerating, for being not good drivers overall, but 2 just bad navigators. There are a lot of times when we would be driving, they would be driving, and they just miss turns or whatever. They're not paying attention, and then we have to do a U-turn or whatever. And you know what? I don't want to fucking deal with it in Ireland. I don't want to deal with it when we're on these windy, curvy roads and two cars can't pass at the same time, and Josh just goes, oh, sorry, I was looking at my phone. You were supposed to turn back there. I don't want to fucking deal with it. Literally, non-exaggeration, Josh can't name all of the highways in the city they've lived all their lives. If I ask Josh, can you tell me how we're going to get to this neighboring state? Like, just give me a general direction, like a highway to start with. You don't have to map out the whole way. He couldn't do it. He wouldn't fucking know. And he just doesn't fucking know. They suck at it. They've lived in the city their whole life, and just really basic shit. You know, they're just terrible at it, and I don't fucking want him up front. By the way, this isn't a democracy. If I'm the driver, I am dictator for the car, period. If I'm responsible for getting us somewhere safe, I'm going to choose the best guy to navigate me, and that's BB. Evan also autistically tries to intimidate me, like kind of stand up on his toes and like kind of lean towards me. It's not intimidating in the slightest. He also says that my flaws are obvious. I am cussed out a little bit by them as well. These are two guys that their family has a boat. They literally can't take their family boat out on their own. We're all nearly 30. They are deeply afraid and avoidant of personal responsibility that much. Never had a hard fucking day in their lives. Josh in particular, I'll get into him more later on, but he had a job at an accounting firm and he wasn't fired, nothing like that. His company liked him. He just quit for the fuck of it. And he just didn't really care for it. And he's nearly 30. He hasn't worked like 2 full years in his fucking life. It just doesn't matter, right? Mommy and daddy are going to take care of him, and it doesn't fucking matter. He claims that he left his job so he can really focus on studying for this exam. It's called the CPA, right? For the CPA exam. So it's been like 2 months. It's actually been closer to from like when he quit his job to the start of the vacation, about 10 weeks since he quit his job. All he's really done is play video games in that time, and I want to break his fucking jaw. Just this shit isn't cute anymore. It's not funny. We're not in fucking high school, but he just doesn't care. There's no shame. There's no urgency. There's no, I'm a burden to my mother and father. If he had decided like, hey, you know what? I'm really going to buckle down. I'm going to study. I'm going to knock this CPA out of the park, and I'm going to go get a great job at a place I really do want to actually work at. Cool, whatever. But he's just not doing that. So there's a lot in the background and everything. I do apologize to BB for snapping at him a little bit. Me snapping at BB was me being slightly annoyed with him and voicing that. It was not cussing him out. It wasn't raising my voice even. It was nothing in comparison to this. And I'm just dealing with these two whiny little cunts. I'm sorry if the back seats are kind of cramped, but I did not choose the car. This was chosen by our travel agent. And in America, this would be a decent sized, like medium-sized car. For grown men in the back, sure, I'm sure it's kind of tight. Sorry, not my fault. There's nothing I can do about that. So I'm not happy if people are uncomfortable, but there's also nothing I can do. While I didn't choose the car, I also didn't think that out of 5 adult men that I would be one out of the 2 drivers, for fuck's sakes. And then there's actual literal whining from Josh and Evan about my book bag, because I have my big suitcase in the trunk with everyone else's shit, and my book bag just doesn't fit. There's not enough space. So it's in the back with them where it can rest on the floor or it can be in someone's lap. My book bag is perhaps 10 pounds total with everything in it, if that. Not John Boy, but the other 2 are almost on the point of crying about oh yeah, and there's this fucking backpack back here. Jesus fucking Christ. Holy shit. I'm chauffeuring around a bunch of spoiled rich kids. I fucking hate Catholics. I fucking hate Catholics so much. Just they treat you like absolute shit. I thought this would be a fun Irish road trip with friends, and it's just really not. Like, you're shit in navigation back home, but suddenly you're going to be better on these tight-assed, windy roads. Like, fuck off. No mistakes. That truck thing earlier was already too close for comfort. I don't want any mistakes, not on my part and not on the navigator's part. I don't want it. I can't deal with it, okay? But eventually we all get back into the car and then we're on our way to Muckross Mor. But I'm kind of done. I want to check out. I've gotten my head bit off several times already and I don't want to fucking engage with these people anymore. At least not two of them in particular. It's just deeply, deeply fucking unpleasant. Like the smallest criticism for Evan, which isn't even a personal attack. Me just saying like, yeah, we can't get into the old library. We didn't buy a tour for it. And just the look on Evan's face when like, he wants to snarl and just jump down your throat for the smallest thing. You can't like interact with people like that on just a repeated basis. It's just not worth it. It's really, truly, absolutely not fucking worth it. We do drive. The roads aren't ideal. These are L and R roads. R is rural for an Irish road grade. L is somehow worse than that. The roads aren't great, but there's also not a ton of traffic out here because we're pretty far out. So it's not too bad. Muckross Mor is this beautiful limestone hill. I have some images here that I took. I would recommend, checking it out or at least looking it up later. But it's stunning. It's incredibly rocky. Cromwell had some quote about the Burren: not enough water to drown a man, not enough trees to hang them in the Burren, something like that. But it's captivating. And we have this lake nearby the base of Muckross Mor. I believe it's a turlough, which means a lake that is dry during the summer, but then it refills during the winter. It's like a seasonal lake, which is interesting. I think those are pretty rare in Europe. So I just have some landscape shots, and we're doing this hike. We're going to go up Muckross Mor, and then we'll come back down. There's some people in and around us, not a ton, but there's some other hikers out there. There's lots of bird calls, insects buzzing. There's not a lot of trees, but around the kind of base of Muckross Mor, like the skirt of it, there are some trees there, but really not a lot at all. There are way markers for this hike. You do have to rock climb a little bit. It's not too much, and it was good. It was good for me. It was utterly fantastic. Like, it's so quiet when you get to the top. I do pull ahead of the other guys, and I do the majority of the hike by myself. I don't want to fucking be around them. And just, we're in Muckross Mor, we're in the Burren, right? And they can't help themselves but talk about like video games and media and other shit. It's not that I don't enjoy video games and media and movies and other shit, but can you just like appreciate where we are and just how unique and beautiful this is and not ruin it by talking about some zany bullshit? It's a bit windy. Yeah, I know that like doesn't sound good or anything for me to just say incredible. But yeah, just look at the photos. I think at best you could maybe hear some cows mooing in the distance. And once you get to the top, it's kind of foggy, so you couldn't see too far out, but you can see in the distance some other limestone hills like Muckross Mor. I had an excellent time with this. I'm glad I mostly did it alone. That was much better than sticking around with them. Just total silence at the top. Yeah, skies were full of dark clouds. There's fog on the horizon. You had to look ahead at some points to find the next way marker, but they're spaced out pretty well. I thought the trail was marked pretty good. I did pass an older French couple who were hiking with some sticks. They were nice. And that was about it. I get to the car first. The idea to take the car and abandon them here did cross my mind more than once, But I do just wait for them. I'm not waiting a super long time, maybe 15, 20 minutes before everyone falls in. And now we're driving to the Cliffs of Moher, and of course the guys are talking about Persona 5 and what virtual women in that game they really want to fuck and date. So the plan was, once we got to Killarney, we were going to drive the Rings of Kerry. And when I say we were going to drive the Rings of Kerry, I mean Whitepill was going to drive the Rings of Kerry. The Rings of Kerry, from what I've seen online, you could do it in like 4 hours. But if you're doing that, you're basically rushing through everything. You're not taking in the scenes. You're not walking around. It's a very condensed, rushed tour of the Ring of Kerry. From what I've seen online, most people say that it's a full day. It's an entire day. Could you imagine a full day of having the privilege of driving around these cunts while they talk about Persona 5 and what virtual women they're gonna fuck? Doesn't that just sound like a great vacation to you? I know it sounds like a really good, fun vacation for me, but yeah, doesn't that just sound fucking amazing? We get to the Cliffs of Moher. We do pay for the Cliffs of Moher experience because we do want the parking. I don't know if there's like better places to park and then you can just see the shit for free or what, but whatever. We paid for the parking. It is pretty incredible, just the size of the cliffs and just looking out into the Atlantic. And I think you can see the Aran Islands from there. I might have seen them. I'm not 100%, but just the blue just goes on and on and on. It just seems endless. Just seeing light breaking through the clouds, and it just lights up little patches of the ocean. You had this rock out there near the base of the cliffs. You cannot see it. These photos are not the best, but there were like a lot of birds swarming around it. I went up both sides of the cliffs. Apparently they had trails where like there were much longer walking paths, but they've cut them back. So I'm not sure if they plan on expanding it or whatever, but I thought this was pretty decent. I'm glad I went. Just some photos of that. Oh, and there was one cow, just because there is like farms nearby. I mean, like literally within like feet of the cliffs, because a lot of the land up there is actually just private land. But so we had some cows. There was one cow standing up on this hill, separated from the other cows. I don't know if he was like their king or what, but that was kind of interesting. Oh, there were also some brown sheep. Forgive me for being ignorant, but I did think that sheep were mainly just white. I've never really seen brown sheep before, but yeah, there were some brown sheep there. That was basically the Cliffs of Moher. From there, it was, I don't know, about 2 hours to get to Galway in our hotel. I really do just want to eat by myself this night, and I also really want to get my laundry done for free at the hotel. From what I saw online, they did provide a laundry service, and I will cover that in a minute. So we get to Galway. Our hotel's pretty near the ocean. The guys are going out to dinner. I say I'm doing my own thing. And I also need to get toiletries like a razor and shaving cream. I was able to find a place that sold razors, but no shaving cream. So that was fun. We also got into Galway kind of late, and pubs are not like American bars where they serve food pretty late at night. It's like 7:38. They don't serve food anymore. So that was unfortunate. I tried to go to 2 pubs for food, but they both didn't have food either. But at my second pub, I did get 2 Guinness. And then on the way home, they call fast food takeaway. And there's this little place that sold fish and chips. So I got fish and chips to take back to the hotel. I don't know. I didn't have a better plan. Oh, and before in Dublin, I had bought some loaves of bread and jars of peanut butter because I thought, we would just eat this when we're driving around Ireland. But I couldn't really find plastic utensils in Dublin. So finally, I had a plastic fork from my takeaway box. So I was rather excited about it, and I made a note because I could finally make peanut butter sandwiches. While I was walking alone for dinner that night, I ran into the guys who had gotten food and were heading back to the hotel. They offered food because they bought like to-go food, and I said no, and I just kept walking. I don't know if this was necessarily correct on my part, but I had already been snapped at several times, and I felt that the rest of the trip would be like this. I just want to avoid them. I want to try to enjoy my trip as best as I can. I just don't want to fucking deal with them anymore. It's only been a few days, and I thought we might get into some fights and arguments. I didn't think it would be this bad, this fast, but it's just not worth it to me. It really fucking isn't. I don't want to, I can't do this anymore. Our Galway hotel isn't great. There was a TV playing through the wall. There's no air conditioning, a baby crying this morning, loud talking, not pleasant. I had wanted this trip since like 2018, since like my graduation in 2018 from college, or even like 2016 when I started writing. So 7 or 9 years, and this is it. I get to chauffeur these pieces of shit around Ireland. Not all of them. I have nothing against John Boy or BB, but these fucking guys. Also, driving into Galway was super fun. We saw a lot of Indians on the way, which I guess isn't a surprise, but it's certainly not ideal. 8 more days of this shit. I wish I wasn't going on the Connemara day tour the next day, but going on a day in the Burren. I still feel like I should have done this, and that was a mistake on my part. Now, I have a photo here because the lady at the front desk said, oh yes, we do provide laundry service. And blah, blah, blah. Upstairs, you'll find a laundry bag in your room and a price sheet. And you can take a look at that and then come fill it out. And then if you bring it down here, you would be charged for the items. So, this is their laundry service. A shirt costs €4 to laundry. Socks cost $2.50. Underwear, $2.50. A t-shirt, $3. T-shirt, long sleeve, $6. A pair of jeans, $9. Incredible. Absolutely fucking beautiful. I hate Ireland so fucking much. So I'm a little frustrated also because Ireland really doesn't have laundry service. Not like a laundromat. Maybe in Dublin there were some. But a 24-hour building, you walk in, it's wall-to-wall washers and dryers. I don't think that really exists. I did see at some gas stations, like out in the, off to the side, 2 sets of washers and dryers. When I looked those up, they had pretty bad reviews, and so I didn't really want to use them, and they just seemed kind of shit. There was some... Oh, also on the way back, we started using the car's dash. Like it has a screen that you can use and you can sync with your phone. So now the navigation is right there. It's much more readable for me. It's not just BB looking on his phone. It was very helpful. We just got turned around once, so it's like one bad turn, but totally fine. And I don't know, it's just my car is 20 years old, so I'm not super familiar with all like the new little gadgets. It also has like a backing cam, which is useful. I don't have one. I don't really need one. It also has like sensors when you're getting too close to things, and they'll go like beep, 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 which is, again, fine. Like it's a nice little tool, I guess. Frankly, driving in the Burren, whenever like vegetation is hitting the side of the car, that's a pretty good indicator for me that I'm over far enough that the other guy can pass and we'll be okay. Him saying I was ruining the trip. They planned nothing. I was a little frustrated with BB when he gave me some bad directions. I did apologize to him. I told Josh that he couldn't sit up front. I guess because there's not a lot of leg room in the back. He was throwing a tantrum. Outside of that, I don't see how I'm ruining the trip at all. I just don't. I'm trying to be really self-aware here and go over the details, but I'm not fucking seeing it. Evan plans the Trinity stuff, but then, we have to book the Kells tour last minute. Yeah, I had decided to eat alone that night. I can do that for the rest of the trip. I just don't fucking care. And I had already planned this before the trip, but I was pretty upset that we weren't really going to be spending any time in the Burren. And if it was up to the guys, we would have seen Muckross Mor. And actually, if we're being fair, if it was up to Evan, we wouldn't have even seen Muckross Mor. So Whitepill would not have been able to go into the Burren at all, really. And my plan was to take the car Wednesday night by myself and to explore the Burren for the few hours I would get after our planned Connemara day tour. We're supposed to be on a tour bus for it. Some of the tension between Evan, Josh, and me, it wasn't just like all happening on this trip. It had been building up for a while. 15 years is a long time to know somebody, but high school and college, it's very different from being in your adult life. And it just started getting harder and harder for me to relate to people with such polarizing worldviews and beliefs, like hard work and sacrifice, and they're just kind of the opposite. Anything that infringes upon their personal comfort or luxury is like a direct threat, and they will flip the fuck out. Known these guys for 15 years. We went to high school together. We became friends in the computer lab playing Minecraft on a server. It was a really pricey Catholic high school. I got in basically on a charity program. Not that my family's like poor. We weren't on food stamps or anything like that. I would describe ourselves as like lower middle class, right? We were in the suburbs. We had a house. It was a good house. But it was still like a very, very expensive school. So college for me, I did a state school for 4 years. And for them going to college, they went to a college that 1 year at their college, just for one of them, was worth more. It cost more than all 4 years, my entire college experience. We live in pretty radically different worlds. We grew up pretty fucking different. And they both graduated with no debt. It's not that I think being rich makes you a bad person. I would like to be wealthy someday, but it's just, I just don't get it. Like, their parents are super nice people. They're some of the nicest people I've ever met. Their dad is the embodiment of the American dream, coming from a working class background, a good family and everything, but he worked and studied very hard. Yeah, he grew up in an America very different from the America we live in now, but he really made something of himself, and it wasn't like he just did a scratcher at a gas station and woohoo, I'm rich. It was, he really applied himself, and it took a long time to get where he did, but it was incredibly impressive. I don't know how you go from their father to these guys. I don't fucking see it. My plan for Wednesday when I get back from the day tour is to immediately just run to the Burren, do as much as I can with as much daylight as I have, and then head back to Galway. Otherwise, I would have seen so little of it.
The white man marches on!
Wednesday, May 28th, this is our Connemara day tour, and then I plan on doing the Burren alone that night. There's a little rain. We get an Uber from our hotel more towards the city center of Galway. I stop into a shop because I'm looking for shaving cream because I haven't been able to shave yet, and I am able to get some shaving cream. So I'm the last one on the bus out of the 5, so everyone else is sitting next to each other, right? So I get to sit next to a stranger because there are just no open rows where I could just be by myself. So I'm sitting next to this little Asian guy with the camera. We don't speak. He's nice enough, I guess. We are driving out of Galway. I took a photo of some cathedral. We're in, it's not rocky like the Burren. There is some rocks because there's mountains and such. There's some sheep, a lot of just lazy stone fences and such, mountains. We're heading to Killarney Abbey as well. It looks good. It's pretty. We went through like a valley. The landscapes are nice, but the tour is very generic and tacky. We have the guy talking to us over the microphone, and he's just giving us these very surface level facts about Ireland. They're playing some I don't know, like maybe this is mean-spirited, but it feels rather generic Irish music, not like there's a lot of soul or heart into it. It feels like it was designed for American tourists. Or maybe that's just what it's associated with. We did see some stacks of cut turf they get from a bog and they dry it out. It has this very nice peat smell, and it burns a lot longer on the fire than wood. Ireland no longer exports peat. I think I bought some years ago, and it was nice, but you're not able to do that anymore. Some Connemara marble quarry. Connemara marble is this green rock. It's kind of nice. I did buy some coasters of it. Outside of that, I don't think they do much of Connemara marble. I had a dark mountain with green fields spread before it on my right. On my left, there are some more mountains and this beautiful lake. And then we get to Kylemore Abbey, which was nice. It has this really giant abbey that you can explore. They have some history and placards there. There's a mountain behind it. And actually up on the mountain, I really had to zoom in, but there is a little statue of Jesus there. So I did get a photo of that. But there are some walled gardens and some nice little buildings to explore. They have Connemara ponies, which I don't know. I don't know anything about them, but they had some of those that were nearby. Those were kind of nice. But yeah, the walled gardens, the house, all of it was nice. We didn't get to explore everything. We were there for maybe 2-ish hours or so. But yeah, beautiful fireplace there. They had a little dinner set up. They had a plate here for Lady Gregory. Lady Gregory, I've read some of her works. She was a part of like the Irish nationalism, bringing up Irish folklore, mythology, that type of thing. So I did recognize her name at the very least. And in part of it, they had some photographs taken of Innis Mor in the very late 1800s, nearly the 1900s. And they called them the Young Firbolgs, which is super cool. In Irish mythology, they have a few waves of invasions, which explains like their history, their people. You have the granddaughter of Noah, or maybe just the daughter of Noah, Sisir. That's the first wave. The second wave, you have Parthenon from Greece. The third wave, you have I believe it's Nemed, also from Greece or somewhere. Fourth wave is the Firbolgs. The fifth wave is the Tuatha Dé Danann, who are the gods of Irish mythology. And the sixth wave are the Milesians, who are the ancestors to the modern Irish. But yeah, that is cool, calling them the Young Firbolgs. And I did buy this down in the bookshop, but I think it's called Ireland in Color or something like that. There's 3 volumes of it. I did buy the first volume. Yeah, just some great landscape shots. And God, what were we doing after that? The tour guides had some interesting information. They talked about this Irish language TV. I think it was TG4. There was this show they brought up called Roosevelt. Airline that goes to the Aran Islands called Air Aran. It's an 8-minute flight to the Aran Islands from there, and they have to weigh you and your luggage before taking off. That's fun. The Asian guy next to me fell asleep at a few points. He didn't quite rest his head on my shoulder, but he did get close. We stopped at some little craft area where there are just some shops with some crafts and shit. I got like a bird and some stones. We were 30 minutes to Galway. They talked about this beach called the Beach of Heads, and then we barely saw the Spanish Arch on our way in. Frankly, it was kind of small and not very impressive. It didn't look great. We got to the city at about 5 o'clock, and I needed to get an Uber to go back to the hotel, and then from the hotel to the Burren. So I did all that. The guys went to, I guess, a pub or whatever. I do get to the hotel. I had a car charger. Like, I bought a multi-port car charger specifically for the trip because I thought, then several of us can charge our phones all at once. It didn't work. I guess it fit and everything, but I guess maybe it was the wrong voltage or whatever. I don't fucking know, but it wasn't fucking working. So then I had to run back up to the hotel room to go get a charger, burning so much fucking time. The left phone port would not charge. The right port did work, so I was able to charge my phone and then just go. So the first thing I had to do in the Burren was Cahir Coleman. I know I'm going to pronounce this shit pretty wrong, so whatever, deal with it. That was the name of the first place I tried. I ended up passing this place, Cassidy's Pub, which if you were going to walk the Karen Loop, you would have parked there. There was very heavy rain as I left. It was kind of windy and shitty. I did not care. Get to Cahir Coleman. There are some placards and such, but there's a bit of an issue. So I go in. It says the entrance is to the left. So I go in there. And I don't see it. I just see some, okay, that's private land over there. Okay, there's some like little wired fencing here. And I see what looks like, to me, a ring of collapsed stones. So I think like, oh, this was it? Seriously? I did walk a bit, but there are no way markers. There's nothing out there. So I ended up going back feeling like pretty disappointed. I am, in fact, wrong. I made a mistake. I don't really see how, if you don't already know where the place is, what you would have done, because there's no way markers. I didn't see it from where I was after walking in kind of far, but it is a triple stone ring fort, and if you go on the OPW's website, it is there. So I had not found it. I thought I had found it and was disappointed, but it is actually out there. You had to walk quite a bit further. And yeah, there's no signage or anything. So yeah, my suggestion would be to really make sure you know where you're going for it. I should have a photo of it up on the screen now, but yeah, I was not near it. I was like in the right area, but I couldn't see it from where I was. Kind of fun because, I did take a photo as I was driving. I did stop the car, so the car wasn't in motion. There were no cars coming. The good thing about it is that there was no traffic, but the roads somehow got even tighter to the point that it was literally down to a single lane for one car. So I don't know what would have happened if there had been a second car. But yeah, that's fun. The roads to my next destination, the Pullman Dolmen, which is like capstone passage tomb, the roads here were a lot better. There was this one stone fort where they do like sheepdog demonstrations that did not make it onto my list. So I just drove past that. It was also closed. So I get to the Pullman Dolmen, and I am the only one there. I know it's kind of later at night. It's around 7-ish at this point. It took me about an hour and a half, about there to get to my first destination. But there's lots of parking. I am all alone. There's more grassland here in the Burren that I thought, but the area at the portal is rocky. I was shivering a little bit. It was quite cold, but it's cool. Kind of like the Hill of Tara and the Stone of Destiny. It's a little smaller than you would think, but it was still nice. Walk around a bit, and look, they have a little sign and rope here, no entry, and it would be highly illegal to do this. So of course I didn't do it, and there's no video on the screen right now that suggests otherwise. But I did not cross the rope barrier to film the tomb in greater detail. I didn't do that. So yeah, if you see something, it's AI generated. I didn't do it. So I decided to take a little break at this point and try to eat. I brought with me the bread I bought in Dublin and the peanut butter. So it turns out that bread goes bad fast out here. Both loaves are ruined with mold. I ate 3 Babels, some peanut butter, and some Coke Zero. Sure, look, I get it. American bread gives you cancer, but it lasts like for 6 weeks, and it just never goes bad. So what's the trade-off here? What are you willing to sacrifice? Get a photo of, I'm not sure if that's Muckross in the distance or that's just another kind of limestone hill similar to Muckross. My next stop was Innis Mor. There are no signs or anything. There's not much parking, but I just got off to the side of the road. There is like some little space cleared for that. No signs or anything, but just on your left, there's a little stone fence area. There's just like a little stone fence that you pass through, and then you're in this wooded bend. There's a canopy overhead that was pretty nice, and then you get to it, and it has this nice little stone archway. There's this viewing platform. It was very cool. I really wanted to be in, just to walk around some of these stone forts and to really get a feel for them so I can write them well. Because it'll like be in like book 3, and I just want to, I want to make sure it's done well. I want to make sure it's detailed. I want to make sure that's correct. But yeah, very cool. Again, I have it all to myself. Very nice. My next stop was maybe a minute away. It's just like a minute down the road. It's the Ballyalaban Earth Fort. It is in fact closed. There is no entry allowed. You could park across from it. It's near the Alwee Cave. Again, I don't know if you were going to do something highly illegal, which I wouldn't recommend. There is perhaps a way to hop the fence very close nearby, and then you can get into the fort. The fort is totally overgrown. There are trees growing all around it. You have a bunch of tree roots that have taken over the ramparts of it. There's a muddy ditch all around it. Very cool, very nice. But again, if you are seeing any footage of it, it is AI generated. Again, it said no entry, so no, you're not allowed to go in there. There was also, if you didn't want to hop the fence, because I was wondering, how am I going to get out of here? There is a little thorny path, and you can just walk out. So you could also do that. There was Cahir Dunarish next, and I'm driving for a bit. I have this really big, I guess, hill, not quite a mountain, on my left. I'm on the edge of the Atlantic Ocean on this coastal road, and Google Maps tells me to stop. I'm there. There's nothing around me. So I park off to the side of the road. I think the fort is above me, just on the cliff or the edge. So I decide, let's go to Fanor Beach. That's next. I was thinking about it, but I decided, no, sorry, I cannot climb this shit in the rain. I will die. I'm all for being adventurous, but not that adventurous. It's still like cool, right? There's like a ship in the distance, and I don't know. I don't get to see the ocean every day, so that was nice. Oh, but before I go to Fanor, I go to the Muroturi whatever viewpoint. There was just one car here. There was a great view. Beach. It's very, very rocky, just more of the Burren landscape. So I took a few photos of that in the neighboring area, and yeah, just some videos. It's cold, I'm wet, I'm tired, but I'm having a wonderful time. I'm in the Burren, I'm exploring the Burren. I've wanted to be here for so long, and we're finally here. At Fanor Beach, they have a little height thing at the beach to make sure, I guess, your car's not too big. I was sort of worried we were going to skin the top of the car, but we did make it under their little checkpoint shit. I did see some way markers about, some walks in the area, Blackhead Loop, Cahir Valley Loop, Fanor to Bally Avon. So it looks like the Blackhead Loop will take you to Cahir Dunish, the fort I wanted to get to. There's heavier rain now and wind. I saw some dunes on the beach. That was interesting. I wasn't really expecting that for Ireland. But again, I know it looks pretty bright out, but it's around like 8:30 or so at night. We're getting close to 9 o'clock, and it'll get dark. And it'll get dark at around 9:30 in Ireland around this time of year. I guess it would, like, towards July, it would stay light out for even longer, which just seems nuts to me, but that's just how it is. So, one more stop I was debating doing for the night was the Flaggy Shore, which is another beach, but I decided to call it there. It was nearly 10 o'clock when I started heading back to Galway. It was dark now, and I would get to my hotel at about 11 o'clock, and I thought, yeah, that's fine. We're just going to call it there. I got back to the hotel. I'm rooming with BB that night, and I'm eating my crisps in the bathroom with water running because I don't want to wake BB up with the noise. There's no AC. Breakfast starts at 7:30. Fuck this place. I was never in any danger driving out there, but if the weather had been worse, then I could have been like that guy from Jurassic Park. Just lost out in the Burren, American tourist found dead. That could have been fun. But this was my favorite night so far, and looking back at the entire trip, I would say that this was the best night for me. I enjoyed this the most. This was incredible. I made a pretty big list of stuff I wanted to see around the Burren area. Obviously, I didn't get to do the majority of it, but it's stuff for next time. There was Dublin Cave, Alwee Cave, the Low Avala Farm Looped Walk. We could have done that. The Cliffs of Moher we did do. The Carron Loop, there was the Burren Visitor Center. Honestly, I don't really give a shit about that. I would rather just be out in the Burren exploring it, and that would just be fine. There was the Holman, Dolman, Muckross Mor. I'm so happy I did Muckross Mor. There was the Finn Avara, whatever, Martello Tower. I think that was from the Napoleonic era. Turlough Mountain, Kilmac, Dua, Colher Connell, Stonefort, Cahardunerish, Anrath, Cathar Common, Cathar on Ardrost, Dysert Church. This was a church and a house. I do regret not seeing this. It was a church and a little castle. And the church here is really beautiful and unique. You have this little archway where you have all these carved faces in it. The church is pretty well preserved. And yeah, they have a little castle nearby. It would have been fairly close. We just ran out of time, right? There just wasn't enough time to do it. I couldn't have done it on my own because everything shuts down at like 5 in Ireland. So yeah, I really wish I had seen this one. There was this one region, Moma or Mama, I'm not sure how they pronounce it, that had some, I think actually Turlough Mountain was here, but there's also some churches and stuff nearby. There was, Fanor Beach, like if I actually had time to explore it, not just show up and like take in the sights for a few minutes. The Flaggy Shore, Trough Beach, Abbey Hill, Ballyvaughan. I did see the Earth Fort, but there was more in that area. The Murrotuhi Viewpoint, Dromore Wood. There were some nature trails there. We did do the Cooley Nature Reserve. That is true. I had looked up a lot of information about this town called Corofin, and I was worried that we wouldn't have parking for Muckross Mor, but I thought, well, since the weather wasn't too good today, maybe people are staying in. So we could get parking near Muckross Mor, and if we do, then it just saves us the trouble of going to Corofin. But in Corofin, there's a free shuttle which will take you to the Gortlika Crossroads, and that's near Muckross Mor and a few other trails like a few loops that I mentioned. And the shuttle will pick you up. Like the last one leaves the park at 5:15, so that's something that we could have done. We could have used that if necessary. Yeah, I was wrong about Cahardunerish. It's not that I can't make mistakes and admit when I make mistakes. I do frequently admit when I make mistakes. I thought Google Maps was taking me to the fort itself, not just the side of the freaking road when there's a mountain and the Atlantic Ocean there. So, okay, now for next time, I know that I would maybe have to park at Fanor and then walk for a bit, or maybe there's some other way to get there. Yeah, I think it's Alwee Cave, or it's the other cave where it's like the largest stalactite in Europe, or maybe it's just Ireland, but it sounds impressive enough. The Carron Loop would have started across from Cassidy's Pub, which I passed earlier that day. La Vala Farm Loop also starts at the crossroads. The church, that would have been really good. I did do my research. I did put effort in. It wasn't clickbait. This was important to me. And yeah. That more than anything really just, you gotta go fuck yourself, man. I'm not putting up with this shit. So I'm still happy with what I did get to see in the Burren, but honestly, if I could have spent like an entire full week there, and that would have been fantastic. I would have had a lovely time. I'm so thankful that I got to be there and that I saw what I did see. And yeah, you know what? I do want to go back someday, and now I'll have a better idea of places to go, what to hit, what to do. So yeah, I am very thankful.
How was your night, Prince Zuko?
It was nice.
The white man marches on!
Thursday, May 29th. This day is when we are driving down to Dublin, so we can take the Dublin ferry over to Innis Mor, the largest of the Aran Islands. This is off the west coast of Ireland. There are 3 of them. The night before, I make sure to go to the front desk and ask for an early wake-up call at 5:50. It says it would take an hour and a half for us to get down there, but again, Irish roads are windy and curvy, and with traffic, do we have to pull over so cars can get through? Do we have to yield? Construction, accidents, whatever. Actually, the ferry was at 9. Yeah, 999. The drive was okay, not great. It was raining some. We do get to the ferry with like 20-ish minutes to spare, which is fine. That's not a bad thing to get there early. It is extremely wet and rainy. I do take some Dramamine. I should have taken it earlier rather than later because I do maybe take it too late. There's a guy handing out sick bags. It's very choppy waves. Several people are sick. I beckon the sick bag boy to me, and I did get one. I almost get sick. My arms started shaking and going numb, and my hands went numb, but I did not get sick. I literally couldn't even make a fist or open the sick bag. I think it was Josh who ended up opening the sick bag for me. The worst thing was hearing people get sick all around me. There was a guy like a diagonal from me, and just like seeing the vomit in the bag was almost enough. And then the lady behind me was just going, it's like, stop, fucking stop, fucking stop. I saw land and I got overly excited at first and thought, we made it. No, that was in fact the smallest of the Aran Islands. We did finally see Innis Mor. I also said on the drive to Dublin this morning that I would not be driving the Ring of Kerry. I was getting people to Killarney, and then from there they can figure it out. Just imagine it. I would have the pleasure of driving the Ring of Kerry for them, chauffeuring them around a bunch of ungrateful cunts, not all of them, for a full fucking day where they get to sit back, enjoy the sights. I don't get to do that. I get to focus on the road and deal with all this bullshit and drive them around. And then Evan asked me to clarify, you're not driving the Ring of Kerry? I said, no, I'm not driving the Ring of Kerry. And he almost wants to argue. It's like in his voice, but he doesn't. So I guess that's squashed for a minute, but I'm not doing it. I'm not fucking doing it for you. I'm driving to Killarney because my hotel reservation is in Killarney. So that's where I'm going. If you're tagging along, you're tagging along. But the idea that I'm doing extracurricular driving for people, you gotta go fuck yourself. It was not raining on land when we got to Innis Mor, but it was still very windy and it looked like it was going to keep raining. So we had been debating either hiring a car to take us around or hiring bikes, and we would ride around the island ourselves. We decided to try and get a car. There were a couple of like little group buses, and the people just said, Dun Angus, 7 churches, Dun Angus, 7 churches, nothing else. So we kept walking, and there was this old guy at the end, sort of waved us over. His name was Joe. He said, 25 ahead, 25 ahead, cash, cash, cash. So €125 for all 5 of us. I can barely understand him. It's very difficult. But he takes us, he's going to like drive us around to a few spots for the day. It sounded reasonable enough to me. The island, landscape-wise, is very similar to the Burren. It's incredibly rocky. It's covered in these small stone fences and animal pens. It also has a slope to it. It's not just flat. I did imagine the island to be more flat than what it was. There's a slope to it. It's also rather foggy today. Our first stop was at 7 churches. There has never been 7 churches there. I think it was called 7 churches because there were 7 saints buried there or something, but there were only ever 2 churches that were actually at that spot. So it was nice. There were some ruins there. I just have some photos of some of the landscapes. There was a cemetery there. There are some houses on the island that do look boarded up and just shut down, but there are also some more modern-looking houses that look very nice and very wealthy, and that's kind of going, kind of scratch your head over that one. So, yeah, I do ask him about the rock beds above the graves. He just said that the families keep them like that. I don't know, maybe this does occur in some parts of the United States. I don't know if this is just an Ireland thing, but I've never really seen that before. There's a decent amount of, I'm in a fairly heavy Irish area, but I don't really see that at graveyards. Oh, and I had heard that they had goat cheese on Innis Mor. There was like a goat farm, and they made goat cheese, so I did really want to get a goat cheese wheel, and I was going to bring this back to my family. No luck with that. That was shut down. He said the guy that runs it sells some of it to Spar because on the islands they do have a Spar, so I thought I'd try there later. Forgot to ask him, I really meant to, but I wanted to ask him about basking sharks because I think they're around the area, like around the Aran Islands. Man of Erin was this black and white movie where they like hunt basking sharks, but outside of the movie, basking sharks actually are around that area, so I forgot to ask him about it. I meant to. We also couldn't see any seals at the seal colony that we passed by. I guess the seals just prefer to stay in the water during a storm, which just seems odd to me. I thought that they would probably prefer to stay on land and out of like choppy water. Maybe, I don't really understand it, but I guess that's what they prefer. Some thoughts I had were this is a cash business for Joe. He's definitely not reporting this income. The other guys running tour buses are probably also doing a strictly cash business. And we have all these kind of nice modern houses on the island. How does that happen, White Pill? How do they have these really nice places out here? It's not too hard to imagine what's being done, like, oh, I'll buy windows this year with cash. Oh, the next year I'll get new doors. Oh, we're going to do an addition on the house. Just slowly but surely you can build up a nice little property. And I have nothing against that. I don't like the fucking government. I don't really like average people being taxed like they are. So good on them. But yeah, I guess that's what they're doing. He does drop us off at this cafe, which is at the start of Dun Angus. I think he left us there for about 2 hours. I got a smoked salmon and a scone. It was really nice. It's a nice little cafe. We got here before most of the crowds, I guess, and I had read online that the entry to Dun Angus costs money, like €5 a person. But when we eventually got up there, we weren't charged anything, so maybe they only do it on some days. I don't know. But from the cafe, it's about a 15-minute walk, and yeah, Dun Angus looks so cool from the distance, and just walking up to it, it was very neat. We get up there, it's very windy. I do not get too close to the edge because it is a cliffside ring fort. There is no back half to it. It's a literal cliff. I did get some photos from up there, but yeah, just really impressive. And it's this triple ring fort. On the outside of it, you have kind of these standing stones. I guess they maybe are natural, or maybe they sort of placed them there as an extra barrier. Now, again, it's really windy and foggy up here, so I'm kind of questioning, why would you want to build in such a place with this buffering wind? I suppose it's really secure, right? And if it's not foggy, you would have a great view of the island, or at least a lot of it. So, okay. But I don't know. I don't know if I would personally want to deal with the wind like that all the fucking time. So, but hey, whatever. It's cool. Literally couldn't see the way that we had come from. It's that foggy. Okay, so the next thing I had on my list for Innis Mor was to see this other fort. This is Don Ichola, and this is actually supposed to be at the highest point of the island. So Joe drops us off here. We're at a pretty steep incline, and he says, yeah, up there, it's Don Ichola, okay? I'll come back in an hour. So we're like, okay, we'll walk up there. We're going to see Don Ichola. We walk up there, and all we saw up there was this little ruined, I think it was a lighthouse or whatever, but it was completely trashed. And we were just wondering, like, what the fuck? That can't be it. Like, I don't know. Like, I was expecting a ring fort. So we're pretty confused. I pull it up on Google Maps. Google Maps is saying it's to the left of us, but we can't see anything. It's so foggy. I do bring up more than once that Google Maps is saying Don Ichola is to the left of this lighthouse, so we should go to the left, but people decide we're going to go to the right. We ended up totally missing Don Ichola, and we keep going. So I was, in fact, correct. We will get to that later on, but yes, Don Ichola is to the left of this ruined lighthouse. We just couldn't see it, though. And we kept going, and we kept going, and we find these little signposts here that say green arrow, Lube Don Ichola, Lube on Korak, Lube Chili Mohergahai. So we think, okay, if we just follow these signposts, it's going to take us to Don Ichola. But we're walking in these back roads in the Burren. It's really foggy. There's no life back here. There's barely any animals in these little pens. There's no people. And we've been walking for like 20, 30 minutes. Two of the guys, John Boy and Evan, decide that they're going to go back so that they can like talk to Joe. We think that Don Ichola has to be close. I mean, Joe told us to walk up here. Don Ichola has to be here, right? And we also keep finding these little signposts, so we think we're getting closer. We do not, in fact, get any closer at this time. And we're in, so forget the back rooms, that like Zoomer horror game. Just do the back roads of Innis Mor. You could definitely do that and have that be in a horror game. It was really eerie back there. We ran into this older German couple in the fog who were also looking for Don Ichola like us. We couldn't help them. They couldn't help us. So we barely have a signal back there. At this point, it would take us roughly 40 minutes to walk back the way we came, and there's not really like ways to cut through territory. It's all like stone fences and such, and just like the road that we came in on. It'd be about 40 minutes. So we decide that we have to press on. Evan is on the phone with BB. The driver is apparently getting angry and upset with the two guys. Okay, like, we didn't intend for this to happen. Would it have been so hard for Joe to say, like, to the left of the lighthouse, to the left of the lighthouse? We found these little way markers. Those weren't helpful at all. Those were just distracting. I admit that this wasn't great, but frankly, I don't see this as like a huge error on our part. Like, was it a mistake? Yes, but you know, people wanted to go the right, and then we found the signposts, and then I thought, oh, maybe I'm wrong, and this is actually the way, even though when I would check Google Maps, it said, no, we're getting even further away from Don Ichola. And he said for us to, like, go up there. Don Ichola is up there. It's like, okay, and then all we found was the ruined lighthouse, so whatever. We were sending photos back, because eventually we walked so far, draw this up on Google Maps so people can look at the screen and see it. But we walked extremely far on roads that were literally just called the back roads. And eventually we're seeing like the edge of the main town for Innis Mor, really the only town. We're like sending photos and giving information about where we are. And the driver just says that he has no idea what road we're on. Innis Mor isn't a big island. It's literally not a huge island. This guy has like lived here all of his life. Frankly, how the fuck do you not know where we are? Because they're saying like, go back. And it's like, okay, it would be like 40, 50 minutes for us to get back at this point. We are actively walking towards the main town. We can see it and we're heading there. It makes more sense for us to continue rather than head back. Eventually, Joe and the guys do find us. We're like, yeah, we actually do like make it all the way to like the edge of the main town. Joe was pretty pissed off, and okay, fine. We even gave him like landmarks. Like, here's the name of this business. Joe, do you know where this is? Joe doesn't know where it is. And that's frustrating as fuck. He also literally would not give us a pickup time, and he took us to St. Venan's Church. So we got dropped off there. He said, I don't know when I can get you. I sort of felt that Joe was gonna just abandon us there. That was my feeling, just because he's really pissed off. We handed him cash. There's no contract or anything. We don't really have his phone number. And what the fuck are we gonna do? He can just go like, nah, I didn't take those guys. I don't know. So we walk up a ways to St. Venan's. It's this incredibly small church. I think he said it was the smallest church in Ireland. You can see it in the distance and then up close. You can't walk into it or anything. I took a little video from the top. The fog had cleared up some, so it was like nicer to see and everything. We get down there, and then so after we spend some time up on the mountain, we start walking down. Evan is incredibly pissed off with everyone, and look, I'm not saying it was great, but it wasn't like we were actively planning for shit to go wrong. I think we did the best that we could by not turning around and walking 40 minutes in the fog while guys just wait. I even literally said, go on to St. Venan's, and we're at the edge of the town. It would take us maybe like 20-ish minutes to get there. If they had just gone on to St. Venan's and then Joe had just like done other stuff or like went to get other tour groups, that would have been fine. We had more than enough time to walk there and then walk back to the pier to get our ferry at 4 o'clock. There shouldn't have been nearly as much confusion as there was. And yeah, Evan's throwing a little temper tantrum, go figure. Walking down, we see some donkeys on the way, and then we get to the base of it. Apparently, there's supposed to be some ruins of a Cromwellian like fort or castle on the island. I guess I saw it, but there's no placard or anything. It just seems like it's this bit of wall, and that was shit. Oh yeah, here's a photo of what the lighthouse looks like on a non-foggy day, and Donichola would be to the left of that. So we are now just standing around. We don't know what to do. Again, our driver literally didn't give us a pickup time. We can see the main town from where we are. If our driver has not abandoned us, this is the road that he will take to come get us. So even if we start walking back to the main town and he starts driving along the way, he would meet us on the way and he could just pick us up and take us back to the main town. At about 50 minutes in, I decide I'm going to start walking back to the main town. I think this is a perfectly reasonable course of action. Evan looks like he's going to pop a blood vessel. I don't fucking care. I don't know. Like, I think it's reasonable if this guy's all pissed off at us that he just decides, fuck those guys. I'm just going to focus on my other tour groups. They can figure it out. And then we look like assholes just waiting around for 2 hours for a driver who never shows up. I don't think that was completely unreasonable on my part. So me and John Boy are walking back to the main town. Again, it's about an entire full hour, but Joe is actually driving on the road and we run into him. He goes and gets the other guys, and then he gets us and then drives us back in. Look, St. Beanan's Church took about 10 minutes, if that, to walk uphill. There's nothing to see there, really. You can't enter the building. The building itself is incredibly small. You would spend maybe 10, 15 minutes at the top, and then about 10 minutes coming down. We were standing on the side of the road for about a half hour before I decided to start walking back. I don't find that to be unreasonable in the slightest. We get back to the main town and the Spar, where I thought maybe I could get a cheese wheel from the Aran Islands. They don't have it at all, so that stupid plan has fallen apart. I do decide to get some gifts for my family. Other stuff I decide to order online and just have it delivered because it would take up a ton of space. So I get this little sheep plushie and a baby blanket for 2 of my nieces. Oh, and then I really need to use the bathroom, so I go into this restaurant and they say you have to buy something to use the bathroom. So I'm like, fuck. So I'm like, okay, I'll get a Guinness. And it's like €6 for a Guinness, but I got to use the bathroom, so that was fine. Leaving that place, it's almost time to leave the islands. Those guys went to shop and do their own thing. I went to do my own thing. There was an old guy who had this stand and he was selling fudge. It was the Man of Erin fudge. Really nice old guy. I bought some fudge from him for like the big box of fudge. It was like €29, not cheap, but whatever. It's for the family. And then he said, if you buy a big box, then you can get also a big box of the Turkish Delight fudge for €8. So I guess he's really trying to move the Turkish Delight fudge. And I thought, that's perfect. The box of Turkish Delight will be for the family members I really don't give a fuck about. But I can say, hey, I got you some fudge from the Aran Islands. So there you go. I was thrilled for that. That is for my other brother and for his wife. You're welcome. I think Innis Mor was all right. It definitely could have gone smoother than it did today. Some islanders felt like very nice older people. There was a nice old lady in this little craft store that she had. The fudge guy was great. Others feel like hungry seagulls preying on trash. Trash meaning us, the tourists. How do you go from kind of this hard, rugged lifestyle on the far edge of Ireland and the Man of Erin, you're fishermen, you're scraping by on the land, and now you're just like running tour buses for, tourists. And I don't know, how do you go from that to this? There was rough crossing on the way back. I did not get nearly as close to being sick as last time. I also took my Dramamine far earlier. And when we get back, it's about 5 o'clock, and it's going to be about a 3-ish hour drive to Killarney from the Dublin ferry. Nothing much of note happens on the way. There's a few close moments on the L roads, a farmer and son on their tractor and such. I'm desperate to hit up a self-service laundry place when we get there. I did buy my detergent before we got on the Connemara bus. When I got shaving cream, I also bought laundry detergent. We get to Killarney. We have a parking lot that we pay for that's relatively close to our hotel. And then my plan is to just run all my dirties to this laundromat that I looked up online and said was available in 24 hours. Get there, it's a little mall, which they call an arcade, and it's locked 24 hours. This is a 24-hour laundromat that is totally open. And I had also on the way gotten lost trying to cross and get there quicker by going behind some buildings that had no openings and failing there. I then just went back to the hotel. They do have laundry service at this hotel. It costs €20 a laundry bag. So I needed to fill up 2 laundry bags with dirties because I was literally out of clean clothes at this point. I had nothing. That's it. No more clean underwear. The pants have been worn. The shirts are all used. Socks are done. I need clean clothes. I don't want to do anything else without clean clothes. There is no air conditioning in the room. We got spoiled really with the first hotel. There is a crappy little fan. Oh, but there is AC in the superior rooms, but we're not in the superior room, so we don't get AC. I did not realize how hard it would be to get laundry done here, so I end up having to fork over €40. We know when the laundry's done, it will be €40, 20 a bag. Jesus fucking Christ. You know, a lot of American hotels have self-service laundry machines on each floor. Sometimes like 2 sets of self-service laundry machines on each fucking floor. And they also have AC. I'm tired. I hate this shit. American convenience is simply the best. But isn't Ireland magical? Imagine being stuck on a cramped tour bus next to obese Americans listening to some shitty pipe music as you tour fucking Connemara. Grand old Ireland. I do offer BB the keys this night and say, hey, I'm not really going to move from the hotel until I get my laundry done. The woman at the reception said that it might be done like early tomorrow afternoon. So I'm like, fuck it. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. I'm just going to rest for most of tomorrow. And then when I get my laundry, I'll hit the ground running and try to knock out a couple things. So I offer the keys to BB. BB takes them. And I at least had to make the offer so that guys can go do whatever they want while I hold back at the hotel. I did get to see most of what was on my list for Innis Mor. The only other things I really had were Dundee Chola, right? We did miss this. There was another cliffside ring fort called Dun Duthathar. I don't know how to pronounce it. There was some like beehive stone hut. I think we missed this. I think this was relatively close to the Seven Churches. But our driver said, oh, I don't know that one. I think he just didn't want us to take us there. Nothing else. I mean, there's something on the island called the Wormhole, which is this naturally forming rectangle in the stone, and like the sea comes up through it. But you can't really drive around there, and it would take like an hour to walk out there and then an hour back. So no, and it just doesn't seem super exciting to me to see a rectangle. There were a couple things that I would probably still want to see on the island, but I'm mostly satisfied with how Innis Mor went.
The white man marches on!
Oh, some of the guys had also been talking about the day before, like looking up tour buses that would take them on the Ring of Kerry. Which is fine. I'm thrilled to go do that. I actually thought that BB was going to be driving them on the Ring of Kerry today. Instead, I wake up, John Boy says like, hey, there's a bag of laundry on the door. And so I have half of my laundry already done. I wasn't expecting that. The woman at the desk downstairs said tomorrow afternoon. So I'm happy. I ended up waking up at 10 o'clock. It was just several days in a row with getting very minimal sleep. So I need to sleep in a little bit. BB hands me back my keys. He did not drive, and he just doesn't really want to drive. The pussies also decide that they don't want to do a tour bus. I am still not driving the Ring of Kerry for people, so whatever. Also, it just so happens that the week that we're in Killarney, there's some Killarney bike festival, like motorcycle festival, so it's pretty packed with people, and we're worried about losing the parking spot that we have. So we just decide we're going to leave the car there and we're going to Uber out to some stuff that's nearby. I do feel a bit calmer now and just a little less frantic now that I've slept and gotten the laundry done and everything. It's just, I don't know, it's just kind of stressful where it's like, okay, laundry didn't work out in Galway. It didn't work out in what I thought would work out in Killarney, and you know, it's like, okay, I guess the hotel was here. If they didn't have it and the prices were just ridiculous, I still think I probably would have been forced to pay it or go to one of those shitty like gas station laundromats, which can't even really be called laundromats. So we end up leaving around 11 o'clock. We get driven out to Torc Waterfall, which is a pretty popular space. I doubt we would have had much parking here, but we would have had some parking at Muckross house, which is nearby. Torc Waterfall is pretty nice out there for sure. We're doing like an hour hike around it. I just have some photos of the landscape. It's nice, like seeing the waterfall and hearing it. It is pretty. It's a popular tourist place, but there's a ton of gnats out here. The waterfall, when it like cascaded down, it was a kind of dark yellow brown color, lots of bubbles, almost made this light hissing noise. I don't know if this is just me being petty or whatever. I never received an apology. I just don't want to really keep interacting with guys when I'm just going to get my fucking head torn off again. So I want to be done with this shit. I'm really just kind of reflecting on this friendship I have with them, and do I even really want to bother maintaining it? I come to the conclusion, I'll get into it more in a little bit, but no, I don't really want to be friends with these people anymore, and that's probably been building for a while now. It's really nice. They do try conversation with me for a few times, and I'm just not having it. I'm just tired. It's just the same bullshit, same conversations, just same nothing on repeat. I want to be on a different path in my life. I don't want to be 30 years old and like good at video games, and the only thing I have in my life is whatever the latest anime was. I feel like I'm just like stuck, and just like hanging around with some of these people is a detriment to my life, and I don't want to do it anymore. We do get over to the Muckross house and gardens. It's really beautiful over there. They also have a traditional farm tour in the back, which we do. We don't tour Muckross house itself. They got like farm buildings, people that talk to you about the history of the place. They have some animals. It was fine. I do get to see some Irish wolfhounds. These are, in fact, the only Irish wolfhounds I will see on this trip. I thought I would see a lot more, but no, it was just these two. Oh, they also had some schoolhouse in the back. Both were fine. And you can also see the Muckross Abbey here, which is also in ruins, but not really. It's actually like extremely well preserved. I was actually pretty surprised with it. And yeah, you can go upstairs to the Muckross Abbey. It's a very nice building. There's actually a surprising amount to see here. I didn't think there'd be that much. There's also this really nice tree growing in the courtyard there. Some great fireplaces. Very tall, very beautiful. And yeah, I'm happy that I did see this. Maybe I should have gone on the Muckross house tour, but I didn't. Oh well. I just wish that there was a water bottle refilling spot here, because I did run out of water and that was quite annoying. BB has some family in Ireland, so he got picked up by a family member and spent the rest of the day with them. We were then going back to the hotel. I still don't really want to eat with these guys, or more specifically, two of them. I just want distance from them. So my plan right now is to take the car tomorrow and to do this hike I want, and also go see Ross Castle. I went to this pub and had dinner there. Frankly, it was kind of a crappy pub. I wish I had picked a better place. And yeah, I had dinner and a few drinks. That was my day. Also, something that I noticed with Irish guys, they really like this like faded haircut, and also kind of like the broccoli hair. It looks like shit. It looks terrible. They don't have big roads everywhere that can fit two cars at once, or air conditioning, but they do have caps on their bottles that don't come off. So that's something they just like don't twist off. They just sort of hang there, which I don't even think is like bad. I would say that, yeah, if you could do that in America, do it. Why not? Also, on the way to Killarney, there were some fat women on the side of the road, and I think it was Limerick, waving Palestinian flags, so they do have that. Waitress at the bad pub had a nose ring, but she also had large breasts, so that was something. Oh, and something that I had been trying to organize for a few days, and I had talked to the guy on Thursday when we were on Innis Mor, and then today as well with another company. Bull Rock is I guess it is an island, but it's off like the southwest of Ireland, and it has this huge, gigantic sea archway that if the weather is good, you can drive a boat through it. And in Irish mythology, this was like a passageway into the world of the dead, right? It's this really cool, interesting place. This is the House of Dawn in Irish mythology, featured in Dualhan Book 2. But anyways, I was really looking forward to it. I really wanted to see it myself and in person, but the company that I had booked with originally, I called them. They said that they couldn't do the tour. The weather was too bad. They couldn't get the boats out there. I tried a secondary company. They got back to me today, Friday, because we were planning on the boat tour Saturday. They also said no, the weather was too bad, so that's unfortunate, but I already have plans for Saturday, something that I had been working on. Ireland is Ireland. It sort of made me wish that I was in a better country, a country that makes sense. I wish I was in England.
Get them, you filthy, packing bastard!
Never! Never! Is that not feel it fucking done to me?
And that was it. That was Friday. I do offer the keys once more to BB. Like, if he wants to drive the guys out and do something, then I will do stuff around Killarney, and then I will get the keys and go run and do what I want. BB, once again, refuses to take the keys. He doesn't want them. But to clarify, I have offered and he has refused. So just to... because I'm willing to work out a schedule with them, but no, I'm not going to fucking drive people that I fucking hate and have bitten my head off multiple times wherever the fuck they want. I'm not doing it. But that is Friday, May 30th. And the next day is maybe one of the most physically taxing days of my life. I would definitely probably put it up there. I think it's probably the most taxing of my life.
The white man marches on!
It is Saturday, May 31st, and I get very little sleep, but I get up quite early. It's a rainy day. I leave at 8:30 to drive out to this place called Cronin's Yard. Breakfast was not available yet, because that's also another fun feature of Irish hotels. They don't really do breakfast till like 9 or so. It's just silly. In America, in most hotels, you can get breakfast at 6 o'clock, and that's the standard. That's just pretty normal. They do things kind of slow around here, and they just kind of take their times. There was a one-lane road for a chunk of the way. There was also this annoying white car behind me that was sort of tailgating. They weren't that close, but it's like, give me some fucking space, asshole. So, what is Cronin's Yard? Why did I drive out here by myself? Again, to clarify, I did offer the keys to BB the day before and just like, hey, I was going to do some stuff Saturday and take the car, but if you guys are going to take the car, we can work out a schedule. So, like, I'll have it first, then drop it off back to you guys, or you take it first, then I'll take it. BB doesn't want the car. So, okay, I take the car. I'm going to do the stuff that I wanted to do on this trip. I made the offer. The offer wasn't accepted. Cronin's Yard is the start of this trail that I wanted to do by myself. So I had mentioned at the start that originally we had planned to hike Ben Bulben. It would have taken about 6 hours. There's another mountain here very near Killarney. Again, it took about 30 minutes to get to it. It is called Carrancuntil. It is the tallest mountain in Ireland, and my goal for the day was to climb to the top. I saw online that it was suggested it would take about 4 to 6 hours to get to the top and get back down, and it sounded pretty difficult, but I wanted to do this. I also did lots of reflecting on the mountain because I didn't have much to do except, walk. So bear with me in my rambling thoughts. I also did the climb in just a t-shirt and jeans. I forgot to bring my sweater. They had jackets in the little shop and cafe in Cronin's Yard, but the jackets were like €70, which is just too much for me. I'll bear with it. Also brought some empty water bottles, and I had meant to fill them up. I did have some water on me, like 2 water bottles full and some food, but I don't know. I just kind of forgot and like, fuck, I already started walking, so whatever. Yeah, that was another mistake. I was also probably carrying too much weight in my backpack because, again, this was a full day and it did take several hours. Even though it wasn't a ton of weight, it's still like, it got to me after a while. So for the first hour of my journey, you are walking on very flat, level ground. You can see some of the mountains in the distance here. There was lots of animal shit on the path so far. I started walking at about 9:15 in the morning. It's pretty simple and flat for about an hour. I thought I could see the outline of Carnkuntil in the fog, but I could not see the peak at all or anything like that. There was like a stream that he had to cross over, I think at least twice. It kind of is windy. I did have to brave howling winds and raging rivers until I finally made it to the uphill part. The rivers weren't exactly raging. There's a photo of it. You did have to hop on some stones. So yes, I did brave very rough waters to get there. There's another photo, and yeah, that has to be Carnkuntil there. I'm like 95% sure. Some streams coming down from some of the mountains nearby. I think this is there's like a mountain range that's also here of Carnkuntil. It's not just by itself, but Carnkuntil is the tallest in all of Ireland. There's also some sheep out here, which explains all the animal shit. But farmers, I think there's a few farmers that collectively own Carnkuntil, but they allow people to hike it. You just can't like bring dogs and pick up your trash after you, which is really nice of them that they allow people to do this. But it takes about an hour to get to this section of the trail known as the Devil's Ladder. So, you fancy climbing the Devil's Ladder, do you, boy? Yeah, so in the far distance, as I'm walking towards the more like sheer uphill part of the hike, I saw like little tiny dots in the distance that were like orange and yellow, and I thought, there's no way those are people, and those are their brightly colored jackets, and you really can't see it. I doubt you'll be able to zoom in on the YouTube video, but I am zooming in now on my phone looking at it, and it does get incredibly steep, and yes, those little dots were people. It just, they went so high, and I thought, there's no fucking way, but that is the path to go. So you have an hour, which is pretty simple. And then you have the uphill part, which I call wet rocks, and then loose rocks. The wet rocks, there's some water flowing through. It's not like raging or anything, but as you're climbing uphill and slowly zigzagging your way, you're trying to find purchases with the rocks. My legs hurt so much after this. Like, I really have to reach up with my legs to like inch my way up. I have to take a lot of breaks. Most people are, because I'm not doing this alone. There's a decent amount of people around me. But those people are also like taking breaks because it's hard going uphill, like this far uphill and doing all that. It's basically a very slow zigzag up the mountain. I did not slip or anything, but there was a lot of difficult maneuvering. I kind of wanted to turn back. The Devil's Ladder looked that steep, but I decided that I'm in it. You know, I'm an hour in already, and I really want to do this. So I decided to keep doing it. Wet rocks was pretty hard. I would say that the loose rocks portion, which is above the wet rocks section, was more difficult just because my footing didn't feel as secure. So that was kind of an issue for me, but this is again about another full hour. But I finally got up to the top and I thought, well, this can't be the peak of the mountain, but I was hopeful for a second that it was. I thought that I was done, and no, you are in fact just at a plateau. It's relatively flat up here. There's a lot of grass. You are between two peaks. Off to the right is Carnkuntil, and to the left, I think it's the Maracudi Reeks. It's like a series of mountains or something. I'm not sure. I forget. But you are essentially on a little rocky area between these two peaks. The wind up there was very strong, and it was also very cold. Climbing up through the Devil's Ladder, it wasn't that bad. I felt totally fine in just my t-shirt and jeans. It was much colder up here. I got there at about 11:15. So about 2 hours into the journey, I took some photos from up here. You are really up high. I cannot see the peak up to the right. It is completely shrouded in fog. So there's that, but it's just really impressive how high up you are and just seeing mountains in the distance and everything. I have this little video here where you still can't see the peak. And now it's kind of getting hard to see like the way you came. You can, but like just all around you, I guess this is maybe a cloud or maybe it's just fog. I'm not 100%. But this part was definitely easier than the Devil's Ladder. It is very rocky and grassy, but yeah, and it's at an incline, but it's not nearly as harsh. I just kept on walking and just more thoughts about the kind of blow up stuff with Evan and Josh. They're just like content with the way things are and things just staying the same. And I'm not. We're not in high school anymore and this shit isn't cute. It's been a genuine struggle at times to get guys to just go do stuff, like even just really basic stuff. Like we have some nice wineries near us and just like, hey guys, what about this Saturday? We just go out to the winery, eat some food, get some drinks. We can mingle with some people there, whatever. And then, we just drive in for the day. Like, that sounds fun. Why don't we do that? Or just going to a bar or a restaurant. And I know that seems very simple and very small, but it's hard to get people to do that or even to go bowling. It's always staying in and watching movies or playing video games or whatever. Anything that doesn't have us like going out. And it's not that I want to like go to a nightclub and like bumping and grinding. It's just we should go out. We should change things up. So we can't just keep doing the same things and then just it's just kind of miserable. And I just don't want to really just do this crap anymore. And I don't really just want to interact with these guys. Not like all of them. Like I'm good with John Boy and everything. Just doing the same shit at like 30 and then 35, and it'll just keep going and it'll just get worse and worse year after year. Also, there's something about having self-respect and just not putting up with people just snapping at you and biting your head off like that and then just putting on a fake smile and saying, yeah, we're good. Let's just be buds for the rest of the trip. No, fuck you. We're not good. Didn't get a real apology either, so I don't think I'm the one that's supposed to eat shit. And even if they did apologize, this is something that Evan just kind of does. It's not like this was a one-time thing and Evan has never done that before. He's just kind of a angry fuck. And increasingly, as the years have gone on, it's just not great to be around him. I don't really enjoy it. In terms of like looking for an exit, I'm okay with this being an exit. They're kind of like, we went to high school. There was another group of twins in our class. Let's just call them the Carsons, right? And the Carsons, we were all kind of a part of the same friend group. I didn't really interact with the Carsons too much. I didn't really like them terribly. They are more kind of introverted and, to be fair, maybe somewhat on the spectrum. And I just stopped seeing those guys because what they do is they don't really work or do anything. Like they do like shitty part-time work and that type of thing, but their parents like pay to keep them in an apartment that they can't afford, and they're just paying so that they don't live at home with them. And the Carsons are totally fine with that kind of existence. They don't really give a shit. And I just can't really interact with people. Like, I can't like call someone my friend when I don't respect or like them. I don't want to be around them. It's just kind of depressing because that's it. Like, they will never have anything more besides like playing video games and watching anime. And I don't want to be like that. And it just, to me, Evan and Josh are kind of becoming the new Carsons. We're just not the same people either. I can't like fuck up like them. I can't just wait around and then knowing one day I'm going to inherit a lot of money, like millions of dollars. That's not my life. The Carsons also come from a wealthy family, so they will also inherit a lot of money. And that's not me. It's not my life. I don't want to, So I can't just sit around, kind of have a miserable, shitty life playing video games and watching anime, and then like, oh yeah, in like 30 years I inherited a fuck ton of money, so whatever, right? So I can't see the peak, but I keep walking up. It's just rocky and grassy, but pretty easy going. And if you are religious, and especially Christian, and I guess more especially Catholic, then this would probably be like a bigger deal for you. But this is still really cool because once you get up high enough, you're like out of the fog, and just in the distance, there it is over the hill. It's this giant cross. It was 1976, I believe, and they put up this 16-foot steel cross at the peak of Carrick-Coontiel. I'm not really religious, but it was still really cool to see and very impressive. There is also at the top this little building, air quotes on building. It's maybe waist high, slightly taller. There's like 3 walls to it, and it's just a place for people to kind of hunker down, get out of the wind so they can eat, drink, whatever they want to do. There's a sheer drop off the back of the mountain. I reached the peak at 12:15, so about 3 hours. I think I probably started a little before 9 o'clock anyways. There are a couple of people here that were already there. One guy offered me a sweet, which they call candy. I took it. It was a sour gummy. On the way down, I thought it would have been cooler to say sláinte, which means cheers in Irish. Instead, I just gave a thank you. It was incredibly cold at the top. Well, I really wish I had worn long sleeves, but I didn't, so oh well. I got some great shots here. Just the mountains in the distance. There's a pile of rocks that are at the top. And yeah, you can see these lakes way down there, and it's really just beautiful. But yeah, there's still like a lot of fog at the top for part of the mountain. Yeah, I was surprised that the wind was somewhat milder here than at the plateau, but the wind would come and go. I didn't stay too long at the peak, maybe 15 or so minutes. It was cold enough that I was just uncomfortable sitting, so I just wanted to get moving again. And it was still too cold to really eat the lunch that I brought with me, so I decided I would head down fairly soon. But first, I did get video evidence. So I had another reason for getting to the top of Carrick-Coontiel. One, just to do it. I did climb the tallest mountain in Ireland, and it was cool. 2, my goal on the Aran Islands was to get a wheel of goat cheese. I was going to carry it to the top of Carrick-Coontiel, and then I was going to bring this home to my family to eat. And it's like, yes, this cheese wheel has been to the top of the tallest mountain in Ireland. That plan didn't work out, so scrambling together a second plan on Innis Mor, I also purchased a baby blanket for one of my nieces, and then I also got a sheep plushie for the other one. So these 2 gifts have been from Innis Mor to the top of the tallest mountain in Ireland. I thought that would be special. So yes, here's a photograph of it's in the backpack. I did not want to take them out of the backpack because it was too windy up there. I was afraid I was going to like fumble it and then down the mountain they go. But there's a photo. Here's a picture of the 16-foot steel cross. Then, yeah, I even did a video. There they are, sheep and blanket right next to it. And then camera pans up. That's your cross right there. It's incredibly foggy. Yeah, very difficult to see. Behind me would be the other hikers. But yes, I made it to the top.
Oh, look, it's healthy looking now. I have my view.
I ended up heading down at around 12:15, so obviously going down was much faster than going up. I made, like, not joking, I'm not joking here, but two rather serious and very dumb and almost incredibly dangerous mistakes. So I get down to the plateau, the part where, you have Carrincuntiel, and then over there you have, I believe it's the Reeks mountain range, and you're supposed to descend from here, right? But I'm kind of tired, and I forget exactly where the way down is, and it doesn't look familiar to me exactly, and I'm a little confused. I think I know where the way down is, but I'm not sure, so I decide I'm going to try it. I end up slipping and falling in some wet grass, thankfully just in the grass so I don't bang up my arm or anything, and I'm not super close to the edge, but frankly, if I had slipped and just slid down a little more, yeah, it could have been kind of ugly and pretty fucking dangerous. I try going down here, it's not feeling right, it's not feeling correct. And I'm questioning did people come up from, right? Because there should be more people, because there's a good amount of people behind me. There were people in front of me when I was doing the Devil's Ladder. Why am I not seeing anybody? There should be a good amount of traffic. So I go back up from trying to descend at this point. I then try to descend at another point. It's also about as dangerous as the first time, as the first place I tried to descend, and I fall down again, also in the grass. My legs were shaking, and I stopped trying to go down here. I don't know why. Maybe it's just kind of some sense or something. But then I peek around the corner, and I see the Devil's Ladder and where people are climbing up to reach the plateau. I realize my mistake. I tried to go down twice at the wrong spots, and yeah, honestly, this could have been deadly if I had kept going, but my legs just started shaking. I guess I don't know. I just sort of knew that this was wrong, this was wrong, this is wrong, go back up. I get to the point between the two peaks, and there are no way markers or anything. I'm not sure if way markers would necessarily be a good idea at Carrincuntiel. I just think people just really keep it in mind. This is where I ascended from. I don't think it would be a bad idea to take a photo and then just make sure when you're going down, if you're confused, compare it to the photo so you know where to go. But anyways, I did survive. I was not killed here yet. So obviously I do make it down the mountain, but let me tell the story. There's almost some Lord of the Rings 2 bullshit.
I took a little tumble off the cliff.
But that didn't happen. I survived. I am now making my way down the mountain. It's kind of steep, and honestly, it feels worse than climbing up the Devil's Ladder. Going down is a lot worse. More thoughts about the group. I just started to distance myself as well from the group before all this too. It's just been a long time coming. Just a lot of my suggestions for going out just get shut down and trying new stuff. I'm not saying that going out to a restaurant or a bar or a winery is going to fix each and every problem that everyone has in the group, but it would be something different. I think if you would take a snapshot of this group and these guys, and we're all going to be 30 this year, and then you just looked and made a comparison at 35, where will this group be? Probably doing the same shit, just working and then hanging out in someone's apartment and then being frustrated and depressed that things magically haven't gotten better, doing the exact same thing all the time. And look, I get it. Evan and Josh, they're both smarter than me. They're both a lot richer than me, than I will ever be. They are born higher in society. And what have they done with all that? We have Josh and his CPA thing. He quit his job like it's a game, like it's Jesus Christ, just quitting your job because you don't really like it. Okay, I've quit jobs that I don't like in the past, and then I always have another job lined up. If he was actually taking his study seriously, I would take it different, but it's hard to be friends with someone that just doesn't really give a fuck. They just don't care, whatever, my parents are going to take care of it. And it's completely different worldview than myself. Evan just again, it's not like me. Like for a long time, he had an apartment that he couldn't afford with his current job and his parents paid for it. And frankly, without mommy and daddy's money, he would have been in Section 8 housing, just like working a job that doesn't make ends meet, and also refusing to really do anything about it. And he just got done with some schooling. Maybe he gets a better job with it. Maybe he doesn't. Just like there's a lack of drive, like a lack of willingness to like try new things. It's just, let's just keep doing the same shit again and again and again. For what? It wasn't great trying to start my descents. The loose rocks and the wet ones were rather terrible, but I made it. I guess I looked a little scared climbing down because several people gave me encouraging words. So thank you for that. I slid on my bottom a few times. Like I got down on my bottom and I would like inch myself over an edge and then like look and I'm like, okay, right foot there, left foot there, then I can go right foot there, then I'm on a little ledge, I'm okay. And that's how I did it. I don't know if that was incorrect. It felt correct to me. It felt safer. It started going better, but some parts were really, really steep. And yeah, I was worried. There was some light rain as well, but that was over rather fast. It should be smooth the rest of the way. Also, this was fun. Two guys, when I was going down and they were going up, said that, oh, don't you know, buddy, if you go up that other peak a ways, there's a much easier, smoother descent that will get you down into Cronin's yard. Didn't you know that? No, I didn't. I didn't know that, and I'm already like way down into the wet rocks and loose rocks. So I'm like, okay, thank you. And I keep going. If I knew that, I would have fucking taken that path. I wouldn't have done the devil's ladder again. Anyways, let's just move on. My feet really start to hurt at this point. My knees also spasm out a little bit and they buckle a little on the way back. Oh, and I didn't get a photo of it, but there were some black slugs on the ground that I noticed before the rain. There was a frog that scared me in the grass. It just surprised me. And no birds. I didn't hear a bird. I didn't see a bird. I did not see a bird at all. I don't know if they're just not around here or maybe I just missed them, but I saw no birds whatsoever. Very odd. Just got a few more photos of the descent. I wasn't like snapping photos a lot in the Devil's Ladder portion of it because it was really fucking scary and I really wanted to focus. Good shot here of coming down and you have two lakes, one on each side. And yeah, in one of the lakes you have this little like grassy mound, almost like a little island there. Another photo of some like streams coming down the mountain. Oh, and the peak was a little more clear. I can now see it from down below. And yes, you can see the cross barely in the distance up on the left of this photo. So that was cool as well. I end up getting back to the cafe at about 3:20. The walk back in Cronin's yard was really difficult. It took me a little over 6 hours to do everything here. I got a hot chocolate, and the lady's like, oh, would you like some marshmallows with that? You're damn right I want some marshmallows. There's 6 fucking hours. That's the tallest mountain in Ireland. Yeah, I want some marshmallows. What if I never came off that mountain? What if I just refused and I just lived at the peak? I have like the sheep plushie that I originally brought for my niece becomes my Wilson. I would attack hikers, make a lodge out of their tanned skin, kind of based, kind of like the forest. There's something there. I could just murder Garda, their police force in Ireland. They don't carry guns. So you can send up some little Garda bitches and I'll wrestle with them on Karen Coontail. I'll do it. But I'm really happy I did it. I think it will be nice. I'm recording this now before I see my family on Saturday, the 7th of June. So we'll see how it goes, but I think they will enjoy the gifts I got them. And you know what? Yeah, I did want it to be special. It's like this has been to the top of the tallest mountain in Ireland. So I think they will like it. After this, there was a lot of traffic. I'm heading to Ross Castle at this point. I think it's maybe after 4 o'clock. It might even be like closer to 5 o'clock by the time I get there. It's just there's a ton of traffic because of this biker festival that's going on. I made it to the last tour of Ross Castle. The tour starts at 4:55, and the plan then is to find parking in town and then try a new pub for the evening. There are no photos allowed inside of Ross Castle, and look, on the outside, the ruins of it are kind of cool and impressive. In the distance, I believe you can see Ross Island and Innis Mor, which was this really important Christian monastery. They wrote the Annals of Innis Mor there. I believe it was set up by Saint Finian the Leper. I'm not 100%. Oh, hang on. I think I have a photo here. Yes. Okay, yes. This photo does say it was founded by Saint Finian. There's that. Photos of the castle, some cannons and such. It's a short little tour. It was maybe 40-ish minutes, and we don't get like a lot of history about the castle or anything like that. And in history, Ross Castle is, I believe, the very last castle to hold out against the forces of Cromwell. There's supposedly some legend that the castle couldn't be taken unless it was by the ocean, so Cromwell's forces actually like drug a boat over land and put it in the lake, and that's how they got the defenders of the castle to surrender. The tour guide did not offer that up. I had to specifically ask the tour guide about that, and that felt kind of shitty, right? That I have to bring that up. And I don't know, it just seemed like it was okay. Like, I think the tour was €5. So for the price, I would say it's worth it. But I was a little disappointed with Ross Castle. I ended up walking to a decent pub. I got like 3 Guinness, some cider, and then I had like an Irish breakfast there. This was one of the hardest physical days of my life. My legs just hurt so bad. And yeah, just on further reflection with just kind of the guys, I think one of the main issues is just a matter of respect, the lack of it. I don't respect them anymore, whereas we were like fine in college and high school and even like after college for a couple years, but now we're going to be 30 years old. Like, when the fuck are you gonna, like, I don't want to use the term adulting, but legitimately, like, start taking responsibility and sorting your life out. This isn't like a crew I really want to attach myself to or like go down with the ship. Oh, and I have a photo here. This is like one of the little laundromats that they have at like gas stations. Look how bizarre this is. It's like a single washer and then there's a dryer thing. That's just fucking terrible. Where are you supposed to wait for your laundry? Are you supposed to walk to the laundromat? I guess you have to live very close. Then put the clothes in. I suppose there's some kind of code or something to make sure that someone else can't just open it and steal your clothes. Then you have to walk back to your house, come back, then put the clothes in the dryer. And it's just crazy. Like, why the fuck isn't there just a laundromat in Ireland? Whatever. Maybe there are some, and I just never saw them.
The white man marches on!
Okay, Sunday, June 1st. I did get my refund from Skellig Coast Tours, so thank you for that guy. Of course, he is supposed to give me my refund because we didn't end up doing the tour because it was canceled. But the guy didn't snake me, so I just appreciate that. Just a little worry off my mind. Like, I appreciate it. You're a good guy. It took like 2 days for it to go through, but hey, I really appreciated it. So on this day, we are going from Killarney to Kilkenny. Oh, I was able to get a parking spot in the same parking lot we had the night before. I was kind of worried about that, like taking the car out, and there's this big festival going on. Maybe we're not going to get parking again, but I thought, fuck it. Like, if we have to walk like 10, 15 minutes, like, I will go walk, get the car, then drive it to the hotel, and people will just load up. Like, it's not a big deal, but thankfully we still got very close parking. So we started the day at about 9 o'clock. I ended up skipping breakfast here. We just hit the road. We're doing a few things on the way to Kilkenny. We had to pay for gas inside of this gas station. Like, there's no card reader or anything out at the pump. Not all Irish gas stations are like this, but I just thought this was really silly. We're not like in the boonies in Ireland here. Like in the US, the only stations where maybe you pay inside would be like very, very rural gas stations. Everywhere else, yeah, there's a card reader at the pump. You can pay inside, but most people just pay at the pump. I ended up leaving my first aid kit behind. I had brought one along. I had also brought like lunch coolers because I thought we would, one, be friends, and two, also like doing more driving, like the Ring of Kerry or whatever. So we would like pack lunches in those and try to keep them cool along with drinks. But we never really used them, so I had left them behind. I also now leave my first aid kit behind because I just need the space. And we're done with all the major hiking and everything like that. Also, I left my shampoo behind because I need space in my toiletry bag. So many things are being left behind. Our first stop is Blarney Castle. The roads around Cork are very nice. I would say that these are perhaps the best so far that aren't the motorway roads. These are very impressive. It seems like a really nice place to live. Maybe Cork is super expensive, but it seems nice. We get to Blarney Castle. We are just walking around doing a tour of like some of the walking trails and the gardens at first before doing the castle. So I just have some photos of some of the trees. We saw a swan in a lake. There's this little rock thing. That's Lion Rock. That's it. There's a house on the grounds called Blarney House that is not open to the public. That's private. I guess some people are living there still. Got a photo. This is a photo of the castle itself. I thought Blarney Castle, like the castle itself was kind of shit. The stairs get pretty narrow. It's really cold and windy at the top. There's like almost no history inside the castle. It's just really just generic crap. And I thought it would be like, here's a very detailed history of like the building of the castle and blah, blah, blah. And it's really not that. I did not kiss the Blarney Stone just because a lot of people have kissed it. And I just think that's fucking gross. So I didn't do that. No one in the group did. They also have this big TV whenever you enter the castle, and it's like, no, there shouldn't be a TV here. It looks garish. Next, like you're in this very old building and you have this stupid TV there. It shouldn't be there. Also, there were some annoying French tourists behind me with their cameras. Just fuck off. I don't know. Like maybe the Anglo-Saxons are correct about French people. Maybe they're also correct about Irish people. But French people, annoying as shit. Like I had a few interactions with them. They fucking suck. Castle itself was kind of crappy. The poison garden nearby was also a bit tacky, but the gardens and the nature trails were good. I would say they were very good. So that made the trip worth it to me. The situation with Evan and Josh is still frosty. I'm not inviting conversation with them. I don't want to talk with them. I don't know. I still want to be done with all this shit. If we're not friends and I don't really consider us friends, then I'm not your friend driving you around. Then I'm a private driver chauffeuring you around Ireland. And if I'm a private driver, then I should be paid like a private driver. And you would have to pay a driver like a full day's wages because they wouldn't be able to do any other work. They would just be stuck driving you around. And since the driver would be traveling with you for the entire trip, you would also have to pay for their lodgings for the night too, right? So just bastards, just fucking bastards. And just the expectation that I'm supposed to take them around and they can talk to me however the fuck they want. God damn them. God fucking damn them. The next place we're stopping is Midleton Distillery. They do like 7 of the really big brands in Ireland. They do a lot of whiskey like Jameson, the Spot Whiskeys, Napahoe Castle. I think it is like the Powers Whiskey or maybe not. Some small crappy micro brewery thing and whatever. But they're pretty big. We decided to not do the Jameson tour in Dublin because that's like just more of a museum kind of thing. Also, Midleton was kind of a museum, but I did like Midleton. I've done a few whiskey tours in my time, and they're like all the same. This is where we store the whiskey. These are the barrels. This is a blah, 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 how it's made and how we distill it. This is triple distilled. I don't really give a shit. It's some interesting history. It is like kind of cool and interesting, but it's also just like, I don't really care. I'm not a whiskey guy. I'm just here to get gifts from my family. Originally, the plan was to do the Rock of Cashel on this day as well, but the guy said there wouldn't have been enough time to do it. Frankly, we could have done it, but yeah, people just didn't want to do it. They wanted to make sure to have enough time for the other shit. So no, we didn't do the Rock of Cashel today like I had wanted. And another little thing with the guys on the trip, just over the course of a few days, guys had been like getting photos, like they wanted photos for dating apps, right? And look, if it works, it works. That's great, awesome. But with dating apps, it's a low effort amount on your end, right? It's just low effort crap that no one in our group has really had any success with at all, that will just result in paying for dating apps and then doom scrolling and not being happy when there's no matches or likes. Doing this instead of like trying to get out there more and forcing yourself into positions you don't exactly want to be in, but maybe it could result in something, whereas the dating apps aren't really going to do anything. It's not that your boy White Pill, now again, you are correct. If you imagine me, dear listener, as 6'5", flowing blonde hair, a Chad, you would be in fact correct. Still, though, on dating apps, I just don't use them anymore. My last 2 dates, for like the last year, I'll be very honest with you boys, it was a couple of conversations on dating apps that didn't really go anywhere. I had a date with one woman who had a good 150 pounds on White Pill. And then I had a date which was not through an app. It's just my mom was talking with a woman, and like they were at some kind of club or grocery store or whatever. Oh, you have a niece, blah, blah, blah. That's my son's age. So I met up with this chick. It did not work out. We had one date. She was white collar, I'm blue collar, and it just like throughout the date, it just sort of seemed like she doesn't want to like date down, right? Like I have a house and everything, I make a decent amount of money, but like for her, she doesn't want to like date down, and for like a white collar woman to date blue collar, they don't want to do that. So like I am not like rolling in it, boys. But I also acknowledge that just doing dating apps, again, because guys in this group, and like me too, for a while, I don't do it anymore, have like tried dating apps for years and had little to no success. So this obviously isn't working. Obviously there has to be something new, but they're not willing to like try to like go to a winery or a bowling alley or something. They're certainly not going to try something else. And it's just frustrating. So we're in Kilkenny, we have our hotel. I did finally need the space in my suitcases. I had been buying too many souvenirs, so I ended up leaving all of my books behind. Not books that I had bought, but I had brought a couple copies each of book 1 and book 2 of my stuff, and I thought, well, I would be like having conversations with people and handing books out for free, and that would be really great and awesome. That's what I just thought in my head, and I just feel so embarrassed for having brought them all. Like, hey, you never know, but also the conversation never came up, and I never really brought up the conversation. I'm just not very good at it. I'm not very good at like selling myself, and I suppose it would feel shitty like just trying to worm that into a conversation. Like, by the way, I'm an author. Do you want my books? I don't know. It could be done like just talking with people or whatever. Maybe I should have just thrown books at the back of people's heads, like, hey, check this out. That could have worked. Oh, and the first people we saw when we got to Kilkenny were Indians. I love it. I fucking love it. I fucking love it. Our hotel, once again, has no air conditioning. Great. Another thing in Ireland, they do not have outlets in their bathrooms. They say it's a safety thing. In America, we have outlets in our bathrooms, and there's not really an issue with it. You know, there's not like horrible accidents because of it. Somehow we managed to have electrical outlets in our bathroom, and it's not an issue of safety. But the Irish can't figure it out. I guess they can't figure out how to do AC either. I noticed a nasty blister on my right pinky toe. I really should have worn thicker socks. If I was going to do that mountain again, it would be like thick wool socks, and I did bring a pair of those. Definitely needed to bring longer sleeves, and I absolutely needed to lighten the load in my backpack. But yeah, it could be done. It could be done again. Also, today, John Boy is rather sick. He came down with something, and he is coughing. He won't stop coughing. BB also has this lovely little habit of clearing his throat like every minute, like it's not driving me insane at all, not in the slightest. And now I get a runny nose thanks to John Boy. He obviously has the worst of it rather than me, but still, it's like, man, this is uncomfortable. This is painful. So I went out to the car in the parking lot. Sorry, I was just going through my credit card statements. I was trying to find like where I had dinner that night, but I remembered at Midleton there was like a cafe, so I ended up basically getting dinner there, because we were going to get into Kilkenny kind of late, and most of the pubs stopped serving food around the time, like, we would have got in, like, after most places stopped serving food. So, yes, that's what I did that night. Okay. I then go out to the parking lot and get in the car. I'm not really planning on driving anywhere just because most things are shut down. Like, I could go to a pub. I was debating doing that for the night, but I just sat in the car, and it was so loud because there's this wedding going on and a cat runs past the car. I have to keep punching the overhead light about every 10 minutes to stay on because it just keeps going off. At about 11 at night, a little after that, I go back into the hotel and get some sleep. The guys are already asleep.
The white man marches on!
Monday, June 2nd, I am up at 9-ish. We are leaving Kilkenny Tuesday, so we have a full day in Kilkenny. I got okay sleep, shockingly, I know. The guys went to go get breakfast, and then I got breakfast a little after them after I showered. I texted them. I offered the car for BB once more to drive if he wanted it. He said no, he doesn't want it. Okay, fine. Again, the offer is made. I'm not going to do extra driving for people I don't fucking like. The breakfast was kind of meh in the hotel, and I took a photo of it, but there were dead flowers at my table. That's nice. So the guys are going to do whatever in Kilkenny. I don't really give a shit. I'm just going to go off alone for the day, which is really kind of what I want. The first thing that I do is go see the Rock of Cashel. This is a important place where the kings of Munster would have been crowned. It's also this very important place for St. Patrick and such. So it's very impressive, beautiful. I'm planning on doing that, and then a few more places like the National Heritage Park and such. It took me about an hour to get there. I don't know how long the tour is, if that's what I want to do, or maybe I'll do a self-guided thing. I also put in my notes that I will probably need to buy a new bag in Dublin if I want to take all the souvenirs I've been accumulating back, because I still plan on buying a lot of shit. I did get a few, I'll list the bottles at the end, but like I did get a few exclusive bottles at the Midleton Distillery, but I plan on getting some more before I leave Ireland. So you come around this bend, and then the Rock of Cashel is just sitting there on this little hill, and it's just stunning. I wish I got a photo of it. It looked so great. It really just pops out of the landscape. I decided not to do a tour because of the timing. I would have had to wait until about 12:30, and I got there at about 11:30. I'm not hanging around an hour for this. So I did the self-guided tour, and you're just walking around, again, like the ceilings and the archways, and just the decorations are so beautiful. There's one piece in the center is incredible, and there's this stone face in the wall. It's missing like the top half of it. It still looks great. There are some Celtic crosses out in the cemetery. Here's a photo of just the outside of it, another one. And then you have this huge monument here. It's just like the size of it is great. It's the biggest one there. There's some carvings and motifs in it. There's an eagle in there. I'm not sure what the eagle is really supposed to represent, but it's gigantic. But you see it's like broken at the top, like there should be more to it. And it on the ground next to it, I guess, I'm not sure when it would have broken off, but they've just left the pieces there. But it seems like it would have been a Celtic cross just on the little rounded part you see there. And then there's another rounded part here. It has, and while there's like a piece of the crucifix there that would have been up there. So that's interesting. I'm not sure if there's more history or story to it. There was this in the wall, like a carved figure laying down. So I don't know if someone is actually buried there. They could very well be or not. But that looked good. A little Jesus. I thought there were some interesting faces in this carving. And then I'm not sure what this is. It's like a little stone altar thing. But on one side of it, there are 7 carved figures. And on the other side, there's an additional 7 figures. All right, so I know like there's 12 apostles. I just don't know what the 14 figures would be. It's one of them sort of looked like a woman. So I thought maybe that's Mary, but I am just kind of unsure. There's like, if you paid extra, you could do like a tour of Cormac's Chapel. So that sounded interesting. Unfortunately, I just didn't really have the time for it, so I didn't do it. I would 100% recommend the Rock of Cashel. Oh, there's also this little map that shows you like this section was built in this century. That section was built in that century. And that was interesting. That's cool. And they had some, I guess this was original fresco or just incredibly old, but they had that behind a little wired fence. That was good. And then, they had some tapestries. It was very impressive. I know I'm saying that a lot. I know that's not high IQ, but I was impressed just with the size and the magnificence of it. So I had to make a decision here. I was either going to go to Waterford and see a few things there, or I was going to drive to Wexford and see the Irish National Heritage Park. I ultimately decided on doing Wexford. I didn't really have the time for it. I probably could have squeezed in one thing in Waterford, but I decided I would just skip Waterford, which was a shame. That didn't exactly fit in with my plan and what I had drawn up. So it took me a little while to get there. I think around 2 hours to get from the Rock of Cashel to the Heritage Park. They have a lot of reconstructed buildings from different eras in Irish history, like you have Neolithic stuff, you have early Celtic, Iron Age dwellings, Christian, medieval period, Anglo-Norman stuff. I liked it. I thought it was cool. Oh, and the drive wasn't that smooth. Well, there was like one mistake. So there are a ton of roundabouts in Ireland, which they're not very hard to maneuver or get used to. I thought it went fine. That wasn't an issue for me driving at all. But I missed my turn 3 times in a roundabout. I'm just looking at the nav and I'm like, no, that's not it. No, that's not it. No, that's not it. So I went around 3 times in the same one. And it seemed like, and maybe I was just a little crazy and schizophrenic, but like I set the route I wanted and then Google would put me on a worse route that would put me on like L and R roads when I really didn't want to fucking do that. I wanted to stick to the nicer roads, but it's like, technically it's faster. No, it's really not. So that happened a few times and that was kind of annoying, but I did make it eventually. And my plan was to do this, drive back to Kilkenny, go to a pub, and then do Kilkenny Castle tomorrow morning, and then we are driving back to Dublin. So the Heritage Park itself, I was overall pleased with it. I have some just photos here. They have like hunter-gatherer huts in that, and they're just like little reconstructions. You can walk inside them, get some photos. They have like a little portal tomb, like a wedge tomb. You have a little like stone ring fort that was created. You get to see the insides, and this was just nice for me for like riding and just walking around these structures. It was nice. I did enjoy that. The early Christian stuff, they have a little chapel, like a little beehive hut. This would be on Skellig Michael, which would have been around Bull Rock if that had worked out. Oh, and they also had some crannogs, which are, some of them are like little artificial islands built in lakes, and it's just hard to reach them. Others have like very windy roads in lakes to reach them, and it's designed this way so it's like difficult. Some crannogs would have been built for just average people like fishermen and just average normal people. Others were royal residences of kings and such. So yeah, that's kind of cool and interesting. They had one of those. Since Wexford is the first city that's taken by the Anglo-Normans, they have a lot of history. And honestly, I thought the history like plaques that were around the Heritage Park were really good. They were very detailed. There's certainly more done here than at Ross Castle or at Blarney Castle. I was impressed with the level of history and detail they did. They had a falconry area, so they had some birds there. There was this round tower, which is not very old. It was built, I believe, to like honor those killed in the Crimean War. There was a river nearby, and yeah, I had a pretty darn good time with it. It was basically everything that I wanted. I mean, you got some decent history on the Normans and about early Irish life. I got to see the buildings and walk around in them. It wasn't too shabby. I was pretty pleased. It's certainly better than just looking at photos online like, oh, this is how this structure looks. And yeah, that's something, but like, yeah, just I got to walk around in it, and that's really what I was looking for. On the way back, the roundabout saved me again. Just like, oh, I made a bad turn. Don't worry, there's another roundabout, so just loop back. So as much as I don't love roundabouts and think they're kind of gay, they also like sort of work. They're kind of good at some times. I'm liking my diesel car. It's pretty nice. It gets excellent gas mileage. It handles pretty well. I like it. I have no idea what this would go for in the States, but I'm pretty damn pleased with it. Walking into the Kilkenny city center, it's like a 20-minute walk. I just go into this pub. I want to try different beers over there, not just Guinness. Guinness does taste a lot better than in the US. It's very creamy. It's a very nice flavor. I did enjoy it quite a bit. I don't think I could really drink it, and I don't think I will really drink it in the US going forward. It doesn't taste very good. The ingredients are just kind of wrong. It's just off. So I'm not sure. We'll see. But I had some Carlsberg Pilsners. I thought these were pretty decent. I kind of wanted to try this beer called Harps, but I didn't really see it at a lot of the pubs that I was going to, so I didn't end up having a Harps by the end of this trip. I also had a steak at this place, and yeah, that was a really good steak as well. I got back to the hotel. I'm a little drunk at this point, and I don't know, like I'm not sure what else I'm supposed to do. I'm a bit too drunk to drive, so that's not an option. BB seems like he doesn't really want to drive anywhere, and I don't know what the point of me like going to another pub would be except to get even more drunk, and I do have to drive tomorrow, so whatever. Oh, I also learned that it's not really proper to order food at the bar in Ireland. I guess like I wasn't trying to be rude or anything, but they're like, hey, a table's open up. So it's like, okay, I'll go to the table. I didn't realize like the bar is just for drinks. They don't do food at the bar. So, okay, now I know. Just kind of a somewhat of a complaint I have with just kind of the group of people that I'm with is they're just not adventurous. And I'm not saying I'm the most adventurous guy in the world, but I am willing to try new things every now and then and just to go for it. And everyone is already back in the hotel in bed. And it's just frustrating. Like I'm rooming with BB and John Boy at this point. I don't room with Josh or Evan after the first few nights in Dublin. I don't do that again for the rest of the trip. But like, holy shit, it's 7:40 at night. You guys aren't drunk. Like, come on. Jesus Christ. I'm not saying you have to go out there and get really drunk and then make an ass of yourself or whatever, but we should be out doing more than it's 7:40 at night. And maybe I should have done more that night as well, but it's done. I am a bit drunk. I knock over a glass in the bathroom, which, that was not good. I was maybe a little drunker than I imagined. Then it's a rather unpleasant night between John Boy waking up every few minutes or so to like cough very loudly. The room is incredibly hot with the three of us, and just John Boy struggling to breathe when he's not coughing. And yeah, the Irish really don't do AC in their hotels, but I bet all their cars have AC, and if having AC isn't a big deal, then okay, rip it out of your fucking car. I didn't really get any sleep, and yes, boys, in fact, yes, I did have a second night trying to sleep in the bathroom. Yes, there is broken glass on the floor. We got most of it. There were still like a couple little pieces, so I ended up trying to sleep in the tub. Didn't really happen. It was a very long night. And I did apologize several times for knocking the glass over. Sorry about that. And yeah, that was the end of Monday.
The white man marches on!
The next day, Tuesday, June 3rd, I am doing Kilkenny Castle, the first thing. I offer the car, BB doesn't want the car, and so that was an option for them because I'm not driving. I'm walking to Kilkenny Castle, and they can also Uber, they can do whatever. The castle doesn't open up for tours until I think it was 9 or 9:30, so I'm doing it at the earliest possible time I can. The guys literally just sit in the hotel and wait until I'm back, which is a little after 11. We're in Ireland. We are maybe doing this once in a couple of years, and it's just annoying. It's fucking annoying that I don't know. Like, I would just go walk for like 20, 30 minutes and like, oh, this is what an Irish neighborhood looks like. Or, oh, here's this thing that we can go check out. Because I think there were some memorials or whatever in Kilkenny that they could have walked to or Ubered or driven to, but they didn't. Kilkenny Castle was a more modern castle. There's a couple photos of it. Inside, they had like some elk horns. This was Irish elk. They're the largest elk in Ireland, or maybe the world. They're extinct. They've been extinct for a very long time. But the castle was okay. I guess it was worth a visit. They also had some shit that was supposed to be like, ooh, progressive. Like, this is these contain items from these two women that were like dykes in Wales, and it's like, okay, I don't really want or need this shit. They talk about how their families tried to get them to come back to Ireland, and just, they wouldn't listen to reason, so they were just left out there. Sometimes violence can be and is, in fact, an answer. Just beat the fuck out of them. It's really that simple. Like, holy shit, it's not hard to solve. That's something I do kind of hate about white people, where violence every time is obviously not the answer. But just thinking that we're above violence, no, if you've tried a lot of other if you tried other reasonable methods and it's not working, yeah, use violence. That's good. Do it. That I get breakfast at a little cafe. I do a little shopping, and then I walk back to the hotel. The room was so fucking hot when I got back. Jesus Christ. I literally started sweating just standing there in the room for a couple moments. It was that uncomfortable. But yeah, there's still some good stuff in Kilkenny Castle. Even this little drape holder up on the wall, it's like an eagle holding a clasp in its beak. It's a lot of detail. They had this really nice art gallery, very impressive ceiling, beautiful marble fireplace. There's enough there to enjoy in Kilkenny Castle. It's just, I hate that, here's this nice, beautiful building. By the way, here's some progressive, crap. It's I don't want that. It does just kind of spoil it a little bit. It spoils the trip just a little bit, right? After this, we are driving and doing one stop, and then we are into Dublin. We wanted to get into Dublin and we could check into our hotel at 3. It's just, we got a lot of shit in the car. People just don't want to stand around with their bags waiting until we can check them in. So that was the plan, to get into Dublin at 3. And I don't think that's a bad idea at all. On the drive in, I saw a sign to not drive tired. That's cute. I don't think I got an hour of sleep the night before. Also, this happened to me more than once, but they have these like speed radar detectors on the side that is like, you're going too slow, you're going too fast, you're at the right speed, whatever. And it's just clocking your speed. Sometimes, I'm not bullshitting, it will give you a red frowny face if it says you're going too fast. Fuck you. Fuck you from America. That happened twice. Fuck you. The one place we hit up before we go in is this little pewter place. I saw some of the stuff they had online, and like there's some goblets and other gifts I wanted to get for my family, so we stopped there. Being selfish or trying to force this on people, but months ago, like I said, like, hey, do we want to stop there? And like several other people said, yeah, put it on the itinerary. So we do it. It's not like I'm forcing my will on the whole group. No one really objected to it, right? So we do that, and then we're heading into Dublin. Unfortunately, since we're getting in at like 3, this means that there's going to be very little time to do other shit in Dublin. I had a couple of shops that I wanted to hit picked out and just get some more gifts before we leave. I don't think Evan or Josh were pleased with the pewter place we stopped in. I also don't really fucking care. Evan had a like slight smirk, like he's just above it all, you know, like he's too good for any of this shit. Had some heavy rain on the way to Dublin. There was this really, really long tunnel area. I'm not sure. We could not have been going under the River Liffey for that long. Maybe we were actually under the ocean. I mean, maybe it's just we were just really far underground. This is like the longest tunnel I've ever driven through. It was a long tunnel. Like, I was shocked. We were down there for so long. Several minutes. Several minutes. We get to the car park, which is nearby, and guess what? It's €40 for a day. Fuck off. But our hotel is literally across the street, so we decide that this is the best we're going to do. I don't want to walk further. The other guys don't want to walk further, so we do it. The hotel also said that when we check out, we'll get a discount for parking. I think it was a couple bucks, I'm not sure, but this car park was fucking ridiculous. It was incredibly tight, maneuvering your car in there. There's very little give with the spacing. Terrible. But we found a space, so it was all good. We check in, and then I am running around to get whiskey for my family. I'm not a whiskey drinker, but I was given a list, and I'm crossing it off. I get some chocolates as well. I also go into Hodges Podges, which is the oldest bookstore in Dublin. I got some shit in there for me, because, I don't know, I want to get some books. Our hotel is in Temple Bar, which I am not happy with. I never went to a pub in Temple Bar. It's just tourist trap crap. Yeah, that's unfortunately where our hotel is. Evan wanted to stay in Temple Bar, so whatever. If you are in Dublin, I would recommend this place, but the Celtic Whiskey Shop. I went there. I got a bunch of bottles. They were very helpful in like pointing out, like I said, hey, I want this brand, and then like I want like something that I can't get into America, that I can't like buy or even have shipped to the US, because some of the stuff you can't ship it in. And they were incredibly helpful. I was very pleased with them. So yeah, if you're in Dublin visiting Ireland, Celtic Whiskey Shop, they were excellent. And in Dublin, as I'm running around trying to get to these stores before they close, because again, most stores close at 5 or 6 at the latest, did understand like the urge of black men to push Asian people in front of the subway, in front of trains, really kind of any public transportation. There were some slow-ass Asian people on the street in front of me. It happened several times. After I get everything settled and put back into my hotel room, I also went and bought a bag because I needed another bag to transport everything home. I didn't think the bags were going to be that expensive, but I was looking at the smaller ones, and I thought, no, I should probably go for the bigger one and just have the extra space if I need it. So I ended up getting a larger piece of luggage, and that was the correct choice because I was barely able to fit everything into my giant suitcase and then in this big suitcase and my backpack. So I went out looking for a pub to do dinner. I also wanted to get an Irish coffee because I hadn't had one on the trip yet. And I thought, well, I shouldn't leave Ireland without having an Irish coffee. I felt kind of stupid and I didn't want to look like a dumb tourist, but I find this nice little pub and I didn't see Irish coffee on the menu, but I asked like, can I get an Irish coffee here? Because I don't know, I just don't see it like listed like menu price, Irish coffee, this amount of euro. So I do ask and the waitress goes, yeah, you can have one. I get that later. First, I have a red lamp, which is an ale. I also do a stew, which is pretty good to try a stew, but I wouldn't say stew is like my go-to for dinner or anything like that. Talking with the waitress a little bit. And so in Kilkenny, I had dropped off all of my books except for two of them, a copy of book 1 and a copy of book 2. I kept these in my book bag. It's my last night in Ireland. We are leaving, heading just straight to the airport the next day. I would rather not bring these books back in kind of shame because my plan had been to give away all copies of my books, which I obviously didn't do. So I thought, fuck it, like what's the worst thing that can possibly happen? So I just ask my waitress when she brings me my check and I pay, like, hey, do you like to read? And she goes, yeah, she likes to read. She also mentions Hodges Podges, the bookstore that I had been to earlier that night. I just asked, like, I have these books here. Do you want them? I'm the author. These are free. And she says, yeah, I don't know. She seemed like kind of happy and she was smiling. I don't know if she was smiling to make me go away. I don't know. She took them. Like, I showed her some of the artwork in it. She seemed like pleased and, I don't know. She did not fall down on her knees and profess her love for me, but she took these books. And I know that seems like really small and whatever, but for me, like a guy that doesn't really like to promote himself or exactly put himself out there, I thought this was more of a step in the right direction. I wish I had done this more. I wish I had been just more brave overall for this trip and just like kind of like, yeah, like blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't know, just engaging more people in conversation because that's something that I'm going to be forced to do. And she didn't scream or call the cops or say incel, and like spray me of holy water. It was just fine. Now, maybe she's laughing the second I leave the pub and she's just tossing these in the trash, but I don't know. I thought it went well, and this experience was certainly better than just like going back to the hotel room and feeling bad that no one knows that you're an author because you don't tell them, and so therefore no one really knows that you have books to promote. It was something. I think this was more positive growth for me. Not like a huge thing, but it was a step in the right direction, And the Irish coffee was excellent. I should have asked for this more, kind of something that I regret as well, but that was incredibly good. After this, it's still like, it's not super late. It is like around maybe 8 o'clock. I just need to do some packing and make sure everything is ready for tomorrow because just want to load everything in the car, the airport, and just no bullshit, go back home, get this shit all over with. So I'm just doing a lot of packing that night. I'm also just filling out my journal. I would like leave thoughts and just like entries for the travel vlog just in like new tabs on my phone, so it would save like a history of it instead of just putting in my notes. So I'm also like transcribing notes like that. And it's fine. I'm rooming with BB that night, and that was just the end of Tuesday. I'm all packed. I'm ready to go. I am rather nervous about customs because there is a duty-free alcohol limit to bring back in the US. I am way over that limit.
The white man marches on!
Wednesday, June 4th. I have another dig about the travel agent. I don't know how much I should take this, but okay, apparently in Ireland and in the United Kingdom, it's not just hotels, it's just houses in general don't really have air conditioning. I get it. They do live in more mild climates than the United States. I do understand that. They are much further to the north than we are. But You're telling me there's not incredibly hot, humid days in the summer where you would really enjoy some air conditioning? I just don't really buy it. Like, if you had air conditioning in your house, you don't have to run it all the time. Maybe just on the days when it's really hot and you just want some, like, cold air relief instead of just cracking a window. Because guess what? If the wind's not really blowing, and even if the wind is blowing, it's just blowing hot air at you. It just seems silly or weird, so I'm not really blaming the travel agent for it. I kind of am, because I get it. In Dublin, you're going to have some hotels with air conditioning. I still think we were staying in pretty major cities like Kilkenny, Killarney, Galway. Those areas probably do have hotels with air conditioning. So I think the very bare minimum the travel agent could have done is just making sure, like, oh, this place does have air conditioning. Because I would have paid a little extra, because there were multiple nights when I didn't really get to sleep. And yeah, it was very shitty. This is the last day of my journey. I just gotta drop the car off, and then it's a day of traveling, but I am ready to go home. Obviously, not all of it went well, but lots of it did. I am really glad that I went. I woke up chilly in my hotel room, a good feeling, as it should be. So I'm all packed. I bring my bags down for breakfast. We are doing breakfast as soon as they open today. This old cunt in the breakfast line cuts in front of me. She says, "We've been waiting a long time. We've been waiting a while." They weren't running out of food or tables in there. There was plenty. What the fuck? I fucking hate Americans. I had black pudding again at breakfast. It was good, but not as good as the first time. It's, blood, fat, oatmeal. It's like when it's not too dry or too moist, it's great. But this time it was a little bit too moist. It was still decent. Can you get this in the United States? How hard is it to get it? So we're just having breakfast, waiting for the rest of the guys to get down. Evan and BB are having breakfast with me. Me and Evan are not talking. We have not really talked. We haven't talked in days. Just how I want it. Go fuck yourself. We're not fucking friends. We had to get gas and fuel up before we returned the car. This gas station did have a card reader outside. It was also near the airport, and there were a fuck ton of Uber guys just hanging around, taking up spots. That sucked. A lot of traffic getting out of Dublin. It's not the easiest thing, but it's not terrible. The motorway to the airport is honestly like, wow, holy shit, there are a ton of cars moving here. But there are no accidents, there are no issues. I do bring us safely into the Hertz car rental. We drop it off. They were really quick in response and got the keys. We got a shuttle to the airport. And as tough as it was to drive, I did do it. It sort of reminds me of this time. I don't know if I told you boys this story or not. Like, this is just something that I did, but I did climb the tallest mountain in Ireland, and I will surely never bring that fact up again in every single video from here until the end of time. Never. At the airport, I noticed this on the way in when we arrived in Dublin, but I did get a photo of it this time. They have this hanging yellow modern art piece right in the center of the airport. It's disgusting. It says nothing about Irish history, Irish people, about Irish culture. This could belong in any airport around the world. I fucking hate modern art. It's literally fucking soulless. What is that? It's just like yellow squiggles, you know? You could have something there, some like beautiful statue of Ireland celebrating some Irish heroes, something, anything. Instead you have this. Might as well have a fish on a fucking bike there. So at the airport, I have to check 2 bags. With American Airlines, you do get one free checked bag. The other one is not free. I thought it would be $50. No, it was $100. And I'm not thrilled with that, of course, but it is certainly cheaper than if I had paid for shipping for a lot of the stuff that I brought back, and my bags are really bulging. They are fully stuffed. So it was a good thing that I had bought 2 bags, that I got the second bag, and I have to check both. Made a pretty serious mistake here by putting my smaller bag first, the one I bought yesterday. It was already going. It disappeared behind the little flap thing, and it was gone by the time that I weighed the big boy. And there's an issue. So bags have weight limits at the airport, and she said this is supposed to be 31 kilo, and it was 35 kilo, which means it was like a little over 70 pounds or around there. So I had to try to lighten the load, and the bag where I did have some space left is already gone. That's fucked. They're not going to bring that bag back to me, and all I have is my backpack. So I just shove as much shit as I can into my backpack as possible. That was so much fun. It's still, I think, slightly over like 33 kilos, but she's just like a little annoyed, but she lets it go. It's like, whatever, fuck you. I did get worried because I had bought some glasses at Guinness, and I put these in the backpack, and I had nowhere else to put them, and I thought they're not going to let me walk through security with like glasses, right? They're not going to let me be on the airplane with glasses like this. I had also bought some chocolates when I was in Dublin the night before for my family, and I thought they're not going to allow you to like bring food into this, but I think it's really just liquids that they care about. Whatever. And then at security, I do get a bag check, and I'm like, oh, fuck, this is going to be bad. But they just, like, had some swab thing. I don't know what they were doing, but they, like, ran it across some of the pages of my books that I had purchased. I'm not sure. Maybe something went off with the sensor, but I don't know why they did that. I did pass through there, and everything was fine, though, so that was cool. Then after this, we had customs. I thought we would be hitting customs when we got back to the US, but it's Dublin airport. There are also a couple other airports where you do customs and then you fly to the US. I didn't know that. I had like tried to make myself ready for this, like be casual, be cool. It's my turn. I step up to the scanner thing. It scans my face. He goes, "Sir, do you have over $1,000 of USD in gifts that you're bringing back?" I say, and, you know, being cool and casual, I go, I think I'm around there, but I don't think it's over 1,000. He just waves me through. He's like, "That's fine." And he just waves me through. Smooth, very smooth. I was expecting some guy to like root through your luggage and like question like, how much did this cost? Because you're allowed to bring a certain amount worth of money back into the US. If you bring more than that, you have to pay duties on it, right? So I guess $1,000 was the limit. I thought it was $800, but he said 1,000. I was definitely over that limit in terms of gifts that I was bringing back, but I got waved through, so whatever. I thought, well, we're still going to hit customs when we land in the US, and they're going to like search our checked bags, so I was kind of worried about that. John Boy also said that when he traveled to the Netherlands, he had to like fill out a sheet on the plane and like make a declaration of all the stuff that you're bringing back and how much that's worth. We never received any piece of paper like that, and I was just waiting for that, and like, fuck. I'm going to have to pay duties on a lot of this shit. I was still expecting that. Also, a few of the places that I shopped at gave me like these forms called Tax Planet, and you're supposed to drop these off at the airport when you're departing, and you're supposed to get like some money back in your credit card. So if you spent like a certain amount at some of these stores, and I did it for a couple of them, like the Pewter Place, the Celtic Whiskey Shop, the Midleton Distillery, and there's like one more. I think it might have been Guinness. But I had forgotten to drop it off, and I had already through customs, and this would have been before customs, like right after Dublin airport security. So I thought maybe I could drop this off with like the chick that with like the people that are going to take my boarding pass when we get on the plane. But I'm not too sure at that point. It's like, oh well. Also, I thought that, you know, I'm going to put my backpack up top since it's so full because it's just going to be kind of uncomfortable down at my feet. So I wanted to get like a little bag and put my phone charger in it, put my books in there, my notebooks, and just work with that instead of just leave my book bag up top. So I wanted to get a little plastic bag, and I'm running around looking for a bag to put all that stuff in. Of course, there aren't free bags anywhere because we're going green in Ireland. I got some snacks to now have the bag. Can you believe this horse shit? White Pill constructs this whole narrative about needing a bag to put all this shit in there so it's more convenient when he really just wanted to buy some fucking junk food. What an unreliable narrator. Moving on. You know, we're waiting for our flight. We have plenty of time. I still think it was correct for us to get up that early to get to the airport just to handle any extra bullshit that might have come up. Like, we blew a tire. There was an accident. Blah, blah, blah. They shut down a few lanes. So just some random thoughts I had. I could have tried giving books to that group of 5 women that were saying fuck that when they were walking past us. I mean, I had one success with a waitress, so that one success could be many. Maybe I'm on a roll. Did you ever think about that, dear listener? Maybe my next trip should be to Vegas. I could try to seduce women in Ireland with the promise of being, I guess now, lower working class in America. Before inflation, I was just working class. Fucking Cooley Park. Evan tries to step to me. He has an expensive ass weight set in his apartment, the apartment that he couldn't afford on his own that his parents bought for him, and he doesn't use it. I could take him easily. Frankly, I could take Josh as well. I would never fight John Boy, but if BB also wanted to step to me, I could also take BB. I'm rather confident with that. Fake bullshit apology in the restaurant, getting pissed off at me for not tipping for not wanting to tip the non-European waitress that shouldn't have been there. If you tip them, do you think they're going to stay or what? Just like the clickbait suggestions idea, like you did fucking nothing. They did fucking nothing for this fucking trip. It was all on me. Cunt. Put a lot of time and work into this trip. And just saying my flaws are so obvious. I don't like being insulted like that, but I will take that insult over saying that I made clickbait suggestions for this trip. I would take time after work. I work long shifts, and I would spend it doing research and planning when no one else did. They're just expected to be served upon arrival. Like, we're going to show up, we're not going to drive, and we're also not going to put any effort into planning this trip, even though we spent thousands of dollars on it a piece. And it's just going to be taken care of for us. And I don't want to be friends with people like that. It was kind of not an epiphany, but sort of a wake-up call. Like, I got to finally kind of see them. And it's like, wow, this is pathetic. I don't want to fucking associate with these guys anymore. Not John Boy, right? John Boy's cool. BB, kind of neutral with. They just wanted to show up and be driven around, have someone else plan about it, and then they can bitch about it. I make mistakes. Some of the stuff I suggested wasn't perfect or the best. I wouldn't do it again. But what the fuck did they really do? Just a sneering incel cunt, afraid of being authentic, so above it all. If I did nothing and left it up to the travel agent, I already went over the manifest that they brought. I already listed the stuff I planned for the Burren, for Innis Mor, but I have a big list here for places to see at and to do in Dublin. It's like Celtic whiskey shop just to get gifts. Jameson, I crossed that off pretty early because we decided on Midleton. Mitchell & Sons, they do spot whiskey, the Guinness Storehouse Tour, Dublina, the National Leprechaun Museum, the Dublin Post Office, St. Patrick's Cathedral. Collins Barracks, crossed that off because I trusted our tour guide. He said it was bad. I did want to do the cemetery tour. I just ran out of time. Trinity College was on there, the Archaeology Museum, the Tara Newgrange tour, like Dublin Castle, and then I had a few other just places to maybe shop. I listed out groceries that were nearby our hotel, just help people out, just to have the shit planned out. And I even listed out oh, if we do this, this, and this is all works out and it will flow nicely. We can walk to it, right? And then on this day we should do this because it's all kind of grouped up. I did all that. Killarney, the Gap of Dunlow, we did not do this. There was a stone circle. This was more on the Ring of Kerry. There was some stone fort there, the Kerry Cliffs, Midleton. There was, Blarney Castle, Aaron-Cúntil, Muckross House, Ross Castle, the Torc Waterfall. The boat tour was planned. I had that booked. Unfortunately, that just didn't fire. Rock of Cashel, did that myself. Heritage Park, the Pewter Place. For Waterford, I had a big list of stuff. Unfortunately, I just ran out of time, but there was Reginald's Tower, there was a medieval mile museum, Dunmore Cave, Kilkenny Castle, Bally's This was just like some little towers that are connected. They look really cool. You can hike around there. Bishop's Palace. There were a couple of walks as well, but just, I'm not suggesting that we were going to do all of that stuff, but they're just options. And people could have done research and like, I like this, and this. I'm not interested in that one. And then people could have given feedback and we could have gone from there. No one really fucking bothered. No one really gave a shit. And these weren't perfect. I'm not saying they were perfect. But, it was a lot of fun that these little fucking crybaby cunts can't get back to me and just give me permission to book the fucking tours. So then I have to scramble and be late to work so I can try to book a tour in time to make sure we actually get to do Newgrange and Tara. Because I know they don't really give a fuck, but it's important to me and I really wanted to see it. We did do a lot of what I wanted, but there was like some stuff on the Ring of Kerry that just didn't happen. And yeah, there was some stuff in Cork we could have done as well. Yeah, just a couple of other things. If we had had more time in the Burren, if we had just had more time overall, that would have been great. Sorry, if I had had more time overall, that would have been great. But to say that I just didn't put effort in, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Good luck with your dating apps. I'm sure it's going to work out this time. And I'm certainly not the best, and I'm certainly not Casanova, but unfortunately, guess what? Having that conversation with that waitress was probably more interaction with women than anyone else had on this trip. I think I take the crown on that one, and that's not really a high achievement, Big list of gifts for everyone. I got most of the gifts that I did want. I would have liked to have gotten bookends. I never saw any anywhere. I really wanted to get some nice bookends for back home. Didn't see any. That would have been for myself. Didn't happen. I did a breakdown of like our days and just like planning everything and when we could schedule certain tours. It was a pleasure to chauffeur them around Ireland. Evan has such an undeserved ego for a guy that was born so high and he's achieved so fucking little in his life. What are his obvious flaws? He's incredibly insecure about his receding hairline. He's definitely a big success with his job. He definitely wouldn't be a loser fucking shut-in neat without mommy and daddy's money keeping him afloat. He's a guy that deliberately avoids personal responsibility. He has a hair-trigger temper, and he's just unpleasant to fucking be around. No, like, come on, we're not gonna start listing these flaws. Stop. We're not gonna say that. We're above that. We don't do that here. Slightly more functional than the Carsons, and I mean that in the worst fucking way possible. I understand that I'm working class. That absolutely influenced my upbringing and my values, but there are rich people that work really hard and they try to like maintain their family's estates and their legacies and they try to like grow their family's wealth. But like you don't feel that drive at all. And there are plenty of shitty poor people that could work and improve their circumstances. I'm not saying just pull yourself up by your bootstraps, but there are people that just settle for like very shitty, bad lives, and they could improve them, and they choose not to. He's like that, but he was born into money. White Pill, are you upset? Are you really that upset that he insinuated that you gave clickbait tier suggestions for this trip?
Are you upset? Yes or fucking no? Yes, you are upset.
Yeah,
Say it.
I'm upset.
Say it so the whole band can hear you.
I'm upset.
Louder!
I'm upset.
Louder!
I'm upset.
Yes, that did upset me, and I just don't like having my head bit off by these fucking guys. Also, both of them, Evan and Josh, do have an autistic chuckle that they do sometimes, and that's not annoying in the slightest. But we're not being petty here. So we're finally boarding. The lady who scanned my boarding pass said that she could drop off my Tax Planet stuff. If it happens, great. If not, then oh well. There's also some squabbling as we're getting onto the plane with Evan snapping at John Boy over like where they're sitting. And so it's not just me, but Evan just kind of likes to snap at people. I was still expecting a sheet to fill out of like declarations of stuff I'm bringing back into the United States. Like, oh fuck, but I haven't gotten this sheet yet. BB is with me in the row behind the other three guys, and we have a stranger in our row. And he is a small guy. He is maybe 5'4", 5'5", right? He refused to take the middle seat. And I'm a lot taller than him, also wider than him, to be fair. So I got to sit next to the stranger. Nice guy. He's sort of like Evan and Josh at times, and I really appreciate it. Evan couldn't have just gone like, oh shit, my bad, White Pill. I'm sorry about Trinity College. I thought we could do this without a tour. Turns out we do need the tour. And, you know, if I had done 2 minutes of research just going on their website, it would state specifically that we couldn't have done that. So I'm sorry I didn't bother doing 2 minutes of research, and we would just move on. We would just move on, be like, hey, cool, dude, we'll just do Trinity the next day. He couldn't just go like, hey, my bad. It has to be like getting very angry and like on the point of like snarling. He just has to snap. Very thin skin and a really big ego that is totally undeserved. I can admit to making mistakes, and I did it several times. I admit to making mistakes all the time. Either I am ruining the trip or I'm not. If I am ruining the trip, then the days that I went off to do my own thing was good for the group, right? It was, because I'm not there to ruin the trip. And I don't want you around me because I'm trying to enjoy my fucking vacation because this is important to me. How do you tell someone that they peaked in college? How do you tell someone that? How do you say it nicely? Hey, you peaked in college. Maybe you should check your fucking ego because you peaked. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because he's going to be rich. He's going to be really fucking rich. If he just stays a fucking loser his whole life, it doesn't matter. And I don't have that privilege, and frankly, I wouldn't want it. I wouldn't want to live like them. Josh also like fucking pisses me off. Just like, I would apologize to him. I would take back some of the shit I said in this video if he looked me in the eye and I asked him, how much time have you spent in the 10 weeks since you quit your job and they wanted you to stay? Have you spent studying for your CPA exam versus how much time you spent playing video games? And if it's not 90% studying and 10% video games, you can go fuck yourself. I don't apologize for any of it. I would apologize if I'm wrong. I would apologize. Just, oh my God, the entitlement. Like, you can talk to me however the fuck you want, and I'm just your obedient robot driving slave. They literally think that way. That's actually something that they do think. Like, I'm just supposed to do whatever they want, and it doesn't matter what they say. It's like I'm their mother, and they can talk to their mother however they want. And if they were little kids, the mom is still going to pick them up after school. Maybe she's pissed off, but she's not going to abandon her kids there. I'm not their mother. By the way, if driving people around Ireland wasn't a big deal, then why didn't anyone else do it? The answer to the all-important question, how much driving did White Pill Media do for this trip out of 5 adult men? 100% of all driving. At no point did BB ever take the keys. I offered them multiple times. He never took them. He never asked for them. Nothing. I did all of it. It was all on me, baby. It was all on me, and I was thrilled. I was so thrilled. I would say it's just similar to like the travel agent, where the travel agent really doesn't give a fuck. They just want to get paid and then serve their next client. And these guys just didn't care very much, did they? They were just there to be taken for a ride. Like, I was supposed to plan everything. They were supposed to bitch and complain about it. I was also supposed to do all the driving. I was also supposed to take all the abuse they wanted to throw on me and then smile and say, yeah, we're great buds. I would agree that I could have phrased it better on the Tuesday when we were leaving Cooley Nature Reserve Park, but what I said was not on the same level as theirs. It wasn't even close. It's really not comparable. I didn't get personal. I didn't do really an attack. Frankly, yeah, Josh would have fucking sucked as a navigator. He's shit at driving in his own fucking city. I did apologize to BB. I never got an apology From Evan, not really. I never really got anything from Josh. Josh did try to be a little nicer to me than Evan. I don't really give a fuck about Evan. There's sort of in twin pairs a more dominant kind of asshole twin and the nicer twin. Evan is the asshole. I could cover the manifest again and say, like, that's it. That's all you get. Without me, that's literally all you fucking get. That's all of it. That's all of it. It lists the hotels, the fucking Guinness tour, and to go to the Cliffs of Moher and the Connemara bullshit. That's all it fucking lists. So we land in the U.S. We'd have a several-hour layover before our next flight to take us home. John Boy is the only one to thank me for driving, and I had a good talk with him in the airport while the others were walking around. I should pursue, me and John Boy, like, we're friends, but I wouldn't say we were very close friends. I think we're a little closer now, just kind of from antagonism from others, but I should pursue a better friendship with him. Just like, we're voicing a lot of the same frustrations, just like with the group, and it's just the same thing over and over again, and just, he is the only one out of the group to thank me. BB does not thank me for doing all the driving, and I sort of really, truly wanted to just fucking, I should have abandoned them. Like, when we were going to Dublin Airport, I should have just blocked everyone on my phone, gotten an Uber, gone to the airport, and just worried about myself. And everyone else, figure out how to get the car to the airport. That's on you. That's on you, you fucking faggot. And maybe he wasn't trying to be passive-aggressive, but he does it both flights. On the really long, like 7-hour one to get to the States, and then on the shorter one to get back to our city, he takes the window seat when, if we were really going by what our boarding passes state, I should have the window seat. But it felt somewhat passive-aggressive, and yes, that is annoying. He is much closer to Evan and Josh than I am. They have been friends since elementary school, so I don't know if it was out of loyalty to them that he wanted to be a little cunt to me, but whatever. The next trip to Ireland, which probably won't be for a while, I would go in the off-season where the weather is still decent. I would have like a full week in the Burren. I would see Roscommon. There's a great historical site around there. Definitely spend time in Waterford, at least a full day, at least an entire full day doing nothing but staying in Waterford. Probably an overnight on the Aran Islands. I would like to see the other two Aran Islands as well. Do Ben Bulbin, no fucking travel agent. And I know how to drive in Ireland now, and I was able to handle the trip doing just about everything. So yeah, I think I could travel internationally alone. If it's me and John Boy or one of my brothers or something, great, cool, fine. At the airport, when we're waiting for our next flight, there is a literal Zoomer wearing a Burger King crown. I'm not joking. I'm not exaggerating. I also overheard him talking about that he's reporting to a military base in the city that we're heading to. I'm not surprised. I hate this country. I hate that generation. And I still have a couple things to say, some closing thoughts and such. On the big flight back, I watched Philadelphia, the Tom Hanks gay lawyer movie. I just wanted to see the propaganda. It is a disgusting film, and it is disgusting propaganda. Oh, John Boy also talked about what they did on the Killarney day when I did Karen Kuntil. He said that they went to Ross Island and Innis Mor. They walked around there for a hike. I do wish that I had seen Ross Island and Innis Mor. So that is something that I do regret. But that and Ross Castle is all that they did that day. That was it. They, and that didn't fill the whole fucking day. And then they just ate and then went back to the hotel. I don't understand how you can treat your vacation like that. I offered the keys to BB. He didn't fucking want them. They could have taken an Uber to see anything in Killarney. That's all they fucking did. Right? That was their day. That was their fucking day. That's not very adventurous. That's like nothing. That's like nothing. I felt that it was highly likely that I was going to keep fighting with Evan and Josh, and I was going to get my head bit off again. And it would just be even worse if we got into another fight. and I just wasn't sure what to do. It didn't feel correct for me to just eat shit and smile and be like, hey man, we're great friends. You can say whatever the fuck you want to me and we're cool. Just done. Like, I should have abandoned them in Galway. Or when I got back to the car first from Innis Mor, I should have just taken it and driven. I really don't have a high opinion of BB after he pulls this shit on the plane. Very annoying, forcing me into the worst seat. For what? I mean, I did drive your faggot ass around Ireland, right? I did do that. You didn't drive at all, right? That did happen, right? So I should have just gotten an Uber to the airport and just told BB, figure it the fuck out. We land. We're waiting around baggage claim for our checked bags. John Boy is the only one that says goodbye to me. I say goodbye to him, not speaking with anyone else. I was kind of worried because it says that my bags landed, but like the bags stopped coming on the carousel and I'm not seeing mine, and I'm like, oh shit, what happened? I know I said some not super things about Josh, but I would say of the two, I talked to him easier than Evan for sure. And Josh points out, I just don't see it, but it's like off to the side. They don't even announce it really, that oversized and heavier bags have been put over there. And I look over there are my bags. So I get them. My dad is the one to pick me up at the airport. It was like really, really good to see him. It was really great just to be home. I'm doing family stuff this weekend. I'm recording this now on Friday. I'm supposed to see them tomorrow. Making pizza. My dad's made pizza since I was like a little kid. He's always done this. That'll be great. And I'll be handing out gifts to people. And yeah, that'll be Saturday. I'm going to record a section after Saturday, just like how all that went, but that should go well. We got in Wednesday night, pretty late at night, and then that Thursday, I fell asleep on the couch. I meant to go to my bed, but I fell asleep on the couch. I woke up at 4:30 in the morning. I don't know if it's just jet lag from Ireland or whatever, but my bags also made it safely back. Nothing was broken. I thought customs was going to murder me when I got back, but the guy waving me through said, "You're fine," was literally it. I couldn't believe that. And yeah, I brought all the whiskey I bought back. You're allowed like basically one bottle back in the US duty free. I brought back 10. I brought back 10 bottles of whiskey and nothing happened. For Thursday, I'm just taking care of some chores and shit that just need to be done since I've gotten back. Friday, today, I wake up again at 4 in the morning. I don't know if it's just the Irish time screwing with me still or what. My cherry tree and apple tree are doing fine, except on my apple tree, I got a little freaked out. It has like a burr knot on it. They look disgusting. They look like little fleshy worms around the bottom of the tree. Apparently, it's not exactly harmful, and it's fine, and it happens more in trees that are grafted, and my apple tree is grafted, but that was kind of gross. And I also got groceries on Thursday, and yes, outside of my grocery store, there were, in fact, 2 obese black women on disability scooters, and then inside my grocery store, there was what couldn't have been a white woman based on just like her skull shape, but like her skin was very pale and such. She was also incredibly fat. And then later I heard her speak and her voice confirmed it. She had that Michael Jackson shit, Riva Vigo or whatever, but she had a Negro's voice. A list of some pros and cons for the trip. So I'll start with the pros, do some mid stuff, and then get to the cons. Irish do have better food than us. Guinness is creamy and delicious over there. The meat overall is great. The bread gets moldy. The food is superior. It's just superior. I learned lots over there, going to the museums and going out in nature. So much useful writing info for the rest of my books. I really got what I wanted. I got to see lots of landscapes I needed to, the forts, everything. The archaeology museum in particular was excellent. Innis Mor, Cairn Cúntail, the Rock of Cashel, Newgrange, Noth, the Burren, the Cliffs of Moher, Muckross, Torc, Dun Angus, Tara, St. Patrick's Cathedral, the post office, Dublin Castle, the cool nature reserve park, Kylemore Abbey. The night in the Burren was my favorite overall. I'm driving in the rain, I'm cold, it's shivering, but it's great. It's so good. Midleton was good, Muckross Abbey, National Heritage Park. I got good info for future trips. I got gifts for my family. I think there was personal growth. I finally got to see Ireland. I did not give away all the copies of my books that I had like I had originally planned, but I did give away 2 copies of my books, and that was something. It's a step in the right direction, but I need to do more. I know it sounds like a lot of bitching and complaining, and the bad was definitely bad, but the good was excellent. It was truly beautiful, and I'm very thankful that I went. Some mid stuff, I would say the Leprechaun Museum. To be fair, I only saw like the first half of it, and I'm already very familiar with Irish folklore and mythology, so I enjoyed it maybe less than I would have if I had known less about it, right? Blarney Castle, kind of a disappointment. The grounds are cool, but the castle itself, it just kind of sucks. Kilkenny Castle, again, I think it's decent. There's some beautiful stuff in there. Dublin Castle was far better. Dublinia, again, I did learn some useful information here, but I'll admit it was a little like kind of corny, not great. I don't like regret it, but I would never go back there. I would definitely go back to the Archaeology Museum. Cons. Hiring a travel agent I didn't want. The trip was a lot more expensive with it. The Guinness Storehouse was just crap. That was total shit. The lack of time in the Burren. The people I traveled with. The Bull Rock trip was a no-go. I ended up having to skip all of Waterford. Stretched too tight in some areas, so it was just like rush. Some of the hotels weren't very good. Diversity, that's always a con. Diversity, that's a con. Parking, laundry, air conditioning, some of the roads at times, these were all varying in quality, usually not good. I sort of wish we had done the tour of Trim Castle. I was just worried about time. I never got to see an Irish football game like the Gaelic football or hurley. I really feel like I missed out there. That was a shame. I wish I had also seen Ross Island and Innis Mor. I did not get to see any seals or basking sharks on my trip. Oh, another thing. I didn't see this in a single gift shop in Ireland. Boys, we can make a lot of money here. So, basking shark, it's pretty unique to Ireland. It's more of like their thing, their shark. They're incredibly ugly. There is one featured in Dualahan Book 2. But I was thinking, why not corner the market on this shit? We would have a fucking monopoly on basking shark plushies. I'm a dumb American with money to spend. I would have bought one if available, but it wasn't really available. You could sell this to gullible Americans easy at the Cliffs of Moher, at wherever. They would definitely buy some to take. So again, just a little idea to make $1 million. Not a big deal. Also, I never went to a pub that had live music. I really should have done that. I was just, I guess, sort of worried that I would be in more of a tourist trap place. But I think there are like just legitimate pubs that have live music that's more traditional. So yeah, I wish I had done that. That was an error on my part. Overall, I'd wish I had just tried a bit more, been a little bit more brave. But I don't know. Yeah, some steps in the right direction. Because I didn't just eat shit and then just go back to the safety of the group. I was able to do a lot of stuff just on my own and just go through that, and it went fine. My last con is I did not get to see Dublin in its prime, with the Union Jack flying proudly above it.
And guardian angels sang the strain.
Next time, I would also do that Dublin cemetery tour, Bull Rock for sure, Tato Park. Why not do Tato Park? There was plenty I missed in Dublin in terms of museums, the Gap of Dunlow. Killarney is definitely worth seeing again. Got together with my family Saturday. That was pretty good. My dad made pizza. He's made pizza basically every weekend, since I was a really little kid before that. So it was really good to see family. That was excellent. I missed them for 2 weeks. It was good to have my dad's pizza. Handed out gifts to everyone, the pewter stuff. I'm not really a whiskey drinker myself, but I got my brother, it was like, hang on, I got a list. Redbreast, Cast Strength. There was another Redbreast. I think that was Tawny Port. I'm not sure if for the Redbreast, I think they are harder to get in the US, but not impossible. I got Blue Spot, Red Spot for my brother. I got that over there because you can get them in the US. They're just really, really expensive. But I went out yesterday and I got a Yellow Spot and Green Spot at a liquor store. And those were reasonably priced, like basically what I would have paid over there for them. I got a Bushmills Causeway for my dad. He likes Bushmills. Jameson Distillery Edition, Jameson Crested, Jameson Triple Triple. This is a John Lane Powers, or Powers, yeah, I think John Lane Powers Cast Strength. There was that as well. Napahoe Castle. And then the place I went, the Celtic Whiskey Shop, they have their own like whiskey that they do. So I got one of those too, but that should have been all of them. I think the limit to get back in the US is like a bottle or 2 bottles that are duty free. Every other bottle of alcohol you're supposed to pay a duty on. So the guy's like, do you have over 1,000 USD in gifts coming back into the States? And I say, I'm around there, but I think I'm under it. He's like, okay, go ahead, sir. So whatever. Yeah, I ain't paying extra fucking duties on that. Fuck that shit. I'm an American citizen, god damn it. So yeah, family was really pleased. I had a lot of other gifts to give out. And it's just, I don't know, right? Like, when am I really going to Ireland again? Obviously, I would really like to go again. I'd like to go several times to really see it. But for a first-time trip, it's probably at least going to be a year, right? If not more. But I know I could do it cheaper. I know I could do it more efficiently. And if I just had, like, a week over there, I would be able to get a ton done. I know how to drive over there now. Not an issue. I know, like, I have a more defined or refined list of stuff I want to see, stuff I want to do. So, yeah, 100%. Would really love to go back. But it's like, if I'm not going to be there for a few years, like, here's a lot of whiskey. You don't have to drink it all at once, space it out. Take your time until we have someone else going to Ireland to fuel up again. What did I not do? Oh, Smithics. Yeah, in Kilkenny, John Boyd really wanted to do the tour for it, so he organized that. I ended up skipping it because I thought it was going to be at 1. Turns out it was at 11. And on that day, I was doing the Rock of Cashel, and also I was planning on, the Heritage Park, so that's why I didn't do Smithics. When I picked up the Spot whiskeys yesterday, they also had Smithics there, so I bought some. I think it's pretty decent. I do like it more than drinking Guinness in the US, because, I don't know, I just don't like the taste anymore. Like, I thought it always tasted fine, but I never really liked Guinness in America. I do like it in Ireland, but it's not something I would really drink over here anymore. Yeah, family seemed really happy. My brother, his wife were happy with the blanket and the sheep that went to the top of Karen Kuntil, so that was good. I'm glad I did it. The most physical day of my life, and I wanted to turn around at several points, getting to the base of the Devil's Ladder. It's like, I don't want to do this shit. Getting to the top, and it's really windy, and ultimately, I'm really happy that I did it. Also, to always have one over on my other brother, I will cement myself as the better uncle. Just, Hey, I did climb to the top of the tallest mountain in Ireland. I'm just saying. Just saying. I did that for my nieces. Did you do that? No. Okay. Could go over some claims of Gerald of Wales here. So he comes after the initial Norman invasion, and he's basically just writing for Henry II. Some might call it propaganda, others might call it the truth. I personally would refer to it as the truth. Oh yes, he says this on page 41. There are many birds here that are called barnacles, which nature, acting against her own laws, produces in a wonderful way. They are like marsh geese, but smaller. At first they appear as excrescences on fir logs carried down upon the waters. Then they hang by their beaks from what seems like seaweed clinging to the log, while their bodies to allow for their more unimpeded development are enclosed in shells, and so in the course of time, having put on a stout covering of feathers, they either slip into the water or take themselves in flight to the freedom of the air. They take their food and nourishment from the juice of wood and water during their mysterious and remarkable generation. I myself have seen many times, and with my own eyes, more than 1,000 of these small bird-like creatures hanging from a single log upon the seashore. They were in their shells and already formed. No eggs are laid as is usual as a result of mating. This is on page 41 of the Topographica. I found this to be very true. I did notice many of these barnacle birds myself in Ireland. He also says that wild peacocks abound here in the woods. Also true. Saw hundreds of peacocks on my journey. He says this on page 42. Pause, unhappy Jew, pause, even if it be late. You hesitate to deny the first generation of man from the slime of the earth without the cooperation of either man or woman, or the second from man without the cooperation of woman. This because of your veneration for the law. The third only that achieved by the cooperation of man and woman, because it is usual you with your hard neck approve of and affirm. But the fourth generation, in which alone is salvation, that is from a woman without the cooperation of a man, you cannot in your obstinate will abide, and to your own destruction. Blush, wretch, blush. At least consider the evidence of nature. Anyone questioning him is denounced and called an unhappy Jew. So if you're trying to deny my story, you're an unhappy Jew. Screw you too. Oh, I love this about kingfishers that he wrote. I haven't really found another source for this, and he is, I believe, the original source for the story of the wolves of Ossory, where the wolves can speak in human tongue and the priest isn't sure what to do with them. He writes this about kingfishers on 44. There is a remarkable thing about these birds. If, when dead, they are kept in a dry place, they never putrefy, and if they are placed between clothes or anything else, they keep them free from the moth, and impart a pleasant perfume to them. And a thing even more amazing, if they are hung by the beak in a dry place, they change their coat of feathers each year, as if by a virtue of a vital spirit that survives and continues to persist in some hidden part. I thought that was really nice. That is a shame that I didn't see any kingfishers over there. This is on 52, a frog discovered in Ireland. The frog was found near Waterfall in some grassy land and was brought to Robert Poor, who was in charge there at the time, and many others in the assembly, both English and Irish, while it was still living. While the English, and more so the Irish, regarded it with great wonder, Duvin Aldis, the king of Ossory, who happened to be there at the time, with a great shaking of his head and great sorrow in his heart, at last said, parentheses, and he was a man of great wisdom amongst his people and loyal to them, end parentheses, that reptile brings very bad news to Ireland. And regarding it as an indication of what was to be, he said that it was a sure sign of the coming of the English and the imminent conquest and defeat of his people. No one will suppose that the frog had ever been born in Ireland, because there the mud does not, as elsewhere, contain the seeds from which green frogs are born. He then talks about a man that was half ox and an ox that was half a man in Ireland. Shortly before the coming of the English into the island, a cow from a man's intercourse with her, a particular vice of that people, gave birth to a man calf in the mountains around Glendalough. Yes. And then he says, in Ireland, near Chester in Britain, a cow that was partly a stag was born in our time from the intercourse of a stag and a cow. Then he talks about this king of Connaught. He had a tame white goat. This goat had intercourse with a certain woman to whom he was entrusted. The wretched woman, proving herself more a beast and accepting him than he did in acting, even submitted herself to its abuse. How unworthy and unspeakable! ! And then he also talks about in Paris, I saw in Paris a line which a cardinal had given when it was a whelp to Philip the son of Louis, then a boy. This line used to make beastly love to a foolish woman called. So we have bestiality in Ireland, France, half animals in England, but no bestiality in England. Anyways, like the enemy of Henry II who we're writing this book for, he just happens to also be associated with bestiality. We're not directly saying that he's doing bestiality, but we're gonna like tie him to it in a way. Anyway, yeah, totally cool. Yeah, though the woman has sex with the lion to calm it down. Oh, beasts, both worthy of a shameful death. He says this about Irish culture on 101, but although they are fully endowed with natural gifts, their external characteristics of beard and dress and internal cultivation of the mind are so barbarous that they cannot be said to have any culture. They use very little wool in their dress, and that itself nearly always black, because the sheep of that country are black and made up in a barbarous fashion. They also use woolen trousers that are at the same time boots, or boots that are at the same time trousers, and these are for the most part dyed. So yeah, pajamas with like footies, that's what the Irish used to wear. They are a wild and inhospitable people. They live on beasts only and live like beasts. They have not progressed at all from the primitive habits of pastoral living. They do not devote their lives to the processing of flax or wool or to any kind of merchandise or mechanical art. For only given to leisure and devoted only to laziness, they think that the greatest pleasure is not to work and the greatest wealth is to enjoy liberty. This people is then a barbarous people, literally barbarous. That's a direct quote from him. He says literally barbarous. It is only in the case of musical instruments that I find any commendable diligence in the people. Ah, there you go. But he does say that Scotland has by now not only caught up on Ireland, her instructor, but already far outdistances and excels her in musical skill. Therefore, people now look to that country as to the fountain of the art. The Irish are ignorant of the rudiments of the faith. This is a filthy people wallowing in vice. Moreover, above all other peoples, they always practice treachery. When they give their word to anyone, they do not keep it. They do not blush or fear to violate every day the bond of their pledge and oath given to others, although they are very keen that it should be observed with regard to themselves. These are their characteristics. They are neither strong in war nor reliable in peace. This is his 100th note on the Irish on page 107. How they always carry an axe as if it were a staff in their hand. From an old and evil custom, they always carry an axe in their hand as if it were a staff. In this way, if they have a feeling for any evil, they can the more quickly give it effect. I did find this to be true. Every Irish person that I did see on my trip was carrying an axe in their hand. I thought it was kind of weird, and no one like killed each other or did any evil with it, but it was very present. I did notice this. Many in the island have never been baptized and have not yet heard of the teaching of the faith. So, alright, we have some sailors that are lost at sea, and then they see this little boat approaching them. These guys spoke the Irish language. They took them on board. The English guys take them aboard their ship. They, on their part, began to wonder at everything they saw as if it were new. They said that they had never before seen a big ship made of wood, nor the trappings of civilization. When they were offered bread and cheese to eat, they did not know what they were and refused them. They said that they fed only on meat, fish, and milk. They did not usually wear clothes, but sometimes in great necessity they used the hides of animals. They asked the sailors if they had any meat for a meal on board, and when they were told that it was not allowed to eat meat during Lent, they knew nothing about Lent, nor did they know anything about the year, nor the month, nor the week, and they, completely ignorant of the names of the days of the week. When they were asked if they were Christians and baptized, they replied that they had as yet heard nothing of Christ and knew nothing about him. And so they departed and took with them one piece of bread and a cheese, so that they might show to their own people as a wonder the kinds of food that other peoples used. I found this to be very true. The Irish are kind of ignorant about cheese and bread. That did come up shockingly more than once on the trip. Yes, that is something I did notice. He also says that Ireland has a lot more cripples than in England because they're a sinful race, which, yeah, that's true. And then he ends basically calling Henry II our Western Alexander, etc., etc. I did find in my own Topographica Hibernica, on my own journeys and travels into Ireland, that everything that Gerald of Wales said was absolutely 100% true. And you, as an Irish person, simply have to accept this. These are just facts. I'm only speaking facts here. This is a long one. It's a travel vlog. It's a little different from what we usually do. So, sorry about that if it's not quite what you're expecting or wanting. Upcoming videos that I have are, I've already recorded some audio for System Shock 1. I'm going to be splitting up videos, so System Shock 1 video, then a System Shock 2. After that, I am playing Marathon, very old games, kind of precursors to Halo. Not really enjoying them, but I will have a video on that trilogy. But before that, probably even before the System Shock stuff, I did watch Once Upon a Time in Minnesota by Lord Wolfshield. It's a free movie on YouTube, and I am going to review it. That review is maybe out next week. I've already watched it, taken notes on it, so it shouldn't be too hard to get it out. That's kind of the general timeline. Oh, I don't know what to do about the cultural drive-bys. I'm sort of struggling. I don't know what booktuber should be the next booktuber for me to do a video on. So if anyone has any suggestions for booktubers to look into or what, then yeah, happy to hear it. If you liked, you could like. If you want to subscribe, you can subscribe. But outside of that, yeah, I don't know. I know this video is kind of down a bit, and some parts of it were, I suppose, a bit depressing. But I did have a really good time. It's just, I don't know. I don't think I reacted badly. It's just got my head bit off multiple fucking times, and it's just, I'm fucking tired of it. I don't want to fucking deal with it. You don't speak to me that way. At any point, the little fucking crybabies could have taken the car. It was offered several times. BB refused every single time to take the car out. That's on him, right? I'm not your personal fucking chauffeur. You could have taken they could have taken Ubers places. They could have walked, and they just chose to do nothing. Chose to do nothing, and I just don't understand it. It just doesn't really make sense to me. I think maybe it does make sense to me, and that's why I want to distance myself from them even more. John Boy, that's a friendship worth keeping, but not really with the other guys. So yes, thank you for listening to me rant and ramble, and yeah, Ireland was great. I'm really happy that I won. That's going to be it from me. Thank you for listening. More videos soon. White Pill Media out.
The white man marches on!